Chapter XII of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Parliament of 1634. Wentworth was determined that his government, and especially his army, should not depend upon benefactions extorted from the fears of the Protestants and bought by dispensations or promises from the recusants. The officials of his council were in favour of a parliament which they might expect to manage, and which he, on the other hand, felt confident in his ability to rule. People in Ireland had an idea that it was safer to keep the revenue short because a surplus would be sent to England, whereas a deficit would have to be supplied from thence. This short-sighted policy seemed wise to English settlers as well as to the natives, for they had all good reason to distrust the king. The result had been that the business of government was ill done, and that the crown owed £80,000. The ordinary revenue, when there was no parliamentary subsidy or voluntary assessment, fell £20,000 short of the expenses. The Lord Deputy's brother George was sent to England on a special mission in February, and came back next month with the king's leave to hold a parliament. Charles had cause to dread these assemblies, but Wentworth pointed out that Poyning's law made them safe in Ireland. The order of business and the introduction of bills being controlled by the English government, an enterprising viceroy might be trusted to manage the rest. Wentworth's plan was to have two sessions, one for supply, the other for redress of grievances. He believed that the landowners would willingly agree to a money vote in order to relieve themselves from the ever-present dread of having the existing contributions established like quit rents on their estates. And all in Ireland realized that they could expect no redress of grievances without having first provided for the support of the government and army. Charles accepted the proposed arrangement, but advised that it should be kept secret until the time came. The next matter of importance was the composition of the House of Commons. Wentworth resolved that the Protestant and Roman Catholic parties should be nearly balanced. The Protestant party might be slightly the larger, but its subservience was to be secured by procuring the election of many placemen. Wentworth hoped to get 3 subsidies of £30,000 each, payable in 3 years. This would yield £30,000 over and above current expenses, and with that much ready money he hoped to compound for the whole debt, public creditors having been reduced to a proper state of humility. A little more money might be hoped for after the second session, and with this it might be possible to buy up some of the pensions and rent charges with which the Irish exchequer was burdened. Having been allowed to hold a parliament and to do it in his own way, Wentworth at once set to work to make it a success. He summoned his council, who thought supply should be accompanied by some assurance from the king that grievances would be remedied. They also wished to limit the levies to the actual expenses, having a well-founded fear that surplus money would be squandered in England and not applied to the liquidation of the Irish debt. Wentworth at once told them that the king called a parliament because he preferred standing on the ancient ways, that he had absolute right and power to collect all the revenues he required without the consent of anybody, and that their business as councillors was to trust their sovereign without asking questions. I told them plainly, he said, I feared they began at the wrong end, thus consulting what might please the people in a parliament, when it would better become a privy councillor to consider what might please the king and induce him to call one. He would not take less than 3 subsidies of £30,000 each, but would get as much more as possible without conditions, and they were not to propose any. The state could not be too well provided. What he asked prophetically, if the natives should rebel, there was no great wisdom to be overconfident in them, being of a contrary religion and so great in number. and he concluded by asking them to take warning by the troubles which the Commons' distrust of their king had brought upon the late parliaments in England. When this was read at the English council, Cottington could not refrain from the obvious comment, et quorum pars magna fui. Wentworth owed his own political position to his exertions in favour of the petition of right, and now he said that everything the subject had was, and ought to be, at the disposition of the Crown. That Laud should have joked with his friend on this subject, and that the latter should have taken it as a joke, is not the least extraordinary thing in Wentworth's career. As for that hydra, said Charles of the House of Commons, take good heed, for you know that here I have found it as well cunning as malicious. Your grounds are well laid, and I have great trust in your care and judgment. Yet my opinion is that it will not be the worse for my service, though their obstinacy make you break them. Wentworth's speech to his council, which less earnest people in England thought a superfluous display of strength, reduced that body to complete subjection. He would allow no discussions anywhere about the king's policy, and he treated the Roman Catholic nobility in the same way as the Protestant council. The Lord Chancellor ventured to suggest that the Lords of the Pale should be consulted according to precedent, but he was silenced by a direct and round answer. 3 or 4 days later, Lord Fingal came to the castle and asked for information on the part of his friends and neighbours who had been accustomed to be consulted before those meetings. Wentworth, who seems to have disliked the man as well as his communication, told him that his Majesty would reject with scorn and disdain any advice their lordships could give. Their business was only to hear the king's will in open parliament, to make such remarks there as might be fitting for obedient subjects, and to be content with such answers as his Majesty thought fit to give. A little out of countenance from the storm of viceregal eloquence, Lord Fingal unluckily remarked that he only wished to draw attention to precedents, and that Falkland had consulted the Lords. Wentworth said that was no rule for him, and advised his visitor not to busy his thoughts with matters of that nature, but to leave all to the royal wisdom. As long as there was a parliament in Ireland, the government generally found means to secure a majority. Wentworth had to depend chiefly on the boroughs, for many counties were not amenable to pressure. Lord Cork had recorded that when he was in his coach one day with Lord Esmond and Lord Digby, a pursuivant brought him 6 letters from the Lord Deputy, directing the return of certain members of 4 places he controlled. Sir George Wentworth, the Viceroy's brother, was to sit for Bandon, his secretaries Mainwaring and Little for Lismore, a second Mainwaring for Dingle, and other less prominent Englishmen for Askeaton and Tallow. Wentworth and William and Philip Mainwaring were elected accordingly, while Little procured a seat at Cashel. Every important man whom the Lord Deputy could influence found his way into the House of Commons. Sir William Parsons sat for the county, and Sir George Radcliffe for the city of Armagh. Charles Price for Belfast, and Sir Adam Loftus for Newborough in Wexford. Sir Beverley Newcomen, a distinguished naval officer, represented Tralee and Wadesford, and the borough of Kildare. Sir Charles Coote, Sir William Cole, Sir Robert King, and many others who were well known a few years later, also had seats. It was on the Protestants that the crown depended in the long run, but they had not a large majority. The priests and Jesuits, Wentworth wrote, are very busy in the election of knights and burgesses, call the people to their masses, and there charge them on pain of excommunication to give their voices to no Protestant. A sheriff in Dublin, who seemed inclined to yield to these influences, was fined £700 and declared incapable of serving, and his successor promptly returned Sergeant Catalan and a Protestant alderman. In matters of form and ceremony, Wentworth was willing to be guided by precedents. He found all the officials very ignorant about parliamentary order, as Falkland's blunder had already shown, and he sent to England for full instructions, questions of precedence being left by special commission entirely in his hands. The primacy of Armagh over Dublin was settled by an order in council, and in the established church his point was never again disputed, a decision which was undoubtedly right. But Archbishop Talbot afterwards attributed it to the slavish fears of Wentworth's council, to his leaning in favour of Usher, and to the prevalent ignorance of Latin in high places. He admitted that Bishop Leslie of Raphoe was learned, but then was he not a suffragan of Armagh? Wentworth decided such questions when they came in his way, but they had little interest for him. This matter of place I have ever judged a womanly thing. If it had turned out that he could not determine between the rival claims of peers and prelates, they would, he thought, be fit to keep the House itself busied about, and prevent them from talking politics. It was arranged that 6 or 7 lords, on whom the Lord Deputy could rely, should hold 4 or 5 proxies each, so that he was in no danger of being outvoted, for the bishops were safe enough. It was not until 1661 that the number of proxies which could be held by any one peer was reduced to 2. The Committee for Privileges in Wentworth's House of Lords proposed that every peer having Irish honours but no Irish estate should be obliged to purchase land in proportion to his rank, but this was never carried into effect. When the day of meeting came, Wentworth accompanied the peers to St. Patrick's Cathedral in great state. His Parliament opened. Wentworth wrote, with the greatest civility and splendour Ireland ever saw, where appeared a very gallant nobility far above that I expected. My Lord Primate made a very excellent and learned sermon. The afternoon was spent in formalities and the taking of oaths. One incident at the beginning of the business session is worth recording on account of the great celebrity of the person principally concerned. Orders had been given to admit no one armed into either house, and when the young Earl of Ormond, who had carried the sword of state at the opening ceremony, presented himself, Blackrod peremptorily demanded his weapon. "In your guts," was the contemptuous answer. Ormond sat armed during the day, and when summoned before the council, produced his writ of summons, which ordered him to attend girt with a sword. Wentworth had met his match for the first time, and he held a private consultation with his 2 chief advisers as to what was to be done with this formidable young man. Wandesford was for crushing him, but Radcliffe advised conciliation, and Ormond became a privy councillor at the early age of 24. Among the 66 lords present at the beginning of this session was William Lord Slane, who was allowed to sit and vote pending the possible reappearance of his elder brother Thomas, who had been tried by a jury in England for murder committed in Ireland, had become a friar, and had not been heard of for 14 years. This precedent was afterwards relied on in Lord Maguire's case as establishing the principle that an Irish peer was a commoner in England. On the second day Wentworth made a speech to both houses, in what he calls his mildest manner, but it was not very mild. He told them that there was a debt of £100,000 and an annual deficit of £20,000. What they had to do was simply to clear off the debt and to provide a permanent equilibrium between receipts and expenditure, so that the necessary maintenance of the army might no longer trouble His Majesty's princely thoughts. That would be the king's session. Later on they would have a session of their own, where the king would grant all the favours he thought proper, and where they were to accept his gifts with confidence and gratitude, and without asking for more. "Take heed," he said, "of private meetings and consults in your chambers, by design and privity aforehand, to contrive how to discourse and carry the public affairs when you come into the houses. For besides that they are themselves unlawful and punishable in a grievous measure, I never knew them in all my experience to do any good to the public or to any particular man. I've often known them to do much harm. With a deputy who knew his own mind, a session strictly limited by the king's orders to 3 weeks, and no opportunity for private consultation, the House of Commons was almost powerless. Wentworth's instinct and the experience of 1613 told him that the chief danger would come from the Roman Catholics, whom he had taken care should form nearly one half of the lower house. He told them that if adequate supplies were withheld, there would be no way of paying the army but by levying the 12 pence a Sunday upon the recusants. The king wished to make no distinction between English and Irish, but if it came to a fight, the predominant partner would take care not to be beaten. The first trial of strength was about the choice of a speaker. The official candidate was Sergeant Catalan, recorder of Dublin and member for the city, against whom there were many mutterings, but the House was told that the king had a veto upon every election and that it would be steadily exercised until the right man was chosen. Wentworth's nominee became Speaker without a contest, and expressed himself to his patron's satisfaction. He was knighted at the end of the Parliament, and received £1,600 for his services. A copy of what purported to be the Viceroy's speech was shown by Coddington before its delivery, but this was probably a hoax, for Wentworth declared that it had not been written down beforehand. Coddington had Wentworth's own account of his harangue to the Irish Council, and the speech to Parliament was little more than a repetition of it. On the fourth day of the session, the House of Commons met for business, and the Roman Catholics at once demanded that the House should be purged, that is, that all members should be expelled who did not inhabit the districts represented by them. This would have been fatal to the Protestant party, which comprised many official persons living in Dublin, and it had been decided in 1613 that residence was not essential. On the other hand, Sir Thomas Bramston, who, as sovereign of Belfast, had returned himself, was declared not duly elected and ordered to refund £16 which he had received as wages. These payments were fixed as in 1613 at 18 shillings 4 pence a day for counties, 10 shillings for cities, and 6 shillings 8 pence for boroughs. A committee for privileges was appointed, and the Protestants carried the nomination of it by a majority of 8. Seeing that power lay with the party who were certain, in the long run, to support the government, Wentworth summoned his council the same day, and Chief Baron Bolton proposed to go on with supply the next morning. He was supported, of course, by Wansford, Mainwaring, and Radcliffe, but Wilmot, Parsons, and St. Leger, the president of Munster, were inclined for a later day. Wentworth then spoke in favour of the bolder and prompter course. The committee, he said, could not possibly increase the Protestant majority, and might have the contrary effect. The Roman Catholics would be anxious to secure the rewards of loyalty by voting for what they could not prevent. His real fear, though he did not say this openly, was lest time should be given for the formation of parties. Wilmot, whom he suspected of intriguing with members of the House of Commons, said he retained his opinion in favour of delay, but that it was useless for any one to speak after the Lord Deputy. The Chancellor then declared himself on the other side of power, saying that he should have been for prompt action, even if Wentworth had taken the opposite view. After a lecture from the Viceroy on their duty to the King, the council broke up, and next morning Wansford proposed a resolution to give 6 subsidies to be levied in a parliamentary way in 4 years, 2 in the first and second years, and 1 each in the third and fourth. Some of the recusant party, finding themselves in a temporary majority, at once moved to postpone the vote until the House had been purged, and carried it by 28. But this was recognized as being what is nowadays called a snap division, and when the original motion was nevertheless put, both parties feared to lose their credit with the government. The Roman Catholics, having made their protest, supported Wansford's motion, which passed unanimously, and all was over before noon. The rest of this session, said the Lord Deputy compendiously, we have entertained and spun them out in discourses, but kept them nevertheless from concluding anything. No other laws passed but the 2 acts of subsidies, and that other short law for confirming all such compositions as are or shall be made upon the commission of defective titles. The government was strengthened by a difference of opinion between the 2 houses, which prevented a joint petition in favour of the graces. The Commons claimed the right to sit covered at a conference. This was denied them. No conference took place, and the petition forwarded was in the name of the lower house only. Wentworth took no trouble to reconcile the two chambers, having learnt in England that a strict understanding between them was not favourable to the crown. The lords were, however, quite as anxious for the graces as the elected chamber, and especially for that which promised that 60 years' possession should be a good title against the crown. Indeed, Lord Fingal and Lord Ranelagh were more perseveringly outspoken than any member of the House of Commons, the first as the head of an ancient family with a very checkered history, who had been treated with scant civility by Wentworth, and the latter, as the son of Archbishop Jones, had doubtless many reasons to fear an acquisition into their titles. Conscious of having done great service, Wentworth asked the king for an earldom, taking precautions that no one should know he had done so. His suit was refused in a rather disagreeable letter, and much indignation has been expressed by many writers, but it is questionable whether this refusal should be added to the load of blame which Charles I must bear. Wentworth was only 41. He had opposed the court until his 36th year, and he had already received a viscounty and two of the greatest places in the gift of the crown. Burleigh never became an earl. Both Cranfield and Weston had to serve much longer for the coveted honour, and neither of them had ever been in opposition. In later times, not only earls, but marquesses and dukes have been multiplied exceedingly, and it seems a small favour that Charles refused to a great man. Thousands of people now know something about Strafford, who had scarcely heard of Coddington or Windbank, but this was not so at the time. Indeed, the fact that his work was chiefly done in the north and in Ireland made him less prominent in the eyes of his contemporaries than inferior men who were always about the court. The lords had discussed the graces, and had ventured to suggest what laws should be passed to carry out the remedial policy foreshadowed by them. The debates had no conclusion, but Wentworth protested even against talk as an infringement of Poyning's Act. According to him, they had no business to do anything more than offer humble prayers to the Lord Deputy, and that was the course adopted by the Commons. The petition begins by reciting that titles in Ireland were generally uncertain, many documents having been lost or stolen during rude and disturbed times, and others being defective through the ignorance of those who drew or engrossed them, whereof divers indigent persons with eagle eyes piercing thereinto commonly took advantage to the utter overthrow of many noble and deserving persons, that for the valuable consideration of service unto the crown or money or both, honourably and fairly acquired their estates, which is the principal cause of the slow improving, planting, and building in this land. While this uncertainty existed, no one had the courage to make improvements, and every one longed for the English law of James I, which made 60 years' possession a good title even against the crown. This grace, the Commons said, had been particularly promised by His Majesty, approved by both the Councils of State of England and Ireland, and published in all the Irish counties at the assizes, and was most expected in all other graces. They also protested, though in very guarded language, against the common law being overridden by the Council and the Star Chamber. Next to the security of real property, the most important matter was the encouragement of trade and manufactures, for want of which Ireland swarmed with vagabonds and beggars, sound of limb and strong of body. Free trade was what they really asked for, which was for the benefit of both king and people. On the faith of the graces which they believed would have given them prosperity, the subjects of Ireland had already given £310,000, and now they had voted 6 subsidies more, which was far in excess of what had been done in past ages. They acknowledged Wentworth's strong propension to advancing the good of the country, and exhorted him to increase his reputation by persuading His Majesty to redeem past promises, and thus to conserve a right intelligence between the best of kings and his most faithful and dutiful subjects of Ireland. Wentworth's answer was what might have been expected. Official extortion he was ready to repress, and all administrative reforms he would further to the utmost, but rather by way of concession from the king than by law. Orders in council were to be preferred to Acts of Parliament, unless the latter were likely to bring profit to the Exchequer. Nothing was to be done to limit the royal power in any way. The much-desired 60 years title was not to be established by law, for it would involve the loss of fees and fines under the Commission for Confirmation of Defective Titles. It would interfere with the king's profit upon tenures, and it would almost entirely prevent the colonization schemes from which Wentworth expected so much. These ideas were readily adopted at court, and the word of a king was once more shown to be of none effect. Wentworth dreaded the imputation of refusing to redress grievances after the price of reform had been paid, but hardly seems to have realized that he was doing that very thing. He had the courage of his opinions, and he knew his great master, as he is fond of calling Charles. In these particulars, he said, wherein the request of the petition shall be yielded to by your majesty, we desire to reserve entirely to yourself the beauty of the act and the acknowledgment thereof. So in the other particulars wherein there is reason to deny them their requests, we, your servants, will assume the same to ourselves. The Chancellor, Lord Cork, and Sir William Parsons lent the weight of their signatures to Wentworth's memorandum, but the name of Mountnorris is wanting. Rumours that the graces would be withheld were soon in circulation, and on November 4, after 3 months' recess, Parliament met again in very bad humour. There had been some delay in transmitting final instructions from England, and it was not till the 27th that Wentworth announced the denial of the most important graces. In the House of Commons, the Roman Catholics, through the negligence or secret sympathy of some Protestants, found themselves in a majority upon that day, and at once broke into open revolt. They rejected every bill presented to them, though some were evidently useful and harmless, and business was at a standstill. Had it continued 2 days in that state, said Wentworth, I had certainly adjourned the House, advertised over, and craven his Majesty's judgment. For a moment the lead of the opposition was assumed by Sir Piers Crosby, member for the Queen's County, a Protestant and a Privy Councillor, and here Wentworth saw his opportunity. He summoned the council and easily persuaded them to suspend Crosby, and he afterwards had instructions from England to expel him altogether. He then went to the House of Lords. I told them, he said, what a shame it was for the Protestant party, that were in number the greater, to suffer their religion to be insensibly supplanted. His Majesty in some degree disregarded the good ordinances transmitted for their future peace and good government, to be thus disdainfully trodden underfoot by a company of wilful, insolent people, envious both to their religion and to their peace, and all this for want of a few days' diligent attendance upon the service of the public. He urged each peer to exert his influence with friends in the House of Commons. This was done, and a working majority was again secured. Among the wilful, insolent people was Geoffrey Barron, member for Clonmel, a young man, a kind of petty chapman's son, who by peddling left some £200 a year, who opposed everything, and who recklessly misstated facts. Wentworth determined to make an example of him, and the motion for his expulsion was carried by 16. After this, things went smoothly, and all the government bills were passed into law. Soon after the beginning of the second session, both houses were much excited by a letter of Sir Vincent Gookin, an enterprising English settler who had much property in the county of Cork. It was addressed to the Lord Deputy, though never delivered to him, and it is doubtful whether it was printed or not. In any case, it was freely circulated in Munster, and a copy of it read out in the House of Commons. It was, says Wentworth, a most bitter invective against the whole nation, natives, Old English, New English, Papist, Protestant, captains, soldiers, and all. It was evident they would have hanged him if they could. The libel, indeed, is wondrous foul and scandalous. An impeachment was threatened, and the two houses had a conference where Lord Mountnorris pointed out that the House of Commons had no power to administer an oath, but that the Lords would examine their witnesses and give sentence even in the delinquent's absence. The judges were consulted, and declared that his land could not be seized as a security for his appearance. Mountnorris said nothing about the deputy and council, and Wentworth, to prevent the assumption of judicial authority by Parliament, had already sent a pursuivant to arrest Gookin, who made haste to get out of Ireland, where his life was hardly safe. Wentworth in person informed Parliament that the Principle of Pointings Act extended to judicial as well as to legislative functions, and that moreover the case was already in his hands. He observed that the king had no reason to be pleased with the exercise of parliamentary jurisdiction in England, and having always an eye to revenue, he added that Sir Vincent, who was a very rich man, was well able to bear a fine great in proportion to his offence. Early in the following year, Gookin was brought back from England and imprisoned in the castle, and Wentworth received the thanks of Parliament with a request that he would continue the prosecution which the English government left in his hands. It does not appear whether this was done, but Gookin, who paid £1,000 a year to labourers and fishermen in the neighbourhood of Bandon, and who had 30 years' experience of Ireland, came into frequent collision with Lord Cork, which was likely to make Wentworth lenient. Gookin was a strong Protestant who hated the Irish and their priests, and was quite willing to be hated by them in return, but he thought the English-Irish even worse. It might have been different if the settlers could have been kept to themselves, but as it was, the English influence had a constant tendency to grow weaker. As soon as any Englishman cometh over and settleth himself in this country, and hath gotten any estate, he findeth himself environed with Irish, and hath no safety both for himself and posterity, but by some way to stick themselves by marriage and gossiping or the like. Gookin died 4 years later, and his son, who played a considerable part during the Commonwealth, took a somewhat different view of the country. Another incident occurred during this same session, which is important only as an illustration of Wentworth's high-handed methods. Sir John Dongan having made a speech unpleasing to the official party in the House of Commons, Captain Charles Price remarked in a loud tone that he did not know what he was doing. An altercation followed, which Dongan evidently tried to avoid, but he said he meant no harm. Price then called him saucy, and Sir John very naturally gave him the lie. All this happened inside the bar of the House of Commons, and yet the Council took the case up. Dongan was imprisoned in the castle, forced to give a written apology, fined, and ordered to be brought by the constable of the castle to the bar of the house, and to repeat his submission there upon his knees. This was carried out to the letter a few days later, and entered in the journals without comment. A committee of 6 was appointed to wait on the Lord Deputy and beg him to remit the penalty for offending the King, the offence to Parliament and to the Lord Deputy having been already purged. Price was employed by Wentworth as an agent at court, for which purpose he had very long leave from his military duties. We may judge from a letter of Lord Keeper Coventry what sort of man he was. Your servant, Captain Price, is now with us, and I assure you is not silent in anything that concerns your honour, and in truth serves you with his tongue, and protests he will not fail to do it with his sword. I hope your lordship hath no need of the latter in Ireland, and your friends here are well pleased to hear how he lays about him with the former, and therefore it is hoped you will yet spare him from his garrison till he have done here what is meet to be done. No subsidy had hitherto yielded more than about £30,000, but there had been many exemptions and many cases of fraud whereby the great transferred their share of the burden to the poor. Wentworth succeeded in raising each subsidy to rather more than £40,000 from the Commons, and with over £6,000 from the nobility and £3,000 from the clergy. The 2 last sums were to be levied by the government, but the House of Commons, fearing lest the deputy should be tempted to take even more than had been agreed upon, themselves assessed the amount which their constituents were to pay in each county. Leinster was set down for £13,000, Ulster for £10,000, Munster for £11,200, and Connaught for £6,800. The highest rated county was Cork, which, with the city and paid nearly £4,000. Dublin city and county were assessed at £1,000 apiece. The House of Commons also inquired into arrears due by the Crown, and these they found amounted to about £130,000. They recommended that certain sums due to the Archbishop of Dublin, the Bishop of Meath, and the Dean of Christ Church should be paid at once in full. The next to be satisfied were ladies, the attender of whose husbands or fathers had enriched the crown. Lady Desmond and her daughters, Lady Mary O'Doherty and Lady Mary O'Reilly, being mentioned by name. Arrears of pay due to civil or military officers were to be satisfied in proportion to the actual benefit derived from their services, sinecurists being left in the lurch, and all useless places recommended to be abolished. When the work of the Parliament was done, Wentworth wished to prorogue it. This House, he said, is very well composed, so as the Protestants are the major part, clearly and thoroughly with the king, which would be difficult to compass again if you were now to call another. He thought the existence of this obedient majority would serve to overawe the Roman Catholics, who alone were dangerous, and who would be deterred from opposing schemes of colonization by the knowledge that the English recusancy laws might be passed over their heads at any moment. But Charles was of opinion that parliaments are of the nature of cats, that ever grow cursed with age, and directed Wentworth to dissolve as soon as the necessary business was done. Coke had intercepted a large budget of letters between the Irish recusants and their French friends, and he had no doubt that as soon as there was danger, either from Spain or France, all would join together to replant themselves at home. Wentworth thought a parliament well in hand would be a useful instrument to have ready, but he was not allowed to keep it. The royal consent was given to a number of acts, and the subsidy arrangements being complete, the two houses had little to do except to squabble about matters of etiquette, and were dissolved without settling them. We have now, Wentworth wrote, under the conduct of our prudent and excellent master, concluded this parliament with an universal contentment, as I take it. He thought it had done more than all former parliaments put together, both for king, church, and subject, and that Charles was more absolute master by his wisdom than his predecessors had ever been by the sword. Proctors in the Convocation House are officially mentioned in Henry VIII's time, but the first regular convocation of the Irish Church was held in connection with the Parliament of 1613. It was summoned by the King's writ and met in St. Patrick's Cathedral on May 24 in that year. It consisted of the bishops and of representatives from the 4 provincial synods. Lord Chancellor Jones, as Archbishop of Dublin, presided in the upper, and Randolph Barlow, afterwards Archbishop of Tuam, in the lower house. Both were Cambridge men. The principal business of this assembly was to pass the Articles, 104 in number, which are generally attributed to James Ussher, then Professor of Divinity in Dublin. Usher's Puritanism was more pronounced in his earlier days than afterwards, and James was less hostile to that school than he later became. These articles, which superseded those of 1566, received the royal assent, though they practically incorporated those promulgated at Lambeth in 1595. They were more Calvinistic and more polemical than the 39 received by the Church of England, upon which Burnet, in the interest of peace and comprehension, expended his latitudinarian casuistry. It may suffice to note that of the Irish Articles, the 12th declares that God hath predestined some unto life, and reprobated some unto death, of both which there is certain number only to God, which can neither be increased or diminished. And the 80th, that the Pope is that man of sin foretold in the Holy Scriptures, whom the Lord shall consume, etc. In 1615 this convocation granted 1 subsidy to the king. Convocation met at the same time as Parliament, Ussher presiding in the upper, and Henry Leslie Dean, afterwards Bishop of Down, in the lower house. Wentworth's thorough extended to church as well as to state, and his great object was to have the 39 Articles established. Ussher and others were attached to the Irish Articles of 1615, and the Lord Deputy thought it prudent to leave them unrepealed, while superseding them in practice, a course in which Laud acquiesced. I was, says Bramhall, now Bishop of Derry, the only man employed from him to the convocation, and from the convocation to him. Wentworth had, however, private discussions with Ussher, and of these Bramhall may have known nothing. The dove-like simplicity of the primate, to use Bramhall's phrase, was easily borne down by the imperious viceroy, and the House of Bishops adopted the English Articles readily enough, as well as the canon which directed their use. The lower house appointed a committee, over which George Andrews, Dean of Limerick, presided, whose draft report excited Wentworth's wrath, for it provided, among other things, that the Articles of 1615 should be received on pain of excommunication. The Lord Deputy sent for Andrews and called him Ananias, impounded his papers, and forbade him to report anything to the House. He then wrote to the Prolocutor Leslie, enclosing a form of canon drawn up by himself after rejecting one composed by Ussher, and ordered him to put it to the House, without admitting any debate or other discourse. The articles of the Church of England were not to be disputed, and the names of those who voted aye and no were to be sent to him. This drastic procedure succeeded, and there was but one dissentient. As a formal concession to the independence of the Irish Church, the canons agreed upon were not quite identical with those of England, but the first, which established the 39 Articles, effected all that Wentworth wanted. It provided that if any hereafter shall affirm that any of those articles are in any part superstitious or erroneous, or such as he may not with a good conscience subscribe unto, let him be excommunicated, and not absolved before he make a public revocation of his error. Usher and Bramhall are agreed that the Articles of 1615 were not abrogated, but the latter informs us that any bishop would have been called to an account who had required subscription to them after the English Articles were authorized under the Great Seal of Ireland. The veteran diplomatist Sir Thomas Roe was so much struck by Wentworth's success that he advised the unfortunate Queen of Bohemia to make him her friend. He is severe abroad and in business, and sweet in private conversation, retired in his friendships but very firm, a terrible judge and a strong enemy, a servant violently zealous in his master's ends, and not negligent of his own. One that will have what he will, and though of great reason, he can make his will greater when it may serve him, affecting glory by a seeming contempt, one that cannot stay long in the middle region of fortune, but entreprenant, which will either be the greatest man in England or much less than he is. Lastly, one that may, and his nature lies fit for it, for he is ambitious to do what others will not, do your majesty very great service if you can make him. Laud had been misrepresented, and he also might be very useful. Elizabeth took Roe's advice, and afterwards corresponded pretty often with the Lord Deputy, whom she had never seen. Her great object was to get some provision made for the poor ministers who were driven out of the Palatinate. As for Laud, she said, I'm glad you commend him so much, for there are but a few who do it. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strafford and the Ulster Scots. The Scottish settlers in Ulster gave trouble from the first, for crossing the sea did not change their nature nor their religious opinions. When Presbyterianism was oppressed at home, Ireland received its ministers. When persecution came there, they could go back to Scotland. Always glad to promote his own countrymen, James I appointed them to Irish bishoprics. They in their turn ordained others, often without much inquiry as to their views on church government. Andrew Knox, who was Bishop of Raphoe from 1611 to 1633, was not over particular about the regularity of orders, and many Presbyterians were preferred by him. Old Bishop Knox, says Adair, refused no honest man, having heard him preach. By this chink John Livingston and sundry others got entrance. Knox died about the time of Wentworth's coming to Ireland, and up to that time another Scotch bishop, Robert XIII of Down, followed in his footsteps. Livingston had been silenced by Spottiswoode in Scotland, but brought recommendations from eminent laymen, and Knox told him he thought his own life had been prolonged only to do such offices as ordination. He did not care about being called my lord, and he allowed the imposition of hands to be by presbyters in his presence. He gave Livingston the book of ordination, desiring him to draw a line through any words to which he objected. I found, says the latter, that it had been so marked by some others before that I needed not mark anything. So the Lord was pleased to carry that business far beyond anything that I had thought or ever desired. This was in 1630. 7 years before, Eklund had done a like service for Robert Blair, acting only as one of several presbyters. This, says Blair, I could not refuse, and so the matter was performed. Knox was succeeded by John Leslie, and Eklund by Henry Leslie, neither of whom was much inclined to make terms with Presbyterianism. The Laudian canons had altered the position for them, and later on the Covenant made the breach irreparable. In May 1634, Bramhall became Bishop of Derry in succession to Downham, who had been a strong Calvinist and a friend of Presbyterians. He was soon in correspondence with Wentworth, who encouraged him to insist on strict conformity, and with Laud, whose confidence he enjoyed throughout. Very many other Scotch ministers were driven back to their own country, there to swell the growing discontent and to prepare the way for the lay crowds whom Wentworth's later policy was to drive out of Ulster. Bramhall did not confine himself to his own diocese, but gave his services to Down also, where Eklund was driven to enforce conformity without much conviction on his own part. Henry Leslie succeeded on Eklund's death, and a conference was held at Belfast on August 11, 1636, between the two bishops and 5 Presbyterians who refused to subscribe the new canons. Among them was Edward Bryce, who is regarded as the founder of that church in Ulster. Their spokesman was James Hamilton, Lord Cleanboy's nephew, who had been ordained by Eklund 10 years before. Both sides were no doubt satisfied that they were wholly in the right, but Bramhall was more extreme even than Leslie, who, as bishop of the diocese of Corse, conducted the controversy. According to the Bishop of Derry, who intervened frequently, Hamilton was a prattling jack, a fellow fit to be whipped, who might worship the devil if he pleased. He prescribed hellebore to purge the Scots' brain, reminding him with a bold metaphor that the weight of church and state did not hang upon the Atlas shoulders of such bulrushes as he was. And he blamed Leslie, not without something like a threat, for allowing so much liberty of discussion. The 5 ministers were sentenced to perpetual silence so far as the diocese of Down was concerned. Outward conformity was for a time achieved, but only by the temporary effacement of the Scotch colony in Ulster. Bryce did not long survive the Belfast Conference, but Hamilton, Cunningham, Ridge, and Colwart all retired to Scotland. Among other ministers silenced by Leslie, the most noteworthy were John Livingston and Robert Blair, both of whom went to Scotland and helped materially to defeat Laud. They had attempted to lead about 140 of the faithful to New England, but were beaten back by storms from a point nearer to the banks of Newfoundland than to any place in Europe. That which grieved us most, says Livington, was that we were like to be a mocking to the wicked, but we found the contrary, that the prelates and their followers were much dismayed and feared at our return. Usher submitted against his inclination to Wentworth and Laud. Some years later, when they were both prisoners, Bramhall, who was in the same position, thought it necessary to apologize to his metropolitan for interfering in the diocese of Down, his defence being that he was employed by the Lord Deputy. Since I was bishop, he added, I never displaced any man in my diocese but Mr. Noble for professed popery, Mr. Hugh for confessed simony, and Mr. Duncan, an illiterate curate, for refusing to pray for his majesty. But if he was tolerably mild as a bishop, he was much less so when acting as Wentworth's representative. Archibald Adair, a Scotchman by birth, was made Dean of Raphoe in 1622 and became Bishop of Killala in 1630. He was a good Episcopalian, but a good Scot also, and he did not like to see Canterbury lording it over his native land. In 1639, John Corbet, minister of Bonhill, was deprived by the General Assembly for refusing the covenant or for adhering to episcopacy, and he fled to Dublin, where he published a bitter pamphlet against his enemies at home. He was presented by Strafford to the vicarage of Strayed in Adair's diocese, but found the bishop by no means friendly. It was, he said, an ill bird that fouled its own nest, and a raven Corby, which had been driven from the ark, could expect no resting place with him. For these and other expressions which were thought favourable to the Covenanters, Adair was summoned before the High Commission, but deprivation might not have followed on such slight grounds had not the bishopric been wanted for someone else. This was John Maxwell, Bishop of Ross, Spottiswood's friend and executor, who had been Laud's most active ally in Scotland. The satisfaction of the Bishop of Ross, Wentworth wrote to the king, shall be the only thing I shall attend in the next place, and have found even already the means to effect it by depriving, and that deservedly, the Bishop of Killala, and substituting the other in his place. This is one of the best bishoprics in the kingdom, worth at least £1,000 a year, and he thought this was a good way to quench the venom of that rebellious humour. Charles and Laud were of the same opinion, and but little independence was to be expected from the Irish High Commission. Bedell, however, with whom it seems Chappell agreed, was against the deprivation, partly on canonical grounds, and partly because it was, as times and things now stood, inconvenient. He prevailed nothing. The bishop was sentenced to be deprived of his bishopric, deposed or degraded, fined £1,000, imprisoned during the king's pleasure, etc. Soon after the meeting of Strafford's last Parliament, a bishop, possibly Bedell, moved that Adair should have his writ of summons. Ormond spoke against it, and Bramhall declared that the deprived prelate was fit to be thrown into the sea in a sack, not to see sun and nor enjoy the air. Lord Ranelagh said there had been a patient hearing at the High Commission, where many of their lordships' house sat, who found Adair guilty of favouring that wicked covenant which all the house detests, and the writ was unanimously refused. The court wind changed when Strafford was dead, and Laud a prisoner, and Adair was made Bishop of Waterford, Maxwell succeeding him. At Killala was stripped, wounded, and left for dead by the rebels during the massacre at Shrule, but escaped ultimately to England. Corbett was not so fortunate, being hewn in pieces by 2 swineherds in the very arms of his poor wife. Clarendon, who hated the Scots and did not love Strafford, says he had an enemy more terrible than all the others, and like to be more fatal, the whole Scotch nation, provoked by the declaration he had procured of Ireland, and some high carriage and expression of his against them in that kingdom. The Ulster colony had been injured by the Londonderry forfeiture, and he had done what he could to discourage further immigration, but it was not until the summer of 1638 that the attitude of the Scotch settlers began to give him serious uneasiness. Antrim, who was at court and in communication both with Hamilton and Laud, believed or professed to believe that Lorne, who became Earl of Argyll soon after, intended to attack his estates, and suggested that the king should provide him with plenty of arms to be kept in a storehouse in Coleraine, because it would be too far for me and my tenants to send to Knockfergus if there were any sudden invasion. Lorne knew what was going on at court, and announced in Scotland that Antrim intended to invade him. It appears that from his late letters that Strafford thought Lorne not unlikely to come, but he knew well that his counsel would advise nothing that might strengthen Tyrone's grandson. And in case the troubles of Scotland were to extend to Ulster, he thought it very likely that the settlers there would borrow the arms to help their countrymen. They are, he added, shrewd children, not much won by courtship, especially from a Roman Catholic. He had but 2,000 foot and 600 horse, none of which could be spared for Scotland, but it might be possible to raise double that force of English and Irish. The latter disliked the Scots and their religion, but might be a source of danger in other ways. In the meantime, he told Northumberland the best part of the Irish army might be drawn down into Ulster, close upon Scotland, as well to amuse those upon that side as to contain their countrymen among us in due obedience. That Strafford was generally hated by the Scotch is indeed abundantly proved by the record of his trial, when their commissioners denounced him as the firebrand that still smoked after the cold shower bath of the Ripon Treaty. The quarrel was of much older date, originating with Wentworth's espousal of the Laudian policy and his steady repression of everything that savoured of Presbyterianism. But it was not until after the promulgation of the Scottish Covenant at the beginning of March 1638 that the question became a national one. He kept himself well informed and read all public documents, but it was not until the end of July that he first gave his opinion to Northumberland, and then in strict confidence. Armed collision with the Scots should be avoided as long as possible unless they crossed the border, which did not yet seem likely. Berwick and Carlisle should be made thoroughly defensible, and as President of the North he could prepare an armed force, particularly in Yorkshire. He thought Leith, which he had formerly visited, might easily be seized in the spring and maintained with the help of the fleet and a garrison of 8,000 or 10,000 men. I should hope, he added, His Majesty might instantly give his law to Edinburgh, and not long after to the whole kingdom, which, though it should all succeed, yet at the charge of that kingdom would I uphold my garrison at Leith, till they had received our common prayer book, used in our churches of England, without any alteration, the bishops settled peaceably in their jurisdiction. Nay, perchance, till I had conformed that kingdom in all, as well for the temporal and as ecclesiastical affairs, wholly to the government and laws of England, and Scotland governed by the King and Council of England, in a great part, at least as we are here. Later on he drew attention to the importance of securing Dumbarton, but in both cases the Covenanters forestalled him. Then, as now, a brisk trade existed between Ulster and Scotland, and the colonists naturally demanded terms as favourable as were granted to the mother country, with which they were in thorough sympathy. The first lay Covenanter who felt the weight of Wentworth's hand seems to have been Robert Adair, Laird of Cahill, in Galloway, who had an estate of £400 or £500 a year at Ballymena, where he was a justice of the peace. Adair, who was the Bishop of Carlisle's nephew, had taken an active part against Charles and Laud in Scotland, and made no secret of having signed the covenant. Henry Leslie, Bishop of Down, who was himself a Scotchman, reported the case to Wentworth, who advised him to inquire out the names of all others that have danced after the same pipe, as also of all such as profess themselves Covenanters, and send them hither to me. In the rest of your proceedings your lordships shall not be so much as once touched upon or heard of. Adair retired to Scotland and lived securely at Killil, but he was declared a traitor in Ireland, and his estate forfeited. In November 1641, when Strafford was dead and the Ulster Rebellion begun, Charles, at the unanimous request of the Scottish Parliament, reversed the sentence passed upon Adair for having adjoined himself to his own native country, and he recovered his Irish property. Before the end of 1638, the Scotch Covenanters were thoroughly aware that Wentworth was their most important enemy. He sent a clever young officer to Edinburgh to report upon the doings there, and this gentleman, he wrote, tells me that the whole nation universally hates me most extremely, and threaten some personal mischief unto me. Ensign Willoughby pretended to Ross that he was a Dutchman, and the Earl answered that Holland was well governed, and that Scotland also could do very well without a king. Next day Alexander Leslie was present, and said Ireland would certainly be invaded if the king came to blows with his Scottish subjects, a threat which Leslie himself carried out, but not while Strafford lived. Wentworth proposed, and Charles agreed with alacrity, if indeed he did not himself make the first suggestion, that the covenant should be met by a new and very stringent oath, binding the Scots of Ulster not only to obey the king, but not even to protest against any command of his, and to renounce all covenants or associations not ordered by him. This is still remembered in Ulster as the Black Oath, and it is evidently inconsistent with all modern ideas of liberty. The manner of imposing it matched the matter, and we know the details from the evidence of an unwilling witness who proved in after life that he was as strong a royalist as even Scotland has produced. Charles himself proposed that means should be taken to procure a petition repudiating the covenant and in favour of the new oath, and his plan was strictly carried out. Wentworth summoned such of the leading northern Scots as he thought could be trusted to meet him in Dublin on April 27. Lord Montgomery, who was the chief of them, caught cold on the journey and desired to be excused, but the Lord Deputy, whether he believed in the cold or not, would not be so put off, and adjourned the meeting to his lordship's lodgings. The two Leslies, Bishop of Raphoe and of Down, took the lead, and the former drew up a petition which some of the laymen thought hasty. In the words of the oath, Wentworth would allow no alteration, saying that it had been well considered, but in the petition offering the subscribers services to the king, he admitted the qualification in equal manner and measure with other his Majesty's faithful and loyal subjects of this kingdom. For the rest, the petitioners declared their belief that the covenant had been imposed upon great numbers of their nation by the tyranny of the dominant faction. The fiery bishop who drafted the petition thought it much too mild, and the oath itself so mean as not to be worth taking. To one speaker who thought a little more deliberation would be advisable, the Lord Deputy answered, "Sir James Montgomery, you may go home and petition or not petition if you will, but if you do not, or who doth not, shall do worse." The petitioners were then summoned to the council board, and the Lord Deputy himself administered the oath to them, 2 or 3 at a time. The petition was signed by Lords Montgomery and Clandeboy, by the two Leslies, and by James Spottiswoode, Bishop of Clogher, who was brother of the Archbishop of St. Andrews, and had himself declined the Scottish primacy several years before. Of the 36 commoners whose signatures follow, the majority were clergymen, and at least 2 of them became bishops after the Restoration. It is quite evident from what followed that day represented only a very small part of the Scottish population of Ulster. The petition and oath were proclaimed by the Lord Deputy in Council, including Usher and Bulkeley. The oath was made obligatory on all persons of the Scottish nation of the age of 16 years and upwards, who inhabit and have any estate whatsoever in any houses, lands, tenements, or hereditaments within this kingdom of Ireland, and local commissions were issued for the enforcement of the order. If there is any ambiguity in the words quoted, it is as clear that servants as well as owners of property were in practice held liable. 3 peers, Clandeboy, Montgomery, and Chichester, sat as commissioners at Bangor in Down, and the former, who was acting against the grain, reported progress to Wentworth. The Lord Deputy believed there would be general and ready obedience to this, as to his past orders in Ireland, but Clandeboy reported that great numbers fled at his approach, and especially servants that their masters are doubtful to find sufficient to reap their corn. He believed that the chief obstructor was Mr. John Bowl, the preacher of Killaleek, the old blind man that was once with your lordship, but he abstained from arresting any clergyman, especially a preacher, without direct orders from the Viceroy. These orders were given at once, and the old blind minister was sent up to Dublin in charge of a pursuivant. He had already been forced to take the oath on his knees with a crowd of others, but not before time had been given to preach a sermon in which the Presbyterians were not obscurely compared to Daniel, and Wentworth to the ministers of Darius. Under such circumstances the parable would be remembered, and the backsliding easily forgiven. George Rawdon was so busy swearing all the Scotch men and women in Down that he could not go to Dublin for law business, and Mr. Spencer, another magistrate in his neighbourhood, despised the employment exceedingly. Numbers took the oath unwillingly, but numbers also took to the woods and mountains, leaving their corn uncut, their cattle untended, and their houses unprotected, and a great many fled to Scotland, where Bramhall was short-sighted enough to think they could do but little harm. He had himself prepared the ground by first depriving and expelling the Ulster ministers, whom Archbishop Spottiswoode called the common incendiaries of rebellion, preaching what and where they please. Among the refugees was one English gentleman, Fulk Ellis of Carrickfergus, who commanded over 100 of them at Newburn. The expenses of this contingent were paid by subscription, having no parish in Scotland to provide for them. One Margaret James, the wife of William Scott, a maltman, who had fled out of Ireland and were but in a mean condition, gave 7 22 shilling sterling pieces and 1 £11 piece. When the day after I inquired at her how she came to give so much, she answered, I was gathering and had laid up this to be part of a portion to a young daughter I had, and as the Lord hath lately been pleased to take my daughter to himself, I thought I would give him her portion also. Wentworth, who thought there were at least 100,000 Scots in the north, concentrated all the troops in Ulster and Leinster at Carrickfergus, which was enough to prevent anything like an insurrection. He insisted that the oath should be taken by all Scots without exception, except those who profess themselves Roman Catholics. Is it wonderful that the Scotch thirsted for his blood, or that he was believed, however untruly, to favour the religion of Rome? We are, said Bailey, content with our advantage that my Lord Deputy permits to go out under his patronage that desperate doctrine of absolute submission to princes, that notwithstanding all our laws, yet our whole estate may no more oppose the prince's deed, if he should play all the pranks of Nero, than the poorest slave at Constantinople may resist the tyranny of the great Turk. In Down and Antrim the Scots formed a great majority of the colony, and Scotland was near. In Tyrone and Londonderry the English element prevailed, and the more scattered Presbyterians had the worst time. There were some who would not yield, and either could not or would not fly. Many were imprisoned in Dublin, like worthy Mrs. Pont, whose husband had to leave the country, and who was shut up for nearly 3 years. The case which attracted the greatest attention was that of Henry Stuart, a native of Scotland, holding property in Ulster, who, with his wife Margaret, his daughters Catherine and Agnes, and a servant named James Gray, were brought before the castle chamber for refusing the oath. Attorney General Osbaldiston told the prisoners they were guilty of high treason, but that the king would mercifully accept fines. He laid down in the boldest way the kings derive no authority from the people, but directly from above, and that everything done against their authority is done against God. Stuart was willing to take the first part of the oath, promising allegiance and obedience, but would not swear to ecclesiastical conformity, or abjure all other oaths. Wentworth told him that the whole form hung together, and that no mercy would be shown unless he took all the oath unreservedly. Usher practically agreed with Stuart, but Wentworth overruled him, and held with Bramhall that the non-abjuration of all oaths, bonds, and covenants was palpable high treason. Mr. and Mrs. Stuart and their eldest daughter were fined £3,000 apiece, the younger daughter and Gray £2,000, making £13,000 in all, and they were also condemned to imprisonment for life. They were told that if the king thought it proper to release them, they would have to first take the oath and to give security for their allegiance during life. The prisoners were pardoned by the king, but not until Strafford had been some time in the Tower, and the money penalties were also remitted. Whitelocke stated at Strafford's trial that Stuart was fain to sell his estate to pay his fine. He had to support his family in prison for 15 months and seems to have been half ruined, but he secured the favour of the Scotch Parliament, who recommended his case in London. In 1646 the House of Commons voted him £1,500 and Gray £400 out of the estate of Sir George Ratcliffe, then sequestered. The Irish Attorney General had married Ratcliffe's niece a few days after Stuart's trial, which adds point to the story. Gray, who had nothing of his own and was maintained in jail by his master, took an amusing and profitable revenge. He was employed in the spring of 1641 to promote a petition against episcopacy, and was said to have received £300 for his services. Signatures were easily got, but Bramhall said they were all of ignorant and obscure persons, not one that I know but Patrick Derry of the Newry, not one Englishman. After Strafford's death, Ormond and others who had taken part in Stuart's trial admitted that they had been mistaken and were excused, but the Lords Justices Borlase and Parsons offered some arguments in their predecessors' favour. They allowed that the case was one for the law courts and not for the castle chamber, but this error was not Strafford's, who followed a long-established practice. The heaviness of the fine was meant to strike terror into others and not to ruin the individuals charged, and they were even inclined to think that the sentence was just. It is nevertheless evident that the invention and enforcement of the Black Oath by prerogative only was unadulterated despotism. The Roman Catholics of Ireland had much to complain of, but they were not called upon to take oaths which had no parliamentary sanction. When Strafford was impeached, Two witnesses swore that at the time of Stuart's trial he had openly threatened to root out, stock, and branch all Scots who would not conform, and had called them rebels and traitors. This, no doubt, was said hastily and in anger, but he afterwards expressed the same sentiments when he had had plenty of time to think. Writing to Ratcliffe from York more than a year later, he proposed to banish all the under-Scots in Ulster by proclamation, grounded upon a request from his subservient Irish Parliament. By under-Scots he meant all who had not given hostage to fortune by acquiring considerable estates and land. There were 40,000 able-bodied Scots ready to welcome Argyll if he landed in Ireland, and that chief was cunning enough to tempt the mere Irish, the ancient dependents of the O'Neills in that province, to strike a blow for lands and liberty. A vote of this kind in the Irish Parliament would help the king much, for it would infallibly create a perpetual distrust and hatred between England and Scotland, and would add to his Majesty's reputation in foreign parts. The banishment might be called conditional upon the continuance of hostilities. As to the owners of considerable estates, there were but few, and the loss to them of all their tenants and servants was nothing to the general peace which would follow the expulsion of the under-Scots, who are so numerous and so ready for insurrection, and who were already armed. Even those who had taken the Black Oath were to be treated as prospective rebels. Shipping was to be provided at once, and the exiles landed in some bays or locks where the Campbell galleys could not reach them. Ratcliffe, who was in Dublin, kept this letter to himself, for he saw that the plan was impossible, and he knew that the House of Commons there was already getting out of hand. Strafford believed that something equivalent to a state of siege existed, and that he was therefore justified in the most extreme measures. History may make excuses, but to the Long Parliament he was the man who had encouraged them to oppose the king, who had then gone over to the side of prerogative, receiving titles and power as the price of desertion, and who was ready to dragoon better men into submission. To honest Scotch Covenanters he was of course the arch-enemy, and those who espoused their cause from selfish motives knew that his interests were not theirs. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wentworth's plans of forfeiture and settlement. It was natural, considering the history of the country, that very few titles to Irish land should be absolutely without flaw. This uncertainty affected all business transactions, and nothing was so much longed for as a possessory title of 60 years, such as James had granted by statute in England. But the opportunity of increasing revenue was too good to be lost, and Charles, just before Wentworth's arrival, issued to him and others a commission for defective titles, which gave almost unlimited power to compound with the owners of property, and to give them fresh titles in consideration of such payments as the commissioners might think fair. Valid grants from the Crown were not to be disturbed, and lands appropriated to certain public uses were also accepted. Everything else was at the mercy of the Commission, but a title once granted was to be confirmed by the next Parliament. An act did pass in 1634, confirming such grants as had been already made, and prospectively ratifying those still to come. But Wentworth contemplated new settlements like that of Ulster, and the commission gave him enormous power. He advised the king to give 4 shillings in the pound to the Chief Justice and Chief Baron out of all increase of revenue for the first 12 months, and so secure £5 a year for ever. And this he found to be the best advice that ever was, for now they do intend it with a care and diligence such as if it were their own private. A commission to the henwife has been commonly found to increase the number of eggs, but the idea is scarcely applicable to a Chief Justice. Wentworth was not corrupt himself, and he condemned corruption in others, but in his zeal for the crown he advised Charles to do a far worse thing than any that had brought down Bacon from his high estate. Among the 26 acts passed in the second session of Wentworth's obedient Parliament, there were several relating to the tenure and alienation of land. Secret leases for long terms and other fraudulent conveyances were so common that titles to property were much obscured. Feudal burdens were shirked and private injustice was often done. The general drift of Wentworth's legislation was to secure the public registration of deeds and wills and to make the actual possession of land presumptive proof of its ownership. This reform, he wrote, will without question gain the crown 6 wardships for one, besides an opportunity to breed the best houses up in religion as they fall, which in reason of state is of infinite consequence, as we see experimentally in my Lord of Ormond, who, if he had been left to the education of his own parents, had been as mere Irish and Papist as the best of them, whereas now he is a very good Protestant, and consequently will make not only a faithful but a very affectionate servant to the crown of England. The gain through court of wards he afterwards reported to be £4,000 a year. The gain to his great scheme of plantation was obvious. Here again there was much immediate profit to the crown, and more in prospect by the establishment of an English and a Protestant population. All the Protestants, he said, are for plantations, all the others against them. If juries drawn from the recusant majority could be got to find the king's title to their lands, so much the better. If not, there was a Protestant majority in the House of Commons, and the lands requisite for colonization might be passed to the king by immediate act of Parliament. One of the districts selected was north part of Tipperary, called Ormond, where the Earl had grants which would have been fatal to Wentworth's scheme, but that he at once declared himself willing to cooperate. In Thomond or Clare, Lord Inchiquin prudently followed Ormond's example, but in neither case was time given to Wentworth for the establishment of his projected colony. The sept of the O'Brennans had long been in practical possession of Edo, the northern part of Kilkenny, which includes Castle Comer. The king's title was found in the usual way, and the territory was granted to Wansford, who bought out certain other claimants, and who even made some attempts to compensate the O'Brennans. Many English tenants were established, and Wansford's representatives, after having been ousted during the rebellion, held their own under the Commonwealth and after the Restoration. Wentworth claimed the whole of Connaught for the crown. The general idea was that 1/4 of the land should be given to settlers, and that the old owners should receive a valid title for the remainder. Leitrim had been lately planted, and the other 4 counties were now claimed. Galway was thought the most likely to resist, and was left to the last, lest its example should corrupt the others. The commissioners for the new plantation were the Lord Deputy himself, Lord Dillon, acting President of Connaught, Lord Ranelagh, Sir Gerard Lowther, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, Wentworth's friend Wansford, his secretaries Mainwaring and Ratcliffe, and Sir Adam Loftus of Rathfarnham, who always supported him. The commissioners arrived at Boyle on July 9, 1635, and went to work without delay. Before leaving Dublin, Wentworth had directed the sheriff to impanel a jury of the best estates and understandings in the county of Roscommon. My reason, he said, was that this being a leading case for the whole province, it would set a great value in their estimation upon the goodness of the king's title, being found by persons of their qualities, and as much concerned in their own particulars as any other. Again, finding the evidence so strong as, unless they went against it, they must pass for the king, I resolved to have persons of such means as might answer the king a ground fine in the castle chamber in case they should prevaricate, who in all seeming, even out of that reason, would be more fearful to tread shamelessly and impudently aside from the truth than such as had less or nothing to lose. The threatened landowners asked for an adjournment, but Wentworth said the chancery proceedings begun 20 days before were notice enough. Counsel having been heard on both sides, Wentworth told the jury that the king's great object was to make them a civil people, that the plantation was the readiest means to that end, and that his Majesty would not only take from them nothing that was theirs, but would also give them something that was his. In other words, they were to be allowed to retain 3/4 of what they and everyone else supposed to be their own property. No legally valid grant should be questioned, but God knows, he told Coke, very few or none of their patents are good. The evidence, Wentworth told the jury, was clear, and if they acknowledged it frankly, they should have easy terms. But the king would have his way anyhow, and perhaps it would be best for him that they should deny his title, for in that case he would get all he wanted by a process in the exchequer, and they could then expect no mercy. With this threat hanging over them, the Roscommon gentlemen thought it prudent to submit, and found the king's title to the whole county. Sligo on the 20th and Mayo on the 31st followed the example of Roscommon, but at Portumna in Galway the commissioners met with a very different reception. The county, and especially the eastern part of it, was much under the influence of the Earl of Clanricarde. It contained hardly any Protestant freeholders, and the influence of the Roman Catholic clergy was very great. Clanricarde was in England with his son, but his nephew, Lord Mountnorris, attended to lead the opposition. Another nephew was on the jury, and so was John Donnellan, the Earl's agent or steward. The jury, with 2 exceptions, found against the king's title, and it was observed that those who voted after Donnellan did so with much greater decision than those who voted before him. Richard Burke, Clanricarde's nephew, was fined £500 for endeavouring to influence a brother juror by pulling his sleeve while he was speaking with the commissioners. Wentworth was very angry, and resolved to carry out his plan notwithstanding, but with the difference that half the land in Galway was to be confiscated instead of a quarter, as in the other 3 counties. The disobedient shire should be fully lined and planted with English, and bridles in the meantime with sufficient garrisons. And for those councillors at law, the commissioners reported, who so laboured against the king's title, we conceive it is fit that such of them as we shall find reason to proceed withal be put to take the oath of supremacy, which if they refuse, that then they be silenced, and not admitted to practice as now they do, it being unfit that they should take benefit by his Majesty's graces, that take the boldness after such a manner to oppose his service. Wentworth had taken much credit to himself at Boyle for allowing counsel to appear before the commissioners, and this was how he understood freedom of speech. The sheriff was fined £1,000 and bound over to appear in the castle chamber on the charge of packing the jury, who were also bound over to be dealt with there. A proclamation was issued to give the county generally an opportunity of disavowing the jury, and this was so far successful that a verdict was obtained for the king at Galway in April 1637. Charles thoroughly approved of the fines, the imprisonments, and the proclamations, and in particular held it just and reasonable that the Galway landowners should lose half their property instead of a mere 1/4. The Earl of Clanricarde had distinguished himself by his courage and fidelity at Kinsale, and had enjoyed the especial favour of Queen Elizabeth. He had afterwards married Walsingham's daughter, the widow of Sidney and Essex. His services thus entitled him to consideration, and his connection secured him friends at court. In 1616, James I, after a full inquiry by 2 secretaries of state, had made him governor of the county and town of Galway, in such a manner as to make him independent of the president of Connaught. This patent expired with James, but it was amply renewed by his successor for the life of the earl and his eldest son. These facts were perfectly well known to Wentworth, but he advised the king to break his word and revoke the patent on the purely technical ground that a judicial office could not be granted in reversion. Clanricarde died within the year, and it was reported by Wentworth's enemies that hard usage had broken his heart. They might as well, said the Lord Deputy, have imputed unto me for a crime his being 70 years old. There was more reason for imputing to him the death in prison of Martin Darcy, the unfortunate sheriff of Galway. My arrows, he said on this point, are cruel that wound so mortally, but I should be more sorry by much the king should lose his fine. The king did not revoke the patent for the government of Galway, and the young Earl of Clanricarde, who was to play so important a part in the Civil War, seems from the first to have enjoyed much influence at court. The Galway jurors were tried in the Castle Chamber in May 1636 and sentenced to pay £4,000 each as a fine, to be imprisoned until payment, and to acknowledge their fault at the assizes upon their knees and in open court. The fine was afterwards reduced at Clanricarde's request, and the difficulties with Scotland began before any real progress could be made with the new settlement. Wentworth maintained the king's title to Connaught on purely legal grounds, not seeming to realize that mere legality was an inadequate foundation for what was virtually wholesale forfeiture. Some modern writers who admire or excuse his policy have stated that he set up a title which would satisfy lawyers, but no one had a greater contempt for the letter of the law when it stood in his way, and it is the substantial justice of his action that is really in question. The Elizabethan lawyers knew perfectly well that the feudal ownership of Connaught was vested in Edward IV and his successors, but they did not therefore consider that the land was at the Queen's mercy. The chiefs and landowners of the province had been acknowledged over and over again, and had always yielded something to the crown by way of cess. Sidney and Perrott reduced this uncertain impost to a small but fixed rent, and by so doing confirmed the tenure of those who paid it. It is very true that the exact terms of the contract had seldom been fulfilled by the Irish, and that most of them had been engaged in rebellious actions after the composition. That might have been a reason for forfeiting their land at the time, and demands for arrears of rent might have been made much later. But this is a very different thing from confiscation after a generation of peace. Nor was this all. On July 21, 1615, James I had written to Chichester directing that the Connaught landowners should have patents granted them in consideration of the composition made by Queen Elizabeth, and reserving the same rent in future. To this Wentworth answered that the recitals in the letter as to the fulfilment of the composition covenants were grounded on false information, that the inhabitants were intruders and had no such estates as could either be surrendered or confirmed. The patents actually issued were therefore void, as having been obtained under false pretenses, and for some technical flaws also. The monstrous result is that the whole population of Connaught were squatters and had no rights whatever. It is no wonder that the Irish Parliament had clamoured for a 60 years' possessory title against the Crown. Whatever other objects he may have had in view, profit to the exchequer was always sought by Wentworth. In the case of the Londoners' plantation, the mere money consideration was greater, and the political advantage much less, than in the case of the Connaught proprietors. Sir Thomas Phillips had almost ruined himself in his contest with the great corporation, who had certainly done much, but who could easily be shown not to have done all that they promised. Londonderry and Coleraine had been secured against attack, but the number of houses was less than at first agreed upon, and in the country it was found much easier to take rent from the native occupiers than to bring over the full number of English settlers. Commercial corporations who become possessed of political power are always tempted to pay too much regard to present profit, and the Irish Society of London acted to some extent as the East India Company did in later times. In the Bann alone, more than 60 tons of salmon, sometimes taken in one day, and this was much more lucrative than the slow process of settling English farmers upon the land. It was also much more convenient to convert the vast woods into ready money than to preserve them for local use, and their destruction was rapid. In 1803, the county of Londonderry, which had once contained the great forest of Glenconkine, was officially reported to be perhaps the worst wooded in the king's dominions. Wentworth saw his opportunity and determined to exact his pound of flesh from the Londoners in Ulster, since they were unwilling to pay arbitrary taxes at home. A side blow might be dealt to Presbyterianism at the same time. Proceedings in the Star Chamber against the Corporation of London had resulted in the summer of 1631 in a royal commission to collect evidence in Ireland, and special attention was ordered to be given to the representations of Phillips. The cause dragged on for 3 years, and early in 1634 Wentworth wrote to Coke to advise that in any case the grant of the customs of Londonderry and Coleraine, for which the grantees paid no rent, should be resumed by the Crown as unfit to be held by any subject, and especially by a body which owed the King £1,800. It is, he said, my humble suit that at the least you take that feather from them again, as not fit to be worn in the round cap of a citizen of London. The Londoners offered to compromise their case by paying a fine of £30,000, but this was refused. After a hearing which lasted 17 days, judgment was given in the Star Chamber at the end of February 1635, when a fine of £70,000 was imposed and the charter declared forfeited. The actual sum levied seems to have been £12,000, which was handed over to the Queen. The King, said Wentworth's correspondent Gerard, now hath good store of land in Ireland. The Londoners, said another gossip, the letter writer Howell, have not been so forward in collecting the ship money since they have been taught to sing high down dairy, and many of them will not pay till after imprisonment, that it may stand upon record they were forced to it. The assessments have been wonderfully unequal and unproportionable, which is very ill taken, it being conceived they did it on purpose to raise clamour through the city. In the following May, an order was given in the Star Chamber to levy the fine in London and to sequester the estates in Ireland. Bramhall, who had a dispute of his own about some of the lands, was appointed chief receiver, and the appointment was not likely to be a sinecure in his hands. Wentworth declared himself ready to carry out the forfeiture in the most drastic way. Would your Majesty, he wrote, be pleased to reserve it entire to yourself? It might prove a fit part of an appanage for our young master, the Duke of York. It may be made a seigneury, not altogether unworthy his Highness. And for so good purpose I should labour night and day, and think all I could do little. James's experiences in connection with Londonderry were fated to be of a much less agreeable kind. The hostility of the Londoners had much to say to both Charles and Wentworth, losing their heads. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cases of Mountnorris, Loftus, and others. Towards the end of 1635, Laud warned Wentworth that he was making enemies at court, especially on the Queen's side. They said that he was overfull of personal prosecutions against men of quality, Clanricarde, Cork, and Wilmot being particularly mentioned. I know, wrote the Archbishop, a great part of this proceeds from your wise and noble proceedings against the Romish party in that kingdom, yet that shall never be made the cause in public, though every advantage would be taken underhand. Wilmot had used his position as president of Connaught to build at Athlone, giving fee-farm grants of crown land to the settlers. It does not seem to have been alleged that he took fines for his own use, but the main facts were not denied, and he thought it prudent to obtain a pardon. He resented Wentworth's appointment as deputy, and being himself of a choleric disposition, he soon came into collusion with him. The pardon was not held to cover the whole case, which was brought up again by Wentworth. Wilmot made an ample submission and tried to soften the viceroy's animosity, while indignantly denying any corruption on his own part. There can be no doubt that he exceeded his authority, and the tenants at Athlone seem to have been willing to increase their rents to the crown. But the case dragged on, and was perhaps unsettled when Wentworth's government came to an end. No doubt the law was against Wilmot, but considering the pardon and the fact that he had made improvements, his treatment might be described as persecution by those who disliked Wentworth. The vice-treasurer, Lord Mountnorris, was married to a near relation of Wentworth's second and best beloved wife. This had not saved him from a rebuke for staying away from his work in August 1632, but for some years afterwards things seem to have gone pretty smoothly. Mountnorris supported the Lord Deputy effectively on his first arrival in Ireland, and at his suggestion received the king's thanks. But he was one of those who refuse nothing and resign nothing profitable, and he declined to surrender a reversionary patent in order to make room for an office-seeker favoured by Wentworth and by Secretary Coke. In May 1634, the Lord Deputy made his first serious complaint of the Vice-Treasurer for exacting 6d in the pound as a fee out of all payments made to the officers of the Admiralty. The English Privy Council directed Mountnorris to forego these fees until the king's further pleasure should be known, but the law of the case was probably doubtful, and he ventured to disobey. He supported the deputy in other matters, and at the conference between the two Irish Houses of Parliament, out of such scraps as he had gotten from the Parliaments of England, very gallantly and magisterially told the House of Commons that they had no power to administer an oath. Wentworth, nevertheless, became very anxious to get rid of him and to give his place to Sir Adam Loftus, who could be always trusted to obey orders. In April 1635 he told Coke that he considered Lord Mountnorris to be an officer of no great or nor quick endeavour to his Majesty's service, a person held by us all that hear him to be most impertinent and troublesome in the debate of all business, and indeed so weary are we of him, that I dare say there is not one of us willing to join with him in any private council. My Lord Chief Baron complains of him extremely in the Exchequer, that he disorders the proceedings of the whole court through his wilfulness and ignorance. He was a loose liver, fond of high play, winning often from young men, and even lending money at interest for them to stake again. Payments from the Exchequer were said to be delayed until a bribe had been given to his brother-in-law, and one case was proved. But Mountnorris denied all knowledge of the matter and made the recipient give back the money. Yet he continued to employ the culprit, and so gave good cause for suspicion. Mountnorris was evidently very unpopular, and doubtless with good reason. But he was not unwilling to resign his office for a consideration, and left the matter in Wentworth's hands. The latter was long unwilling to undertake the negotiation from his knowledge of the other's uncertain temper, and this caused so much delay that Mountnorris ultimately withdrew his offer, and the final rupture seems to have taken place at about this point. Mountnorris had a relation of his own name, who was a subaltern in the Lord Deputy's troop of horse. He was checked by Wentworth at a review for some irregularity, and replied by an insolent gesture or grimace. Wentworth laid his cane against the young man's shoulders, but without striking him, and threatened to lay him over the pate if he offended so again. Annesley doubtless deserved punishment, but it was scarcely a Lord Deputy's business to chastise offenders with his own hand. On April 18, 1635, Annesley, who was a gentleman usher at the castle, dropped a stool upon Wentworth's gouty foot, and this became the subject of conversation at a dinner at the Lord Chancellor's some 3 or 4 days later. Mountnorris said perhaps it was done in revenge of that public affront which my Lord Deputy had done him formerly, but he has a brother that would not take such a revenge. Something of the kind was said, but the exact words must be very doubtful, for it is not pretended that any one took them down at the time, and they were not sworn to until nearly 8 months later. In any case, Wentworth should have remembered his own dictum that every word must not rise up in judgment against a man. Annesley had a brother in Mountnorris's company afoot, and it was suggested that this was a hint to him from his superior officers to have taken up resolutions of dangerous consequence. It seems much more probable that Mountnorris was praising his own subaltern at the expense of the Lord Deputy's gentleman usher. Late on the evening of December 11, he was warned by a pursuivant to attend a council of war at 8 o'clock next morning. Shortly after the appointed hour, Wentworth came in, said he had called the court to do himself right and reparation against Lord Mountnorris, read the alleged words from a paper which had been subscribed by Lord More and by the Chancellor's eldest son, Sir Robert Loftus, and called upon the Vice-Treasurer to confess or deny them. The accused asked for counsel and to have the charge in writing, but he was told that councils of war allowed neither. To aggravate the case, Wentworth read the King's letter of July 31, in which he had ordered the sixpenny fees to be stopped. Mountnorris said the letter was obtained by misinformation. Wentworth said it was not his habit to misrepresent any one, and rebuked me, says Mountnorris, with worse language than was fit to be used to a meaner man and not a peer. More and Loftus swore to the truth of what they had signed, and Wentworth then ordered More to take his seat as a judge in a case where he had already given evidence for the prosecution. The Lord Deputy took no actual part in the sentence, but he was present during the whole proceedings, and all men dreaded his frown. According to the account forwarded by Wentworth at the time, Mountnorris submitted to the court, protesting that what interpretation soever his words might have put upon them, he intended no prejudice or hurt to the person of us, the deputy. Mountnorris himself, in his evidence given in 1641, says he offered to swear that he had not uttered the words and to bring witnesses to prove that the part referring to the public affront was spoken by others. Among the witnesses whom he says he asked to have produced were the Lord Chancellor and Sir Adam Loftus's son. He was ordered to withdraw, and after less than half an hour was called in again to hear his sentence of death, to which the court had unanimously agreed. My Lord Deputy, he says, took occasion to make a speech, and told me invectively enough there remained no more now, if he pleased, but to cause the Provost Marshal to do execution, but withal added that, for matter of life, he would supplicate his Majesty, and I think he said he would rather lose his hand than I should lose my head, which I took to be the highest scorn, to compare the Lord Deputy's hand with my head. The expression about his hand and his victim's head occurs in Wentworth's own letters. It was reported in London that Mountnorris had been actually shot, the parts of his body where bullets took effect being specified. Mountnorris had a company, as was then customary with great men in Ireland, but he was not really a soldier, and knew nothing of military discipline. The words charged against him were spoken, if spoken at all, in private society, and it is not easy to see how they could possibly affect the discipline of the army. Yet Wentworth and his slavish council found that they constituted a breach of 2 articles of war. That which involved the death sentence was the 13th. No man shall offer any violence, or contemptuously disobey his commander, or do any act or speak any words which are likely to breed any mutiny in the army or garrison, or impeach the obeying of the general or principal officer's directions upon pain of death. This article is perhaps not too severe for its purpose, especially in time of war, but does any lawyer, does any soldier, does any man of common intelligence suppose that it was intended to be applied, or could probably be applied, to conversation at a dinner party? And Mountnorris swore that he had never seen the articles at the time of his condemnation under them, and did not see them until June 1636. It does not appear that they had been acted on in time of peace. Besides all this, the court-martial was held without any notice. No time was given to summon witnesses. Wentworth himself, the prosecutor, presided in person, while the accused, who was not allowed counsel, was turned out of court, and one of the witnesses for the prosecution sat in judgment. At court many wondered that a peer of the kingdom, a privy councillor, a treasurer at war, though a captain, should be tried in a marshal's court for words spoken 6 months before, no enemy in the field, nor the Lord Deputy in any danger of his life by these words. Wentworth's energetic and talkative emissary, Captain Price, laid about with his tongue as to this and other matters, but it was the king that really silenced the voice of criticism. It was his nature to approve harsh measures, and in this case he actually made £6,000 by the transaction. Wentworth advised Sir Adam Loftus to spend money freely to secure the succession, from which we may infer that he intended it to be lucrative in the hands of a friend. Loftus promised the money to Coddington, who promptly gave it to him that really could do the business, which was the king himself. Probably only part of the money was for Coddington, and he was to give the rest to other officials, but he got the credit of surrendering the whole sum. Before it was actually received, Charles assigned it in part payment of £22,000, which he was spending on the purchase of an estate in Scotland. We may assume that the king was roundly satisfied without delay, for Loftus was made vice-treasurer at the beginning of April. The fact that the money went to provide an endowment for the Scotch archbishoprics does not greatly improve matters. Clarendon says that Mountnorris was notoriously unloved, otherwise his treatment would have been thought the most extravagant piece of sovereignty that in a time of peace had been ever executed by any subject. Lord Mountnorris, said Wentworth, was prisoner in the castle some 2 days, but upon his physician's certificate that the badness of his lodging might prejudice his health, I sent him upon good bond, restrained only to his own house, where he is like to remain till I receive his Majesty's further pleasure concerning him. Mountnorris makes the first confinement last 6 days, but the discrepancy is not of much importance. Chief Justice Shirley gave his bond for £2,000, and Mountnorris remained under restraint in his own house from the middle of December 1635 until the second week of April following. In February, Lady Mountnorris petitioned for her husband's release on the ground that his life was in danger, and reminded the Lord Deputy that he and his prisoner were connected by marriage. But Wentworth seems to have taken no notice of the lady's letter, and Clarendon endorsed his copy as written by her to Wentworth when her husband was under the sentence of death by martial law, and he was so hard-hearted that he gave her no relief. Lady Mountnorris went to London to try the king's mercy, and Wentworth made this a reason for shutting his victim up again in the castle. After 3 weeks he was again released by the doctors, in whose hands he remained for some time. In the meanwhile he had been superseded, and the vice-treasurership conferred on Loftus. Mountnorris was frequently brought before the council on charges of malversation, but it does not appear that any actual sentence was given against him, and he refused to sue out his pardon in consequence. He signed a submission to the king, but the deputy's pride was not satisfied, and he was again imprisoned during the whole of February 1637. In July, Lady Mountnorris obtained the king's leave for her husband's return to England, but this was not acted on for some months, and perhaps Charles did not intend it to be taken too literally. Writing from London to Wansford, Wentworth directed that he should not be allowed to leave Ireland, claiming that the case should be decided in Dublin and by himself. It was not till the autumn of 1637 that Mountnorris got out of Ireland, wondrously humbled as much as Chaucer's friar, and in a letter to his friend Conway Wentworth admitted his real motives. I told him I never wished ill to his estate nor person, further than to remove him thence where he was as well a trouble as an offence unto me. He had in short turned out an opponent and given his place to an adherent, and that seemed to him a sufficient explanation. Mountnorris's petition was presented to the House of Commons November 7, 1640, along with the sentence of the Castle Chamber pronounced December 12, 1635. He says Strafford conceived a causeless distaste against him, and thereupon endeavoured the revenge of some supposed personal neglect by ruining him. Being already Secretary of the Irish Council, King James gave him a patent of £200, with other emoluments, in reversion after Sir Dudley Norton's death or retirement. But Strafford falsely accused him of incivility to his brother Sir George, obtained a surrender from Norton, and, contrary to all right and justice, procured the said offices and fees to be conferred upon Sir Philip Mayne Waring, and maintained him in possession by his despotic authority. King Charles had made him vice-treasurer and receiver-general, and 7 years later treasurer at wars. He refused when Strafford required him to make a dishonourable sale of the said offices, at which he was so enraged that he trumped up the prosecution, and in a time of public peace and serenity within that realm, December 12, 1635, did call a council of war, and did accuse your petitioner of some words supposed to be spoken by your petitioner many months before, tending in his lordship's strained construction to the disturbance of government, and without allowing your petitioner liberty of clearing his innocence in a legal manner, or so much as an hour's time to make his just defence, proceeded to sentence at the same time, and although the said supposed words were no ways criminal, sentenced a peer to death. He respited the execution for the further advancing of his own ends, but used it to dispose of Mountnorris's foot company, and kept him a prisoner in the castle from December 12, 1635, until April 16, 1637. During that time all his effects and papers were strictly searched by some of his greatest adversaries by his lordship's direction. 20 days of close confinement, threatening his life, obliged him to submit and accept a pardon. After this, Strafford took advantage of his imprisonment to issue a commission of his own choice to inquire into his office, and made the misrepresentations to the king, who made Sir Adam Loftus one of his accusers, receiver-general and treasurer at wars. Information was laid against him in the castle chamber during his imprisonment and sickness as to his supposed misdemeanour. He was conscious of no guilt, but finding he would be tried by the same inquisitors, all prejudiced, he was reduced to the miserable choice either to go on suffering even worse, or to make a submission, as Strafford wished, whereupon your petitioner was enforced in an ignominious manner to make submission, hoping thereby to purchase his liberty and go into England according to his Majesty's directions. But he was kept in prison all the same. No one ever maintained that Star Chamber or Council had any jurisdiction to try questions of title between man and man, yet he had been deprived on a paper petition of a manor in Ireland after 18 years' quiet possession, and turned out by Strafford's own warrant, and he was deprived of his legal remedy in other cases. The witnesses to the words about revenge were Lord Moore and Sir Robert Loftus, who were present, but were not the original reporters of the expression. It is particularly stated that the sentence was unanimous, and that there was a breach of the 41st and 13th Articles of War, sentence for the first imprisonment, public disarming and banishment from the army, and forever disabled to bear arms, and for the 13th, death. The Articles of War were printed and published on March 13, 1633, and are the same as those used by Falkland, Wilmot, and others. Wentworth had probably distrusted Mountnorris from the first. The Lord Chancellor, on the contrary, had frequently earned his praise, and as late as the summer of 1636 a special grant of £3,000 was made to him on his recommendation. A few months afterwards the two men were engaged in an acrimonious correspondence about the appointment of a lawyer to do temporary duty on circuit. The explanation of this charge is to be found in certain legal proceedings which had taken place in the meantime. In the year 1621 the Chancellor's eldest son, Robert, had married Eleanor, daughter of Sir Francis Rush, whose sister long afterwards became the wife of Wentworth's brother, Sir George. It was alleged that the Chancellor had promised to settle monasterivan and £1,500 a year in land upon the young couple, and that the bride had paid over her dowry of £1,750 on this consideration. It was now sought, after all these years, to enforce specific performance of the Chancellor's verbal promise. The proceedings were taken by Eleanor's half-brother, Sir John Gifford, as her next friend, her husband refusing to be a party, though he had a solicitor to watch the case. It is not clear that the ordinary courts of law had no jurisdiction in the case, but it was assumed to be matter of equity, and a king's letter was obtained remitting it to the council on the ground that the Lord Chancellor was chief equity judge, and that he could not adjudicate in his own cause. Sir William Colley swore in a hesitating and inconsistent way at the trial in 1638 to what the Chancellor had said in 1621, who upon this ground was ordered to settle all the lands to the value of £1,200 a year upon Sir Robert Loftus and his heirs general, to the exclusion of the second son Edward, who was to have an annual rent charge of £200. The king professed himself anxious for the maintenance of the peerage, but the judgment, had it been finally confirmed, would have had the contrary effect, for Sir Robert's only son died shortly afterwards, and the property would have gone to his sister, whose uncle, as heir male, would have had the title with nothing to support it. This judgment was given on February 1, 1638, but the Chancellor was in no hurry to obey, having already appealed to the king himself, and on April 20 he was suspended by the Lord Deputy and Council, and ordered to give up the Great Seal next day. The seal now being so produced, Loftus was thereupon committed and remained under restraint for 16 months. It was afterwards pretended that this extreme severity to an octogenary public servant was caused by evidence of judicial misconduct in another case, but Wentworth did not say so at the time. Loftus may have been guilty of some irregularities, but nothing like corruption was proved against him, and it is probable that little would have been heard of these grave misdemeanours if his daughter-in-law had not been Wentworth's friend, and if her sister had not lately been married to his brother. In one letter he calls the Chancellor's wife a fury, and in another he speaks of that unclean-mouthed daughter of his, the Lord More's wife. More than 10 years before, Loftus had obtained a royal license to go to England whenever he thought fit, and to put the Great Seal into commission. He did not now rely upon this, but asked for special leave, and Charles granted it at once. The king's letter probably arrived before the suspension of the Chancellor, who sent over his second son Edward. The latter had been made a party to the suit against his father, and Wentworth considered that this aggravated his contempt, though Edward does not seem to have held any office. When the Chancellor was first summoned before the council, he was not required to kneel, considering his age and the eminency of his place, but a resolution was passed that neither he nor anyone else should be so excused in future. On the second occasion he said he would rather die than kneel, and on the following day maintained that no such compliance had been required from one of his rank and quality for 100 years, and that the Great Seal ought not to creep on knees and elbows to any subordinate person in the world. He refused to give up the seal or to bring it with him. Having received it from the king, he would surrender it only to an order under the royal hand. After this he was committed to the castle until the king's pleasure should be known. In his petition to Charles for release, he stated that he was very aged, and the prison very close and pestered with many prisoners. But Wentworth and his subservient council, fortified by a petition of Sir John Gifford, magnified the Chancellor's refusal to kneel into a great offence, and urged the king not to allow over to England until he had fully submitted to their decree as to Mana Vesteravan and the rest. The dispatch was sent over by Sir George Ratcliffe, so that no means was neglected to prejudice Charles against the old Chancellor. The leave was suspended accordingly, and in a later letter the king even blamed the overmuch forbearance and patience of the deputy and council, and ordered that the prisoner should not be allowed to go without acknowledging his fault and suing for pardon. After about 11 months' confinement, the king ordered that the Chancellor should be kept a close prisoner, whereupon Lady Loftus was forced to leave her husband, though the small sustenance whereby he liveth is ministered by her hands. His chaplains were also refused access to him. Afterwards just as much relaxation was allowed as to prevent the prisoner actually dying, and he was under restraint in his own house for a short time. A threat of further close confinement in the castle at last broke his spirit, and he made over his property to trustees who were all Wentworth's close allies. Wansford, Sir Adam Loftus, Lord Dillon, and his secretary Sir Philip Manwaring, the Chancellor had already made a submission to the Lord Deputy in terms sufficiently humble. Lady More made great exertions, and in June 1639 she was seen on her knees before Charles at Berwick, very earnestly soliciting for her father's coming over. His appeal to the king was fruitless, for Wentworth was in London before him and at the height of his power. In November 1639 the decree of the Irish Council was confirmed, and Sir Richard Bolton was appointed Chancellor a few days later. Less than 12 months after the decision of the appeal, the Long Parliament was sitting, and Wentworth was in the custody of Black Rod. Sir Robert Loftus and his wife both died before the Chancellor, who lived long enough to see all the decrees against him reversed by the English House of Lords. But the litigation arising out of the case extended far into the reign of Charles II. During the Civil War, the Irish estates were not of much use to anyone. Loftus was no doubt a difficult man to work with, for he had been on bad terms with both Falkland and Cork. He was stiff-necked, and Wentworth demanded subserviency, as he showed in the cases both of Wilmot and Mountnorris. Having been acting viceroy for 4 years, Loftus was not inclined to step down too far, and he considered that a chancellor's rights and position were quite independent of the viceroy. That no doubt was the unpardonable sin. Most men, says Clarendon, who had good opportunities of judging that weighed the whole matter, believed it to be a high active oppression, and not to be without a mixture of that policy which was spoken of before in the case of the Lord Mountnorris, for the Chancellor, being a person of great experience and subtlety and prudence, had been always very severe to departed deputies, and not for over agreeable or in any degree submiss to their full power. And taking himself to be the second person of the kingdom during his life, thought himself little less than equal to the first, who could naturally hope but for a term of 6 years in that superiority. Neither had he ever been before met with the least check that might make him suspect a diminution of his authority, dexterity, or interest. The lofty humour of this great man, says Philip Warwick, engaged him too often and against too many, and particularly one dispute with the old Chancellor Loftus, which was sullied by an amour, as was supposed, betwixt him and his daughter-in-law. Clarendon has some ambiguous expressions to which the same meaning has been given, and the fact that Sir Robert Loftus refused to join in the suit against his father is capable of being construed in the same way. Such charges, however, are much easier to make than to disprove, and we are not called upon to believe that there was any intrigue. Writing to his friend Conway in August 1639, he announces young Lady Loftus's death as that of one of the noblest persons I ever had the happiness to be acquainted with, and as I had received greater obligations from her ladyship than from all Ireland besides, so with her are gone the greatest part of my affections to the country, and all that is left of them shall be thankfully and religiously paid to her excellent memory and lasting goodness. Richard, Earl of Cork, was certainly the most important man in Ireland, and was generally considered the king's richest subject. He had made his great fortune himself, and it would be hard to show that it was not made honestly. There were many opportunities for speculation after the Desmond Wars, and he used them to the utmost, buying in the cheapest market and selling, if he sold at all, in the dearest. After Grandison's death he was made Lord Treasurer, and he was a royalist to the backbone. If Wentworth had been a constitutional statesman rather than a despotic viceroy, he would have made a friend of Cork, but he preferred to humiliate him, caring nothing for his hostility, provided some of his money could be diverted to the king's coffers. Like most public men in Ireland, Lord Cork was in possession of some land which had belonged to the church, and of some livings also. He purchased Raleigh's vast possessions for £1,500 after their nascent prosperity had been destroyed in the last Desmond Rebellion, and it was of no fault of his if the church had been badly treated at the time of Forfeiture. Lismore Cathedral has been burned down by the White Knight and his crew, but even in this case Cork made some attempt at restoration, and might have done more if his title had not been disputed by Laud and Wentworth, who made Bishop Michael Boyle of Waterford their stalking horse in the attack on his great kinsman. "I knew the bishop well," said Laud, "and would he lived in the college, St. John's, he would have done anything or sold any one for 6 pence profit. The sea lands at Lismore and Ardmore were leased to Raleigh by 2 bishops, and the blame should fall on him rather than upon Boyle, who purchased the property as it stood. Wentworth was in right trying to recover church property which had been wrongly alienated, but not in making the holder personally responsible. In the end, Ardmore was restored to the see, and Lismore was confirmed to the Earl of Cork. After the breaking up of the Third Parliament in 1629, Cork was pressed to lend the king £15,000 on the security of the Irish customs, and had some difficulty in getting his money back. Wentworth took care that he should pay his full share of the subsidy. "I do believe," he wrote in 1640, "there is no man living hath suffered so much by his Strafford's oppressions and injustice as myself, who with truth affirm that I am the worse by £40,000 for him in my personal estate, and £1,200 a year in my revenue, and all is taken from me by his power without any suit in law. He hath enforced me to pay £4,200 within this 5 years for subsidies which might have ransomed me if I had been prisoner with the Turks, and was more than himself and all the lords of the council paid for the last subsidy in England." Of the many disputes between the Lord Deputy and the Lord Treasurer, one must be noticed particularly. In 1464, Thomas, Earl of Desmond, founded at Youghal a college for a warden, 8 fellows, and 8 singing men, who were to serve the church hard by, and perhaps others in the neighbourhood. The institution slipped through the net which swept away ordinary monasteries, but the celibate life in common came to an end after the Reformation, and Weatherreed, Bishop of Waterford and Lismore, became warden. He died in 1592, having let the house to Sir Thomas Norris, and this lease was afterwards renewed to Raleigh's trustees, whose interest Boyle purchased. That he was thus in possession of church property was evident, but it was in lay hands before he acquired it, and he had bought out those concerned without any secrecy. The original title was not very good, and Cork took every means possible to strengthen his position. His cousin, Richard Boyle, Bishop of Cork, was warden many years before Wentworth's arrival, and in 1627 agreed with the 3 then surviving fellows to release their claims in consideration of life annuities, amounting altogether to £86, 13 shillings 4 pence a year. Both parties swore to fulfil their contract. Wentworth determined to prosecute Cork in the castle chamber for being privy to a fabricated bond, and for taking or imposing an illegal oath. Something would be recovered for the church, but the main object was to extract enough money from the Earl to pay off or reduce the existing crown debts in Ireland. Wentworth demanded £30,000 as a voluntary fine to avoid exposure. The charge of forgery was found to be false, and as to the oath, Cork, who throughout maintained that he had done nothing wrong, could show that it was voluntary on both sides, and of a character not uncommon in Ireland. His friends, including his eldest son, knew perfectly well what the result of a trial would be, and induced the Earl to pay £15,000, Wentworth pleasantly representing this as a saving of that sum to the accused. The day of trial was actually fixed, and Cork found his old antagonist, the Chancellor, sitting on a form in the gallery, who said he had read all the pleadings, and that there was nothing in them. "Then," says Cork, "I told his lordship that I hoped he would deliver his vote for my clearing. 'Nay, by my faith,' quoth he, 'I will not promise you that.' I replied again that if he were in my case, I would clear him, if my conscience did assure me he were not guilty. His lordship answered that it was very necessary for me to be exceeding careful for myself, for that it was not my cause, but my judges I was to fear. In the end, Cork had the property confirmed to him by the king, abandoning certain tithes and presentations worth about £700 a year, which were recovered for the church, but which were in lay hands when Cork acquired them. God's wounds, sir, said Wentworth to the Earl, when the last Parliament in England broke up, you lent the king £15,000, and afterwards, in a very uncivil, unmannerly manner, you pressed his majesty to restore it to you. Whereupon I resolved, before I came out of England, to fetch it back again from you by one means or other. And now I have gotten what I desired, you and I will be friends hereafter. The money was duly paid within 2 years. Laud congratulated himself on having kept the king steady throughout, but Charles seems to have had some misgivings, for he excused Cork from subscribing towards the Scotch campaign, and afterwards graciously accepted £1,000 in gold, which were sent down to the north after him. Sir Piers Crosby has been excluded from the Irish Council for opposing Wentworth in the Parliament of 1634. This action was sustained in England and might easily be defended, for the distinction between executive and legislative functions was not fully observed in those days. Privy councillors were then the real advisers of the Crown, and Wentworth might fairly object to one who was an open opponent. In modern times the cabinet has usurped the powers of the council, but no one could long remain a member without submitting to the prime minister in his parliamentary capacity. By withholding his confidence from all except some half-dozen Englishmen who owed their advancement to him, Wentworth made enemies or very lukewarm supporters of the Irish officials and their friends. Crosby had commanded an Irish regiment at Ray, but Wentworth wrote of him as a gentleman of so fine and tender parts, which qualifies him much better for a lady's chamber. Was there ever a man such an Adonis, think you? These words, or others to the like effect, were probably in circulation, and Crosby was in a position to give some trouble. Lord Esmond spoke openly against the Lord Deputy, and the death of a relation of his in prison furnished the pretext for a false charge. Robert Esmond was a shipowner, and he refused in November 1634 to take some timber of Wentworth's on board. His own defence was that the pieces were too long to be stored on board his vessel, which was already laden with wood belonging to the Chief Justice. Perhaps the Lord Deputy did not believe him. At all events, he shook his cane at him and sent him to jail. And as he died of consumption soon after being released, it is possible that confinement may have hastened his death. It was generally given out that he died of the beating he had received, and Esmond, Mountnorris, and others appear to have combined with Crosby to propagate the story. There is, Wentworth wrote, an impudent and false conspiracy against me, and verily, my lord, on this Friday, a day on which it pleased God to bring me forth into the world, I renounce all the blessings of this passion, if ever I did or had it in my thoughts to strike Esmond, and when the poor wand shall be shown in court wherewith I must have beaten the man to death, the impudent untruth will further appear to you. Lord Esmond himself seems to have ceased to believe the story, for he told Wentworth of the report early in 1636. It was not till 1639 that the Star Chamber in England decided the case in Wentworth's favour. Crosby was fined and imprisoned for a short time. According to his own account, he was released on paying the fine, but Wentworth alleged that he broke out of the Fleet prison. From the charge of killing Esmond, Strafford may be fully exonerated, but it can never in any age have been right for the Chief Governor of Ireland to shake his stick at offenders, either in his judicial or in his military capacity. It was originally intended that the University of Dublin should include several colleges, as at Oxford and Cambridge, and unsuccessful attempts were made to carry out the idea, but in fact the University and Trinity College remained one. Some short-lived halls were founded for the increase of accommodation. All the early provosts, except Robert Usher, who was educated in the college itself, were Cambridge men, and a Puritan, or, as we might say, a low church tone was generally maintained. Sir William Temple, who was provost from 1609 to 1627, made the distinction between senior and junior fellows, and it was soon decided that the right of election lay in the seniors only. Temple, who was not in orders, objected to wear a surplice, as directed by Abbott, who was Chancellor of the University. Bedell, who succeeded Temple, had a comparatively short tenure of office, but he signalized his reign by promulgating revised statutes and by taking steps for the teaching of Irish, with a view to approach the natives through their own language. When Abbott died in 1633, the Fellows, at the instance of Primate Usher, chose Laud for their chancellor. Laud would have preferred that the lot had fallen upon Wentworth himself, but Usher urged him not to refuse. The primate realized that his cousin Robert, who had succeeded Bedell in 1629, was not an efficient provost. His legal powers were too limited to control the senior fellows, who were always caballing against him, and he was of too soft and gentle a disposition to rule so heady a company. He was weary of his work, and would readily take an easier place and make room for one of a more rigid temper and stouter disposition. Both Laud and Wentworth were of the same opinion, and the provost was glad to accept the archdeaconry of Meath, and later the bishopric of Kildare along with it. William Chappell, Dean of Cashel, was chosen provost in his place, though he had positively refused to be named when Bedell resigned. Perhaps he thought anything better than residence at Cashel. God knows, he exclaimed, what I suffered there. He wrote his own life, or part of it, in Latin iambics, which are not very good for the head of a college, but he is perhaps best known as the fellow and tutor of Christ, who is supposed to have flogged John Milton. Wentworth went to the college himself, and ordered the fellows to elect Chappell, which they readily did. In any case, the king had determined that he should be the man. Laud re-edited Bedell's revised statutes, and reduced the number of visitors from 7, among whom Usher had a preponderating influence, to 3, namely himself, the primate, and the Archbishop of Dublin, who was an Englishman and certain not to oppose the crown. Chappell was found to be a useful instrument, though he did not work at all smoothly, and Wentworth insisted on his accepting the bishopric of Cork and holding it along with the provostship. This he was unwilling to do, having sworn that he would not seek such a plurality of office, either directly or indirectly, but he was overruled by Wentworth and Radcliffe. Both Usher and Bramhall objected, and Laud evidently had misgivings, though he yielded to the Lord Deputy. The distance of Cork from Dublin seemed to him a real obstacle, though he considered that the appointment was not illegal, since the provost had not in any way solicited his bishopric. So here I stick, cries Chappell, distracted between remote places, both full of quarrels, which my soul abhors, as my body does the journeys. Chappell suppressed the Irish lecture, abandoning all idea of reaching the natives through their own language, and this was in accordance with Wentworth's policy. Above all things, wrote the latter to Laud, I would recommend that we might have half a dozen good scholars to be sent over to us to be made fellows. There will be room for so many once in a year, and this encouragement I will give them. Ceteris paribus, I will prefer them before any but my own chaplains, which I assure you are not many. Some were brought over accordingly, and one of them, named Harding, became tutor to Wentworth's son, but at the age of 11 he could hardly be considered a specimen undergraduate. Falkland had also placed his eldest son in the college, where he took his degree at 15. Wentworth's plan was to put Englishmen into every position of power or influence in Ireland, and to depress all of native birth. Even Primate Usher, though the Lord Deputy respected and admired him, had much less influence than Bramhall. The king was to be absolute in both islands, and state being reduced to uniformity. That was thorough. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strafford's government, 1638 to 1640. Wentworth was in England from the beginning of June until late in November 1636, rooms being assigned to him at Campden Court. Wansford and the Chancellor were Lords Justices, and very careful to do nothing of themselves, so that the Lord Deputy found the situation unchanged at his return. His best work in Ireland was already done, and he was able to give a very good account of it. £30,000 a year had been recovered for the church, impropriations in the hands of the crown having been all restored to the clergy. A high commission court had been erected and measures taken to prevent improvident leases of church lands. Some progress had been made in restoring the churches, most of which had been roofless ruins since the Desmond and Tyrone wars. Decency was re-established in service time, as to which it may be sufficient to say that Wentworth had found the communion table was sat upon as ordinary as any other place. The English canons were put in force and the 39 articles adopted, those of Ireland silenced and passed by. He had found an excess of expenditure amounting to £24,000 over income, and a debt of £94,000. An equilibrium had now been established, and the arrears cleared off, and a future surplus of £50,000 might be secured if his plans were not thwarted by hasty grants. He had inspected every single man of the 2,000 foot and 600 horse forming his army, the great peacemaker between the British and the natives, between the Protestant and the Papist, whereas some former generals had been several years in Ireland without reviewing one company. The troops were properly clothed, armed, and paid, and discipline was so strict that the soldiers dared not take a chicken without paying at the owner's price. The law had been assimilated by the late Parliament to that of England, and its administration was greatly improved. Trade had increased by the almost total suppression of piracy, and means were taken to encourage the growing and spinning of flax. But revenue was in his eyes the most important part of commerce, and the cloth business was depressed because it interfered with an English staple industry, the rather than by the wool of Ireland. The king hath 4 times custom, first when it is brought into England, and here when it is landed, and then here when it is transported in cloth, and also for the commodities which is returned. On the other hand, he persuaded the king to take off a lately imposed export duty of 4 shillings a ton on coal for Ireland, and another heavy one on horses, which interfered with his military plans, and an import duty of 18 pence and 6 pence respectively upon Irish cattle and sheep. Wentworth was useful to the king in the ship money trouble as well as in Ireland, more than once expressing a wish that Mr. Hampden should be well whipped into his right senses. He had Charles's entire approbation, and wished for a mark of honour to carry back to his government, without which it might be supposed that he was more or less in disgrace at court. The last rebuff had made him shy, and this time he used Laud's mediation, but the earldom was again refused. No answer was given to the archbishop, who had observed that his majesty loved extremely to have such things, especially once moved, to come from himself, and on this occasion the sovereign laid down that titles were useful not to quell envy but to reward service. He had not much regard for his minister's feelings. Wentworth knew very well that his hold upon Ireland depended on the belief that he was firmly rooted in the king's favour, and he would have liked some outward and visible sign of it. He left London victorious for the time, but knowing that he had many enemies in high places and very few real friends. During this visit he formed a close alliance with Lady Carlisle, who had been lately left a widow. Her husband bequeathed to her his interest in Ireland, the value of which depended much upon the goodwill of the all-powerful Lord Deputy. Financial considerations may have moved the lady first, and Wentworth on his part may have desired the help of someone who stood well with the Queen. At all events, the admiration was mutual, for she even regulated her movements by his, and was repaid, as her sister Lady Leicester reported, by having more power with him than any creature. When he reached York he was nearly killed with feasting, after which he had a few weeks' rest in the country. "With what quietness in myself," he wrote from Gawthorpe, "could I live here in comparison with that noise and labour I meet with elsewhere, and I protest put up more crowns in my purse at the year's end too. But we'll let that pass, for I am not like to enjoy that blessed condition upon earth, and therefore my resolution is to set to endure and struggle with it as long as this crazy body will bear it, and finally drop into the silent grave where both all these and myself are to be forgotten." Wentworth returned to Ireland late in 1636 and remained there for more than 2 years and a half. He continued to pursue the policy already described, and as he had completely defeated his enemies at court, his power was greater than ever, notwithstanding the last rebuff about an earl's coronet. In every dispute he was victorious, though we know from what happened afterwards that there was deep discontent. He did not neglect his own affairs, and though he knew well by how frail a tenure he held authority, he, the founder of a dynasty, could scarcely have proceeded with greater confidence. As a man of fortune he could afford to wait for profits, and his delight in building and planting was great. He had £6,000 a year in England, which was a great deal in those days, and he told Laud that his expenditure in Ireland far exceeded his official emoluments. He did, however, acquire a large Irish estate, though he is not seriously accused of getting it by unfair means. In 1637 he had bought land worth some £13,000, but his debts had increased by more than half that amount. A country residence for himself and his successors, and another for the king's representative or for the sovereign himself, should he visit Ireland, occupied as much of his time and thoughts as could be spared from public business. His love of the country was genuine. Writing from his Yorkshire home in 1623, he says that his ambition there was limited to looking on a tulip, hearing a bird sing, a rivulet murmuring, or some such petty and innocent pastime, having recovered more in a day by an open country air than in a fortnight's time in that smothering one of London. He was fond of field sports, and as there were no partridges near Dublin, he trained sparrowhawks to fly at blackbirds. "It is excellent sport," he told Coddington, "there being sometimes 200 horse in the field looking upon us." In Tipperary he found plenty of partridges and killed them daily with his hawk, wishing that his children had some of the plums which that county also produced. In Wicklow he amused himself by shooting outlying bucks, complaining that he was bitten all over by much worse midges than are found in England. "Surely they are younger brothers to the mosquitoes, the Indies brag of so much." By a drastic proclamation he tried to preserve all pheasants, grouse, and partridges within 7 miles of Dublin or 5 miles of Naas. From time to time he sent eel, salt, fish, and dried venison to Laud, who much appreciated these delicacies, while laughing at the badness of the hung beef which Wentworth procured from Yorkshire. On one occasion he sent the Archbishop 92 skins of the pine marten, now very rare, to line a gown with. Ormond entertained him twice at Carrick-on-Suir and Kilkenny Castle, which he greatly admired, as well as the country round. In writing to his wife he praised or criticized the ladies' looks, but found no time to notice their dresses. At Kilkenny, he says, "The town entertained us with the force of oratory and the fury of poetry, and rather taught me what I should be than told me what I am." "They say I build up to the sky," Wentworth wrote in the autumn of 1637, but he had already several houses in Yorkshire, and his object was a public one. At Sigurstown or Jigginstown, near Naas, he had almost completed a palace at an expense of £6,000. The king might have it at cost price, otherwise he would bear the loss himself. He dissuaded his wife from joining him there while he was wrangling with workmen, but hoped it would soon be ready to receive her. Just 6 years afterwards, Ormond's truce with the rebels was signed in this very house, which still stands though roofless. It was built of bricks, probably Dutch-made, and there is a doubtful tradition that they were transmitted from hand to hand all the way from Dublin. Wentworth talked about spending £12,000 upon a residence for himself in what he calls the Park of Parks, near Tinnahelly, in Wicklow, intending it as a health resort which might enable him to disappoint his enemies by living a little longer. The foundations of this house, locally known as Black Tom's Kitchen, may still be seen, but the lands of Fairwood have for the most part been sold to the tenants, who have converted the fine old trees into ready money. Wentworth's last visit was in August 1639, but he seems to have lived in a temporary wooden building, and the strong stone house was never finished. He then hoped to leave to his son one of the finest places in the king's dominions, where a grass time may be passed with most pleasure of that kind. A good house and an income of near £3,000, with wood on the ground as much, I dare say, if near London, as would yield £50,000, besides a house within 12 miles of Dublin, the best in Ireland, and land to it, which I hope will be £2,000 a year. While at Donchester, after the Treaty of Berwick, the king saw a messenger from Wentworth who gave him his latest ideas on the Loftus case. Charles reached London on August 2, 1639, and within 3 weeks it was known that the Lord Deputy would be sent for and perhaps made Lord Treasurer. He arrived at his own house in Covent Garden on September 21 and became virtually chief minister until the meeting of the Long Parliament, though his advice was not always taken. Jackson remained in charge of an empty treasury. Lord Dillon and Wansford had been left in Ireland as Lords Justices, but Radcliffe was more trusted than anyone. Wentworth did not neglect the affairs of Ireland, but he had no time to write at length, though he was able to bring the Loftus affair to the conclusion he desired. He was particularly anxious that Lady Carlisle's interests in Ireland should not be neglected, and no doubt he often saw her. While devoting himself heart and soul to the king's affairs, he was under no illusion as to their evil condition. Writing from St. Albans on the morning of the day when he reached London, I find he told Radcliffe, "A great expectation is drawn upon me for which I am most sorry, and the nearer I come to it, the more my heart fails me, nor can I promise unto myself any good by this journey." On November 19, in the king's presence, the Privy Council gave judgment for Wentworth against the Irish Chancellor. Very soon afterwards it was decided, on his recommendation, that a parliament should be held both in England and Ireland, and he fancied that some popularity had come to him in consequence. So much did Charles lean on him that his presence at the opening of both parliaments was considered necessary. He tried to maintain Sir John Coke in office, but indeed the secretary was superannuated, and he failed to obtain the succession for Leicester, the appointment being given to Vane, whom he hated and despised. But he was made Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, a title which had not been conferred since Devonshire's time, with power to appoint a deputy and so to direct affairs on both sides of St. George's Channel, and he received the earldom which had been twice refused. He had the bad taste to take a second title from Vane's house at Raby, and the latter bitterly resented what was probably an intentional insult on Strafford's part, and I believe, says Clarendon, it was the loss of his head. Before taking leave of the king, Strafford attended a meeting of the council, where a subscription was opened to meet his majesty's most pressing needs, and he headed the list with £20,000. He left London on March 5 in the Queen's coach and six, which shows that he had been reconciled to her, and carried with him instructions as to the Irish Parliament. The king enlarged upon the enormities of the Scots, professing himself sure of Ireland, and demanding 6 subsidies to be paid in 3 years, but holding out hopes of 2 being remitted if the misguided faction in the North Britain should submit to his just desires. That he did not much expect such submission is clear from his determination to raise 8,000 foot and 1,000 horse in Ireland, the better and more speedily to reduce those others in Scotland to their due obedience. Strafford was attacked by gout at Beaumaris, but hastened over to Ireland, determined, whatever pain he might have, to be back in time for the opening of Parliament at Westminster. I should not fail, though Sir John Eliot were living, halt, lame, or blind, he would be true to the king's service, and he reflected on what he might be able to do with legs, since he was so brave without them. The Irish Parliament had been summoned for March 16, and the Lord Lieutenant did not land until 2 days later. The Lord Justices and Council had already determined to ask for 4 subsidies, for 6 had been voted on a former occasion, and they feared an exact repetition, lest the taxpayers might take alarm at the prospect of a recurrent charge. Nothing was actually done until Strafford arrived on the 18th, after 48 hours tossing in the Channel. On the 19th he summoned the council, and next day opened Parliament in state and confirmed the election of Sir Maurice Eustace as Speaker of the House of Commons. Eustace made a pompous oration containing 6 long quotations from Horace and abundance of other Latin. The Brehon law, he said, with her 2 brats of Tanistry and Irish gavel kind, like the children of the bondwoman, are cast out as spurious and adulterate. Every one rejoiced to see that the son of the free woman prevailed, and the king's subjects should boast that they only had peace, while France, Germany, Spain, and the dominions of the House of Austria were laid waste by war. In his opening speech to Parliament, which the journals say was excellent, Strafford, having heard Wansford and the rest, ventured slightly to vary the king's instructions. Instead of demanding 6 subsidies, he allowed 4 to be moved for, and they were granted with such alacrity that he acknowledged the plan of this council to be best, and confidently affirmed his belief that the Commons would be ready to give as many subsidies more after the first 4 had been levied. Some members indeed declared themselves ready to give the fee of their estates if occasion required, and to leave themselves nothing but hose and doublet. The native representatives were loud in their loyalty, and there were no dissentient voices, all expressing even with passion how much they abhorred the Scotch Covenanters. Not only were the subsidies voted, but a declaration of the most extreme character was agreed to. Both houses were ready to give their all for the reduction of the Covenanters, and desired that this should be published in print for a testimony to all the world and succeeding ages, that as this kingdom hath the happiness to be governed by the best of kings, so they are desirous to give his majesty just cause to account of his people amongst the best of his subjects. To complete the Lord Lieutenant's momentary triumph, the preamble of the subsidy bill was a panegyric upon that just, wise, vigilant, and profitable governor. He was given full credit for the commission for defective titles, for restoring the church and reforming the army, for his justice and impartiality, and for his care to relieve and redress the poor and oppressed. On March 31 he came down again to the House of Lords in state, and gave the royal assent to the subsidy and 8 other bills. The declaration had been entered on the Parliament roll, and Strafford took care to have some hundreds of copies printed for distribution by him in England. The clergy taxed themselves very heavily, and so a revenue was provided for some years. Strafford seems actually to have believed that the king was infinitely reverenced in Ireland, and that he himself was quite popular, though some spiteful people had asserted the contrary. God forgive their calumnies, he said, and I do. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strafford's army. As soon as the troubles in Scotland began, it was natural that Charles should expect help from Ireland. The first proposals came from Tyrone's grandson, Randall MacDonald, 2nd Earl of Antrim, whose handsome person had recommended him to the widowed Duchess of Buckingham. Having conformed to the state church to please her first husband, she reverted to her original faith to please her second. The marriage of his friend's wife was displeasing to Charles, and perhaps this made her second husband the more anxious to do some signal service, or at least to have the credit of intending it. Antrim was a man of much ambition and some cunning, but his practical abilities were small, and neither Strafford, Ormond, nor Clarendon rated him highly. He had been bred in the Highland way, and wore neither hat, cap, shoes, nor stockings till 7 or 8 years old, and a Highlander he remained to the end. His extravagance at court had involved him in debt to the enormous amount of £80,000, and Wentworth believed that the sale of his whole estate would not fetch such a sum. Hatred of the Campbells was his strongest passion. In July 1638 he asked Wentworth to supply him with arms to be kept in a magazine, Coleraine, ready to use in case of an invasion by the dreaded clan, and 6 months later he credited Argyll with the intention of getting a law passed that to the end of the world no Macdonald should be allowed to enjoy a foot of land in Scotland. Charles was doubtful how far it would be wise to entrust a magazine of arms to one of Antrim's creed, but desired the Lord Deputy and Council to favour him as much as anyone of his profession in religion. In February, Wentworth told the king that the demand for arms had not been pressed. My Lord of Antrim, perceiving I am not ignorant of his great want of money, his credit to be so low, and as not able to at this very instant to take up in Dublin poor £300. Charles, however, wrote to Antrim, encouraging him to fit out an expedition against the Scottish Isles by way of making a diversion in his favour. Windibank prudently sent a copy of the letter to Wentworth, who was thus prepared for a sudden visit from Antrim on March 9. The Lord Deputy's caustic criticism had taken some effect, and the proposed 20,000 men were reduced to 5,400. But the conditions of even this modified plan might have displeased a much more patient man than Wentworth. Among Antrim's demands were the right to appoint his own officers, power to cut timber in the royal woods, a loan of £20,000, and 4 of the king's ships under his own command, 12 field pieces, bows and arrows, muskets, carbines, pistols, swords, armour, and buff coats were all to be provided by government, and more barrels of powder than the royal stores contained. 100 old soldiers were to be detached to drill the new levies, and Antrim talked of bringing Irish officers over from Spain. Wentworth knew that the raw material of an army was plentiful in Ireland, and that 40,000 bodies of men, to use an old phrase of Sir Henry Sidney's, might easily be had. But to pay, feed, and train them was another matter, and no one knew better the difference between an army and a mob. Neither money, arms, material, nor drill sergeants could be spared to such a projector as Antrim. I desired, said Wentworth, to know what provision of victual his lordship had thought of, which for so great a number of men would require a great sum of money. His lordship said he had not made any at all. In regard, he conceived they should find sufficient in the enemy's country to sustain them. Only his lordship proposed to transport over with him 10,000 live cows to furnish them with milk, which he affirmed had been his grandfather's Tyrone's play. It was suggested that Argyll might drive off his cattle, and that Cantyre and the Hebrides were barren tracts. Antrim said his men could feed their horses with leaves of trees, and themselves with shamrocks. Wentworth doubted whether there were any trees in the western islands, and was at all events sure that they would not be in full foliage in the early spring, so that there would be no hurry. The end of it all was that Antrim found he could not have the whole resources of the government at his disposal. Having no money or credit, he could do nothing of himself, though the king gave him a commission of lieutenancy over the western Highlands and islands. Wentworth saw clearly the danger of raising a force in Ireland, which it would be impossible to pay. What sudden outrage, he wrote prophetically, may be apprehended from so great a number of the native Irish children, habituated rebels, brought together without pay or victual, armed with our own weapons, ourselves left naked the whilst. What scandal of his Majesty's service it might be in a time thus conditioned to employ a general and a whole army in a manner Roman Catholics. What a fright or pretence this might give for the Scottish, who are at least 80,000 in those parts, to arm also under colour of their own defence. With the general and soldiers alike ignorant of the whole scheme, would be much more likely to draw a Scotch invasion upon Ireland than to strengthen the king in Scotland. Antrim had not even decided in his own mind which island to land on. Any one of 80, he thought, would do. The idea of using the Irish army in Great Britain originated with Charles himself. In July 1638 he inquired what help he might expect in the event of an outbreak in Scotland. Wentworth answered that he had only 2,000 foot and 600 horse, and that it would not be safe to send away any, especially since the Ulster Scots undoubtedly sympathized with their countrymen. He would have Charles trust his English subjects, but could only recommend the most ruthless repression for Scotland. Leith might be permanently fortified and garrisoned at the expense of the Scots till they had received our common prayer book used in our churches of England without any alteration, the bishops settled peaceably in their jurisdiction, and English law substituted for Scotch. For his own part, he could only propose to concentrate a large part of his small army in northeast Ulster. At the king's suggestion, he raised 400 additional horse, a troop of 110 cuirassiers, being given to Ormond as the man in Ireland most able and willing to maintain them effectively. Money was sent to Holland to provide arms for the new men, and the equipment of the foot was also much improved. On October 22, Charles wrote to propose that Wentworth should provide a garrison of 500 men for Carlisle, and also some cannon if they could be spared from Ireland. The business was taken in hand at once, Sir Francis Willoughby, governor of Galway, being selected to command the expedition. The pay in Ireland was 6d. a day, in England 8d., and Wentworth asked that they might be paid on the higher scale after crossing the Channel. Charles promised, but could not perform this, though he did give some money by way of bounty, and in June 1641 the regiment was back in Ireland, and their pay heavily in arrear. Willoughby had been 40 years a soldier, 25 in the Netherlands, and his experience at Carlisle confirmed him in the opinion that the discipline of great garrisons was best maintained by paying the men well and punishing their misdemeanours. Each captain of foot was ordered to pick 13 of the best unmarried men out of the ranks, and the number was thus made up. Scots were carefully weeded out, lest they should be tempted to correspond with their own countrymen. The drafts were ordered to Ulster on pretence of garrisons being required for Carrickfergus, Londonderry, and Coleraine. For keeping a place, said Wentworth, shot is of more use than pike, and without controversy muskets of more execution than calivers. 350 were therefore musketeers, and the residue pikemen. Willoughby landed at Whitehaven on April 1, 1639, and was at Carlisle a few days later, where he remained until all idea of fighting the Scots had been given up. His regiment was the admiration of the whole country, and commanding officers begged eagerly for the loan of some of our soldiers to come and learn their soldiers to exercise. No glory was to be gained in that war, but the excellence of Willoughby's men was so evident that Charles determined to raise a new Irish army of 8,000 men, expressly to reduce those in Scotland to their due obedience. Wentworth had conceived this idea long before, but he intended all the men to be Protestants and of British extraction as far as possible. By the middle of 1639 he had not only his standing army of 3,000 men in perfect order, but had provided 8,000 spare arms, with 12 field pieces and 8 heavy guns. Wentworth was in England from September to March 1639-40, and as a result of this visit steps were taken to levy 8,000 foot and 1,000 horse in Ireland. This was the germ of the policy which ruined both Charles I and James II, and which has never succeeded with any statesman. To lean upon Irish Roman Catholic support in order to crush opposition in Protestant England was plainly the idea of Charles himself much more than of Strafford, for the latter saw the danger clearly enough, though he willingly neglected it in pursuit of his thorough ideal. It may be said that Strafford would have succeeded if his king had seconded him properly, but then no really able sovereign would have adopted such a scheme. Lady Carlisle has recorded that in addition to that which Charles consulted, there was another little junto that is much apprehended, consisting of Strafford, Laud, and Hamilton only. They have met twice, and the world is full of guesses for the occasion of it. The king's order to raise the new army was issued on March 2, and Strafford hurried over to provide funds in Ireland. He seems really to have believed that love and not fear made the Irish Parliament so subservient as to vote what he asked for. The raising of the new men was taken in hand at once, and he hoped to have them all ready at Carrickfergus by the middle of May, and in Scotland by the end of June. He would keep them together and pay them for 18 months, provided the king did his part. The conditions were that £10,000 should be at once given to buy necessaries in Holland, and £40,000 more at short intervals. We are resolved, Strafford told Windibank, to bring as much as possible to Ireland in specie, which will give a life even to the payment of our subsidies here, by the passing of so much ready money from hand to hand, than which I assure you nothing is so much wanting in this kingdom. The rents of Londonderry and Coleraine were to be remitted from the English to the Irish exchequer. All powder was much wanting in this kingdom. The rents of Londonderry and Coleraine were to be remitted from the English to the Irish exchequer. All power was to be provided in England without payment. The king's ships were to keep the channel clear. 2,000 foot and 500 horse were to join the Irish army in Cumberland, and Ireland was to be relieved from payment of the garrison at Carlisle. Orders were sent to London to draw the £10,000 at once, but when Strafford's suffering agony and borne in a litter reached Coventry in the middle of April, he was told that there was no money in the exchequer. Strafford had done his part, but the king could give him no help, and the Irish army never crossed the Channel. The mere fact that it had been raised cost them both their heads. No one saw possible danger more clearly than Strafford, but his political position forced him into courses which, in his cooler moments, he knew to be desperate. To enlist no Scots was an obvious precaution, but there were other dangers not less real, though more remote. The Irish, he told the king, might do good service, for they hated the Scots and their religion. Yet it is not safe to train them up more than needs must in the military way, which the present occasion past might arm their old affections to do us more mischief, and put new and dangerous thoughts into them after they are returned home, as of necessity they must, without further employment or provision than what they had of their own before. Nevertheless, his first and much safer plan of Protestant army was forgotten, and he proceeded to impress large numbers of Irish Roman Catholics. The dreaded result followed, but before that time he had perished on the scaffold, and the evil that he had done lived after him. The command of the new army was given to Ormond, the enrolment and preliminary drill being left to Saint-Leger, with the title of Sergeant Major General. The commissioners for raising the subsidies were entrusted with the levy, and officers were appointed at once. The old army consisted entirely, or almost entirely, of Protestants, and 1,000 men, drafted proportionally from each company, became the nucleus of the new force. Card would have us believe that in consequence of these veterans being invested with authority or in a state of superiority over the rest of the new army, had it absolutely in their power, and it was of little or no consequence what religion the other private sentinels which composed it professed. This might have held good if the army had been kept together with regular pay and under a stable government, but it was the day of disbandment that Strafford feared, and it was the disbanded soldiers who made the greatest difficulty when the struggle between king and parliament had almost paralyzed the Irish government. The bulk of the men who were raised to put down the Scotch Covenanters were Irish Roman Catholics, and would be sure to take sides against England when occasion offered. Even the officers were to some extent open to the same objection. In the regiment raised by Colonel John Butler in Leinster, Rory Maguire and Arthur Fox, both well known in the subsequent rebellion, had companies. Theobald Taaffe was lieutenant colonel of the regiment raised by Coote in Connaught, and Sir John Netterville had a company in that levied by Bruce in Connaught, and there were many Roman Catholics among the junior officers. The headquarters staff were all English Protestants, but their influence ceased with disbandment. There were many delays, but the whole force was at Carrickfergus by the middle of July, and a month later Saint Leger was able to say that no prince in Christendom had a better or more orderly army. The rout at Newburn took place a few days later, and after the Treaty of Ripon there could be no real chance of using the Irish army against the Scots. They were, however, kept together, and when the Long Parliament met in November, this was not unnaturally regarded as a threatening cloud. Strafford was beheaded on May 12, 1641, 4 days before Charles ordered Ormond to disband the new army, adding that to prevent disturbance he had licensed certain officers to transport 8,000 foot for the service of any prince or state at amity with us. These officers were Colonels James Dillon, Theobald Taaffe, John and Garrett Barry, Richard Plunkett, John Butler, John Birmingham, George Porter, and Christopher Bellings. Of these, the first 7 at least were afterwards active Confederates. Bellings alone sought to secure a regiment for the French service, and as became one who worked for Richelieu, he lost no time but slipped away, very quietly, with 1,000 picked men before the end of June, in spite of the efforts of priests and friars. Lieutenant Flower, who understood Irish, heard a priest tell the soldiers at Drogheda that they ought to stay, though they got only bread and water. Flower said the king allowed them to go, to which he answered that the king was but one man. The other colonels, having to deal with Spain, were of course late, and did not appear until Bellings had gone. Then, yielding to parliamentary pressure on both sides of the Channel, Charles changed his mind in August, and would only give leave to the 2 Barrys, Porter and Taaffe, to transport 1,000 men each. In the end, no skipping could be had, for the English House of Commons passed a resolution against the transportation of soldiers by merchants from any port in the king's dominions. The Spaniards had no ships of their own, and so the men remained in Ireland. Colonel John Barry did manage to embark some 400 men, but his vessel never left the Liffey. There can be no doubt that the disbanded soldiers were more dangerous in Ireland than they would have been in Spain, but it is unnecessary to suppose that the parliamentary leaders had any wish to make mischief in this way. Rudyard probably expressed the ideas of the majority when he objected to strengthen France by recruiting her armies, or Spain in order to enable her to crush Portugal. It was never fit, he said, to suffer the Irish to be promiscuously made soldiers abroad, because it may make them abler to trouble the state when they come home. Their intelligence and practice with the princes whom they shall serve may prove dangerous to that kingdom of Ireland. He thought work could be found for them as harvesters in England. The new army of which Saint Leger had been so proud had become somewhat disorderly when their pay began to be irregular, but the actual disbandment was quietly effected. Pay ceased on May 25, but the council managed to scrape up £8,000 out of the £18,000 due. Each soldier was persuaded to take 7 shillings as a donative and 3 shillings on account of pay, while £50 was assigned to each company for the officers, many of whom got nothing more until the Restoration. The men gave up their arms quietly and dispersed, having been reminded that they were amenable to the law and not privileged in any way. There were no outrages, and sheriffs of counties were especially charged to keep the peace. The disbanded soldiers in Ireland constituted a grave danger, as every one could see when the rebellion had actually broken out, and which some saw at the time of disbanding. But the other danger from great bodies of Irishmen in the pay of foreign powers seemed to many greater at the time, and was certainly not small. Antrim had failed, but Lord Barrymore had succeeded in raising men for service in England, most of whom must have drifted back to Ireland after the Treaty of Ripon. Barrymore complained bitterly of a swarm of interloping French mountebanks who wander on their levies with titles and commissions of their own stamp and coinage, with which they are so prided up, as some of them have dared to contest for pressed men with my employed servants. 300 volunteers collected for him by an O'Sullivan were thus enticed away, and he believed that Strafford's enemy, Sir Piers Crosby, was at the bottom of it all. Barrymore landed in Lancashire before the middle of June 1639, but with much less than the 1,000 men whom he was authorized to raise. He had no money to tempt recruits, and when his agents visited Kinsale, the common people ran away as from an enemy. They took bribes from the better sort. These camps even seized men actually engaged by the government and employed in the public service, and appeared to have taken a malicious pleasure in pouncing on English settlers where never possible. Strafford observed that this was not the way to encourage English enterprise, nor to make intended plantations a success. If the king wanted Irish soldiers, let him send over money to the regular officials, and they would do the work much better and cheaper than these Irish lords, who always, either out of too much love to their own or out of over little knowledge of the customs of England in these cases, express some Irish manner or other, either very unseemly in itself, or pretending their own greatness further than well consists with the modesty of subjects. Barrymore, however, proved a brave and loyal soldier in spite of this bad beginning. The Spaniards were allowed to recruit in Ireland during the whole of Strafford's reign, though he had his misgivings from the first, and though he warned Charles even before he crossed the Channel for the first time. It had been the safer for your Majesty to have given liberty for the raising 5 times as many here in England, because these could not have been debauched in their faith, where those were not free of suspicion, especially being put under command of O'Neill and O'Donnell, the sons of 2 infamous and arch traitors, and so likely not only to be trained up in the discipline of war, but in the art of rebellion also. Secondly, as your Majesty's deputy, I must tell him, if the state of this kingdom were the same as in Queen Elizabeth's time, I should more apprehend the travel and disturbance which 200 of these my men might give us here, being natives, and experienced in their own faculties as soldiers, being sent to mutiny and discipline their own countrymen against the crown, than of as many more Spaniards as they sent in those days to Kinsale for relief of the rebels. This opinion he retained to the end. He was allowed to appoint 2 officers, and he selected men who could be trusted to give him a true account of what went on in the Spanish Netherlands. Owen Roe MacNeill became the favourite leader of the Irish in Belgium, but Wentworth preferred Preston. Nevertheless, men who were engaged for the latter's regiment very often went over to the former. The French also got no small number of Irish recruits, though they were less favoured by the government of Charles I. Intercepted letters in 1635 showed that Paris was pestered with Irish of all sorts from all parts, while whole companies raised for the Spanish Netherlands suffered themselves to be debauched by the French ambassador, and now serve under the French colours. Irish officers deserted the Spanish for the French service to get better and more regular pay, and Secretary Coke was clear-sighted enough to see that the Irish troops of both powers would probably turn against England in the end and join together to replant themselves at home. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Trial and Death of Strafford. Having done what was required of it, the Irish Parliament was prorogued to June 1, and on April 3, Strafford sailed for the last time, leaving Wansford behind as deputy. The gout, which he had neglected, took its revenge at Chester, preventing him from being at the opening of the short Parliament, and he had to stay at Bishop Wright's house for a full week. He then travelled by litter all the way to London and reached Leicester House on April 18, where he remained generally very ill until August 24. Few believed that he would recover, still fewer that he would return to Ireland, and when the next session began, Wansford found that the government was no longer feared. Of course, it had never really been loved, but of the old Irish army, which he had improved, or of the much larger force which he had given orders to raise, Strafford had no doubts. Ill as he was, he wrote to the king from Coventry begging him to provide the necessary funds, otherwise he would lose the fourth part of his army, and that the part most to be depended on for absolute unquestioning obedience. Charles paid him several visits when he was unable to go out, but he did sometimes get to the council, and it was by his advice that the king went to the House of Lords and persuaded them to declare that supply ought to have precedence of grievances. It is not quite certain how far Strafford was to blame for the fatal dissolution of the short Parliament. He had advised that it should be called, and he urged the king not to run great risks because he could not get exactly what he wanted. But the popular fury fell upon him and Laud. Lambeth was attacked, and the archbishop withdrew to Whitehall, whereupon a lady remarked, "Black Tom hath more courage than his grace, and therefore will not be so apprehensive as he is, nor suffer a guard to attend him, knowing he hath terror enough in his bended brows to amaze the prentices." When Wansford met his Parliament on June 1, the wind had changed. Strafford was believed to be at the point of death, and the subsidies were being assessed upon an increased estimated value. This was arrived at by fixing a quota for each county and spreading it as equally as possible upon the properties therein contained. The government had hitherto been able to secure a majority by the votes of public servants in the Commons, but many were now absent with the army, and the Roman Catholic members were in power, nor, as it was a question of money, were they without plenty of allies. Radcliffe was in England, and it was found impossible to resist the passing of a declaration against the new method of taxation. Wansford was forced to allow the enrolment of the document in Chancery and elsewhere, and thus the administration of supply was transferred from the executive to the House of Commons. The constitutional point having been gained, the first subsidy was allowed to be levied as assessed, and yielded over £46,000. The second and third together, raised in the old parliamentary way, came to less than £24,000, and the fourth was never levied at all. Seeing that he could do no better, and that the House became more intemperate daily, Wansford prorogued Parliament on June 17 until October 1. Meanwhile the man, upon whom the weight of both kingdoms lay, was so ill that his recovery was doubtful. He could not turn in his bed, and relief was obtained by losing 12 ounces of blood. In writing to Ormond, Wansford mourned over the unhappy dissolution of the short Parliament. Strafford's mind was wearing out his body, and he could hardly bear to speak of him, if you did not love this man well. It is true, if the favour and grace of a prince shall recover him, he shall not perish, for those are heaped upon him every day. But if the good man's heart be more willing to spend himself in great business than to contemplate his own safety, or to live upon such favours, who can help him? I know you love him, and you shall know when we hear better of him. When he seemed to be recovering, Charles paid him a visit that nearly proved fatal. Strafford left off his warm gown to receive the king, which caused a relapse, and involved the loss of 18 ounces of blood. It is surprising that the doctors did not bleed him to death. It was not till a month later, at the end of June, that Radcliffe reported steady progress towards recovery. Early in July, Strafford was at Sion's house, and can have derived little comfort from association with Northumberland, who disagreed with his views and believed an invasion of Scotland impossible. But Charles was determined to go to the north, and at this time intended that the Lord Lieutenant should return to Ireland and take charge of the new army. In the meantime he ordered him to attend every day at Oatlands until he himself started for York, which was not till August 20, and at that moment Wansford was expecting him in Ireland. But Northumberland was ill, and Strafford became commander-in-chief. Conway had been routed at Newburn, and the Scots were in possession of Newcastle before the unfortunate general had time to do anything. "Pity me," he wrote to Radcliffe, "for never came any man to so lost business. The army unexercised and unprovided of all necessaries. That part which I bring now with me from Durham, the worst I ever saw. Our horse all cowardly, the country from Berwick to York in the power of the Scot, an universal affright in all, a general disaffection to the king's service, now sensible of his dishonour. In one word, here alone to fight with all these evils without any one to help. God of his goodness deliver me out of this, the greatest evil of my life." After Newburn there was no serious attempt to fight the Scots, and Strafford never had any opportunity of showing what he could do as a general. His health was bad, his army unpaid and without enthusiasm, and the people generally but half-hearted. Even his own Yorkshiremen were anxious for a new Parliament, and many could see clearly that the Scots were upholding the cause of both nations. Still he had influence enough to get the gentlemen of the county to undertake for the payment of their train bands, and for this last piece of service he was made a Knight of the Garter. He had now reached the utmost height to which, according to the last Roman poet, the gods raise men in order that their fall may be the heavier. The great council of peers met at York on September 25, and still sat till October 28, and Strafford took an active part in the debates. He had a sharp encounter in the king's presence with the new Lord Clanricarde, ending in the latter's Connaught titles being confirmed and all his privileges restored. The negotiations with the Scots were carried on at Ripon by commissioners representing both sides, but the Earl of Strafford says Clarendon had not amongst them one friend or person civilly inclined towards him. The king wished them to meet under his eye at York, but the Scots positively refused to put themselves into the power of an army commanded by Strafford, whom they denounced as a chief incendiary. They were quite justified in saying that he talked freely of them as traitors and rebels, and desired their utter ruin. He had already suggested the use of his Irish army against them, and 10 days later he offered to bring over at 2 days' warning 8,000 foot, 2,000 horse, and 60 guns, if there be shipping to convey them. In Scotland it was believed that these troops had actually landed in England, and that a battle was expected. The Scots at Ripon were so far successful as to have an allowance made to their forces of £850 a day for 2 months, and to get the negotiations adjourned to London, where they would be among friends. At the head of an army whose discipline he might be able to improve, Strafford was still formidable, and he had more friends in Yorkshire than anywhere else, but both king and queen urged him to leave this comparative safety and to trust himself in London. After looking his last on Wentworth Woodhouse, where he spent 3 or 4 days, he set out for the south, having the king's written assurance that he should not suffer in his person, honour, or fortune. "I am tomorrow to London," wrote Strafford to Radcliffe, "with more dangers beset, I believe, than ever any man went with out of Yorkshire." He arrived on Monday the 9th, rested the next day, and on Wednesday morning went down to the House of Lords. That he intended to attack the parliamentary leaders is clear, but the plan was not mature, and he went away without speaking. This gave Pym his chance, and later in the day he appeared to impeach Strafford and demand his arrest. The accused man was with the king, but he hurried back to the house as soon as he knew what had been done. He was not allowed to speak, and had to kneel at the bar when he was told that he must remain in custody until he had cleared himself from the Commons' charges. The usher of the Black Rod, James Maxwell, a Scotchman, took his sword and carried him off in his coach. Bailey, who gloats over the fallen statesman, notes that he had to walk some distance through gazing crowds, no man capping to him, before whom that morning the greatest of England would have stood discovered. Maxwell was not a severe jailer, and for a while his prisoner had many visitors, but the Commons objected, and a few days later he was sent to the Tower, of which another Scot, Sir James Balfour, was lieutenant. Balfour, whom Bailey calls our good, kind countryman, might be trusted to obey the orders of the House. Ultimately, Strafford was confined to 3 rooms, in the outer one of which was a guard, and no visitors were admitted to see him without the lieutenant's special permission. It must, however, be supposed that he was allowed some exercise. Communication of any kind was forbidden with Sir George Radcliffe, who was soon brought to London and imprisoned in the Gatehouse. Clarendon is probably quite justified in saying that the object of impeaching Radcliffe was to prevent Strafford having his help as a counsellor or witness. When the principal was once condemned, it was not found worth while to continue proceedings against the accessory. The Irish Parliament was prorogued from June to October, when Wentworth found it as unmanageable as before. The House of Commons lost very little time in attacking the method of levying the subsidies, and then agreed to a remonstrance which criticized adversely all Strafford's policy and formed the basis of the charges at his trial. This document was presented to the Lord Deputy, and he was several times asked for an answer. While waiting for this, the House appointed a committee of 12 members to go to England and represent the Irish case there. Clarendon says, and there can be no doubt of the fact, that Strafford's fate was largely determined by the conduct of this committee, who kept up communications between the revolutionary wire pullers on both sides of the Channel. Some of the members were afterwards engaged in the Irish Rebellion. They were empowered to call for all public papers in Ireland and to have copies free of charge. The remonstrance was carried over by them and was reported to the English House of Commons a few days later. On the next day, Wentworth gave his answer by proroguing Parliament. During the recess by the King's special order, he had the journals brought before the Council, and there, in the presence of several members of Parliament, tore out the 2 orders relating to the subsidies. Afterwards, when the tide had turned hopelessly against Strafford, Charles ordered the leaves to be reinserted, but they do not appear in the printed journals. The Lords were surprised by the sudden prorogation, but most of those who were in Dublin met and deputed Lords Gormaston, Dillon, and Kilmallock to carry their grievances to London. When Parliament reassembled, this action was confirmed, and Lord Muskerry was added to the number. Wentworth died 3 weeks after Strafford's arrest. The autopsy showed that his heart was diseased, so that distress of mind may have killed him, though his daughter does not say so. He was not long enough at the head of affairs to make much figure in Irish history, but he was an upright judge, made many reforms in the Rolls Court, and seems to have been generally liked. He advised his son to lead a country life, excusing himself for having done the contrary. The truth is, my affection to the person of my Lord Deputy, purposing to attend upon his lordship as near as I could in all fortunes, carried me along with him wherever he went, and no premeditated thoughts of ambition. Bramhall attended him on his deathbed and preached his funeral sermon in Christchurch. His daughter says there were not many dry eyes among the multitude present, and the Irish did set up the lamentable hone, as they call it, for him in church, which was never known before for any Englishman. The trial of Strafford, with the intrigues and discussions leading to it, belongs to the general history of these islands. The impressive scene in Westminster Hall has been dwelt on by historians and is indeed of surpassing interest. The king and queen were present throughout, and the concourse was such as England had never seen till then. Even hostile witnesses have testified to the inimitable life and grace with which the prisoner, under every disadvantage, maintained his cause against the accusing Commons, and before judges who had little sympathy with him. Lord Cork, though only a peer of Ireland, had been called up by writ, and Bailey noticed that he sat covered daily, his black cloak being conspicuous among the coloured robes. As the trial proceeded, Strafford's courage and eloquence gained him many supporters. The ladies were all on his side, and the Queen had ample opportunities of admiring his beautiful white hands. His object was to show, and it is generally thought he succeeded in showing, that no single count of the impeachment amounted to treason, and that he was entitled to an acquittal even if every charge was proved. In Fuller's homely phrase, no number of frogs will make a toad. The Commons, on the contrary, maintained that he had persistently striven to upset the fundamental laws, that there was a cumulative force in repeated offences, and that he ought to die the death of a traitor. The articles of Strafford's impeachment were 28 in number, and of these 17 from the 3rd to the 19th bore directly upon his government in Ireland. The third article charged that he had, in a public speech in 1634, declared that Ireland was a conquered nation, and that the king might do what he liked there, and that the charters of cities were obsolete and at the royal discretion. This was proved by several witnesses, of whom Cork was one, who declared that he had come to England with Strafford's leave, that he had determined to make no complaint, and that he had purposely left all his papers behind him. The answer to this evidence was that Ireland was in fact conquered, that the charters had been often violated, and that the object of his dealing with the Corporation of Dublin was to encourage the English Protestants who had been depressed by native competition and combination. All that he had done, however, was at most a misdemeanour, and no treason. In support of the fourth article, which declared that the prisoner had seized property by order in council, Cork deposed that this had been done in his case, that he had tried to appeal to the law, that my Lord of Strafford answered, "Call in your writs, or if you will not, I will clap you in the castle, for I tell you I will not have my orders disputed by law nor lawyers," and that on another occasion the Lord Deputy had told him that he would make an Act of State as binding as an Act of Parliament. There were other witnesses on the latter point. Strafford replied that there was no breach of Magna Charta, since the law and custom of Ireland had been followed, and that during the long interval between parliaments it was necessary to depend upon the action of the executive. The fifth and sixth articles dealt with Lord Mountnorris's case, which has been sufficiently discussed, and the eighth with the Loftus case and other accusations of arbitrary treatment by the Lord Deputy and Council, the general defence being that they had acted according to the established custom of Ireland. The ninth article contained a charge of unlawfully stretching the secular arm to support the power of certain bishops. One case was proved, but Strafford answered that he had discontinued the practice when he found its legality was doubtful. The 10th article charged Strafford with procuring the customs to be farmed, and the rates upon merchandise raised for his own profit. The facts could scarcely be denied, but the accused was able to show that he had objected to having a personal interest in the revenue, and that he was persuaded to do so by Portland, as the only means of inducing other speculators to undergo the risk. The 12th article attacked the tobacco monopoly, which Strafford had created by proclamation, and the 13th with doing something of the same sort in the case of linen. He looked upon tobacco as a superfluity, and therefore a fit subject for heavy taxation, but there can be no doubt that many traders suffered severely. The linen business had always existed in Ulster, and he tried to improve and regulate it, but no doubt he went too fast, and much hardship was caused. He did observe, he said, that the wool of that kingdom did increase very much, that if it should there be wrought into cloth, it would be a very great prejudice to the clothing trade of England, and therefore he was willing, as much as he might lawfully and fairly, discourage that trade, that on the other side he was desirous to set up the trade of linen cloth, which would be beneficial there, and not prejudice the trade of England. He made rules for the management of the manufacture, which he believed would greatly add to its value, but they had turned out too rigid for the working people, who could not so quickly be induced to change their habits. He had himself lost £3,000 by his share in the business. The 15th article charged that Strafford did traitorously, by force of arms and in a warlike manner, strive to subdue Ireland to his arbitrary will by quartering soldiers upon private persons without warrant of law. Hallam thought this came nearer treason than anything of which he was accused, but that the cases proved were too few to constitute levying war. There was much hearsay evidence, but enough was proved to make out a strong case. Edmund Byrne testified that soldiers were quartered on him by the Lord Deputy's order for not paying a pretended debt of a matter of £10 to a Mr. Archibald, and that they had done him damage to the value of £500. The 16th article was directed against Strafford's system of denying appeals to England except through himself, and of preventing anyone from leaving Ireland without his leave. In this, as in many other things, he had found the practice in existence, and had carried it further than his predecessors, so that it was thought worthy of special complaint in the remonstrance of the Irish Parliament. The 19th article was concerned with the imposition of the Black Oath on the Ulster Scots, and the fact was undeniable, but Strafford pleaded danger from the covenant which bound 100,000 people in the north out to their near neighbours and fellow countrymen across the Channel. The 7th, 11th, 14th, 17th, and 18th articles were postponed, and in the end were not proceeded with at all, and it was a bill of attainder, and not a verdict of the Lords on the impeachment, that brought Strafford to the scaffold. It may be granted that none of the charges taken separately amounted to treason, but the Lord Chief Justice delivered the opinion of all the judges present upon all that which their lordships have voted to be proved, that the Earl of Strafford doth deserve to undergo the pains and forfeitures of high treason by law. It is evident that the majority of the Commons were determined to have the Lord Lieutenant's head, for they did not feel safe as long as he lived. St. John brutally said that the laws of chase were not for him, and that he should be hunted down without mercy as a beast of prey. Stone dead hath no fellow, was Essex's answer. Winhyde suggested a milder penalty, nor can it be said that the fears of the Puritan party were unfounded. The king, after hearing every word of the evidence, admitted that Strafford was unfit to hold even a chief constable's place. But Charles was not to be trusted, and his word gave no guarantee that the hated statesman would not again be a minister and at the head of an army. Of all the causes for fear, the greatest was the existence of the Irish army, which Charles repeatedly refused to disband. Strafford was accused on the authority of Vane's famous notes of saying that it might be used to reduce this kingdom, and these words, if truly reported, were uttered in England. Yet Scotland was probably intended, as the choice of Carrickfergus as a rendezvous pointed in that direction, but it is not likely that the plan would have been too scrupulously observed, and Willoughby's mission to Carlisle showed that there was no pedantic objection to employ troops from Ireland upon English ground. Strafford's pride, says Clarendon, was by the hand of Heaven strangely punished by bringing his destruction upon him by two things that he most despised, the people and Sir Harry Vane. There is no mystery about the proceedings of the Commons, and not much about that of the Lords, but there was nothing to prevent the royal consent to the bill of attainder being withheld. Some episcopal casuists, of whom Usher was not one, gave advice for hearkening, to which Charles never forgave himself. The fact that he had fears for his family, and especially for his wife, is really no defence at all. He surrendered the right to pardon, which is the most precious privilege of monarchy, and the same day that he passed the fatal bill, too agitated perhaps to know what he was doing, he consented to another, providing that Parliament should not be dissolved without its own consent. He himself killed prerogative, and after he had done so, defied the assembly he had perpetuated by attempting to seize the 5 members. If the royal power was after that to be restored in his person, it could only be by success in war. On the day after Strafford's execution, Charles wrote to Ormond that he had decided to disband the Irish army. Strafford was a very great man, but he failed completely, and it is not difficult to see why. His scheme of prerogative government depended upon the personality of Charles I, and the minister's qualities were not such as could make people forget the monarch's defects. In his determination to establish the Laudian system of what Petty afterwards called the legal Protestantism, he made enemies of Roman Catholics and Puritans alike. Strafford had read law, had a fair knowledge of the classics and of English and French literature, and understood Scotch and continental affairs. He wrote and spoke brilliantly, trusting much to his memory, which served him very well. For some years he wielded greater power than any servant of James or his son, Buckingham only excepted. He warned the king against war with the House of Austria for the Palatinate, because it would necessarily weaken him at home, and in private gave the strong reason that Charles would be driven by war to raise money illegally without restraint. Strafford was very English in his views, and cared little for foreign opinion, but he would never have insulted the Prime Minister of Spain, nor made love to the Queen of France. He was an immeasurably abler man than Buckingham, but resembled him, to use Clarendon's words, in that he never made a noble and a worthy friendship with a man so near his equal that he would frankly advise him for his honour and true interest against the current, or rather the torrent, of his impetuous passions. Apart from his great office, Laud was not his equal, and it may be doubted if Conway, with whom he was on intimate terms, ever gave him any advice at all. Wansford and Radcliffe were clever men, but mere echoes of their master, and Ormond was too young to have much weight. Even Laud cautioned Strafford against making powerful enemies by his high-handed methods. His doctrine was that no subject could have any power against the king or against his substitute in Ireland and Yorkshire. He spoke with scorn of Sir Edward Coke, and his yearbooks drew all important business into the castle chamber, and openly declared that while he had power, orders in council should bind as fast as acts of Parliament. Clarendon, who was essentially a common lawyer, has recorded his judgment against this policy in both islands. What recalcitrant juries or sheriffs had to suffer may be gathered from the Galway case. Strafford took credit for a rise in the price of land while he governed Ireland, but the same thing happened under Cromwell. For order gives security, and Plutus is a very timorous person. His work soon crumbled away, as the work of despots generally does, for who can secure a fitting successor? Marcus Aurelius was followed by Commodus. Strafford professed to rule for the benefit of the whole community, and probably the poor did really benefit by his firm hand, but he was hated by the official class and by most men who had anything to lose. His letters to his third wife are affectionate enough, but he did not consider her his equal in any way, and the want of intelligent female friendship was supplied by Lady Carlisle in England and by Lady Loftus in Ireland. The first famous lady is described by her friend Sir Toby Matthew as having no passion at all, and the latter must have been constantly under the eyes of Radcliffe, who declares his belief that there was nothing wrong. But Strafford was so much hated that every hostile report was long accepted as fact. Perhaps his unpopularity is sufficiently accounted for by Sir Philip Warwick, who knew him, and who was one of the 59 members of the House of Commons who voted against the Bill of Attainder. all his powers and acquirements, says that staunch royalists were lodged in a sour and haughty temper, so as it may probably be believed, he expected to have more observance paid to him than he was willing to pay to others, though they were of his own quality, and then he was not like to conciliate the goodwill of men of the lesser station, but he had a few friends who loved him, and his relations to his own family leave nothing to be desired. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rebellion of 1641. As soon as Wansford's death was known, Robert Lord Dillon and Sir William Parsons were appointed Lords Justices. As Master of the Wards, Parsons had been useful in increasing the revenue, and he was an able official, though he has a bad name on account of his dealings with land. Dillon, whose son had married Strafford's sister, had been Lord Justice before, and was obnoxious to the Irish Committee in London. He was therefore quickly superseded in favour of Sir John Borlase, who was a soldier without political experience and not young enough to learn. Wansford's daughter, who was nearly 15 when he died, says that these two old gentlemen, having lived in Ireland many peaceable years, could not be made sensible that the Irish had an ill design against the English, and perhaps that is not far from the truth. They were fully occupied at first with the difficulties made by the Irish Parliament. Strafford was in the Tower, and the two houses, who had been his very humble servants, now joined in protesting that the complimentary preamble to the Act of Subsidy was contrived, penned, and inserted fraudulently without the privity of the House, either by the said Earl of Strafford himself or by some other person by his orders. Ormond spoke against this, but in vain. The London Committee worked in the same direction, though Radcliffe, prisoner as he was and without papers, made a good case against them. They told the king that they had heard, with terror and amazement, of Wansford staring the leaves out of the journals, and maintained that the subsidies, if raised according to his plan, would be more than the country could bear, while the ports were closed so as to prevent access to his gracious majesty. Radcliffe showed that the trade of Ireland had doubled during Strafford's reign, and maintained that substantial justice had been done. The late remonstrance of the Irish House of Commons had been rushed through, and did not represent the facts. To this the Irish Committee replied that Radcliffe was a member, and had not risen in his place to object, that many illegal acts had been done, and that the mild government which preceded Strafford's had allowed Ireland to grow rich, while he had only reaped their harvest. Owing probably to the confusion among the official class, and to the absence of some officers with the new army in Ulster, the Roman Catholics had a majority in Parliament during the early months of 1641. There were able lawyers among them who drew up a paper of queries or interrogatories, which they sent up to the Lords for the opinion of the judges. The first shows the line taken, whether the subjects of this kingdom be a free people, and to be governed only by the common laws of England and statutes of force in this kingdom. This the judges answered generally in the affirmative, pointing out that both in England and Ireland there was necessarily a certain amount of judge-made law to meet cases not covered by statute. The general drift of the queries was to dispute the jurisdiction of the Council and the Star Chamber. By what laws, run the 16th query, are jurors that give verdict according to their conscience, and are the sole judges of the fact, censured in the Castle Chamber in great fines, and sometimes pilloried with loss of ears, and bored through the tongue, and marked sometimes in the forehead with an hot iron, and other like infamous punishments. The judges did not deny the facts, but maintained that perjured jurors were properly censurable in the castle chamber, and they made a not very successful attempt to derive this jurisdiction from writs of attainder at common law. The House of Commons were not satisfied with the judges' answers, and made a declaration of disposing of each query in their own sense. Parliament was prorogued from March 5 to May 11, having previously appointed a committee to draw up articles of impeachment against Lord Chancellor Bolton, Bishop Bramhall, Chief Justice Lowther, and Sir George Radcliffe. Owing to the progress of events, all these impeachments were dropped, and the question as to the Irish House of Lords' judicial powers was not decided. Before the Houses reassembled, the King had written to confirm all the graces and to suggest a bill for confirming 60-year titles in Connaught, Clare, Limerick, and Tipperary. But no legislation issued from the confused wrangling of those days, during which Ormond showed great capacity for obstructive tactics. When Captain Audley, Mervyn, and others appeared as managers for the Commons, Bolton received them with great courtesy, then returned to the woolsack and declared himself impeached, protesting that he should never dream of disputing their lordships' jurisdiction. Thereupon Ormond raised a point of order. The Chancellor, he said, was accused, and therefore debarred from acting as Speaker, and as there was no power to appoint another, nothing could be done. Bolton at last entered into recognizances, and the prorogation took place next day. When a fresh session began, the Commons were more unmanageable than ever. They asked the Lords Justices to let them search the castle, lest Strafford's servants should blow them all up in revenge for their master's death. Borlase, as master of the ordnance, positively refused to show the king's most precious jewels, but assured them on his honour that there was no powder under either House of Parliament, which was no doubt the fact. The Lords Justices found that Strafford had died in debt to the Crown, and proposed repayment out of the tobacco, while Commons urged that no tobacco seized after his attainder should be confiscated. The weary chief governors were glad enough to have a recess from July 14 to November 9. Before the latter date the rebellion had broken out, but the Lords Justices were saved the trouble which would have followed the return of the Irish Committee at the end of August. As early as 1611, Sir George Carey had foretold that the dispossessed natives of Ulster would some day rebel, that there would be a war of religion, and that the Protestant settlers would be surprised. The Irish exiles in the Spanish service had ever since been a source of apprehension, and abortive plots were laid from time to time both in Spain and in the Netherlands. Communications by way of England were always possible, and Clarendon thought much mischief was done by the committee from the Irish Parliament, consisting most of Papists, and since the most active in the rebellion. In July 1640 a cipher code was established between Sir Phelim O'Neill in Ulster and Owen Roe O'Neill in Flanders, who received a visit from Hugh MacPhelim, afterwards one of the leaders in Ireland. O'Byrne observed that they were risking their lives daily to succour a scabbed town for the Spanish king, and that they would be no worse off fighting for their own country. It was believed that Ulster and Munster would join together. Nor was the English government without suspicion, for Vane, by the king's orders, warned the Lords Justices a little later that an unspeakable number of Irish churchmen had passed from Spain to England and Ireland, and some good old soldiers, on pretence of recruiting, but the rumours of a rebellion, especially in Connaught, circulated freely among the friars. It was not, however, until about a fortnight before the insurrection that anything particular was noticed in Ireland itself. It was reported to Sir William Cole at Enniskillen that there was an extraordinary resort of the Irish gentry to Sir Phelim O'Neill's house, Lord Maguire being specially active in journeying to and fro. A few days later he was informed by Hugh Maguire that many of his clansmen and neighbours were recruiting actively for the King of Spain's service in Portugal. In itself this did not mean much, but great secrecy was observed, and Sir William reported what he had heard to the Lord Justices, who advised him to be vigilant. In the meantime there had been a great gathering of Roman Catholic clergy and laity at Multifarnham, in Westmeath, but this was not known until later, though the Irish Council were aware that there was great underhand labouring among the priests, friars, and Jesuits to prevent Strafford's disbanded soldiers from leaving the country. At the Multifarnham meeting it was debated what should be done to the Protestants, and there was much difference of opinion. The only extant account rests upon the statement of a Franciscan guardian who was present, as reported on oath by Dr. Henry Jones. Some of those assembled, the Franciscan spokesman among them, were for turning all the Protestants out of Ireland with some portion of their goods. This had been the policy of the Spanish kings towards the Moors. Others were for killing them all, and these maintained that the mercy, such as it was, of the two Philips was misplaced, and had caused all the misery which Christendom suffered from the rovers of Sallee and Algiers. A third party were for killing some and expelling the rest. The heretics once got rid of no religion but that of Rome was to be allowed in Ireland. The king was to be reduced to his hereditary revenue, and the clergy to have representatives in Parliament. Poyning's law was to be repealed, and the kingdom entirely separated from England, civil authority resting in the hands of the ancient chiefs and nobility, each being absolute in his county or barony, but responsible to a native parliament. The Earl of Kildare, who was an ardent Protestant, was to be removed, and all plantation lands restored to the previous owners. An army was devised consisting of contingents out of each chiefry, and a navy banned by an order like the Knights of Malta. On October 21, Cole received more precise information about a plot to seize Dublin and other strong places, and he sent at once to the Lords Justices with the news. But their letter never reached them, having doubtless been intercepted by some of the conspirators. Early in 1641 it had occurred to Roger or Rory O'More that the king's difficulties in Scotland might give an opportunity to Catholic Ireland. O'More belonged to the remnant of the Sept, which had once ruled in Queen's County, but was settled at Ballina, near the northern extremity of Kildare. He was an accomplished man and a persuasive speaker both in English and Irish, and had a great reputation in the country. By his marriage with the daughter of the noted Sir Patrick Barnwall, he had many connections in the Pale. Colonel Richard Plunkett was married to his wife's first cousin. The meeting of Parliament gave O'More an opportunity of speaking to Lord Maguire, an extravagant young man of 25, who, having married a Fleming, had influence in the Pale as well as in Ulster, and whose embarrassments disposed him to desperate courses. He began, said Maguire afterwards, to lay down the case that I was in, overwhelmed in debt, the smallness of my estate and the greatness of the estate my ancestors had, and how I should be sure to get it again, or at least a good part thereof. And moreover, how the welfare and maintaining of the Catholic religion, which he said the Parliament now in England will suppress, doth depend on it. These were the arguments used everywhere, and the miserable condition of the Irish gentry in Ulster made them ready listeners. Hugh MacMahon, one of the chief conspirators, complained bitterly of the proud and haughty carriage of one Mr. Aldridge, that was his neighbour in the county of Monaghan, who was a justice of the peace, and but a vintner or tapster few years before, that he gave him not the right hand of fellowship at the assizes nor sessions, he being also in commission with him. O'More brought the Ulsterman together in Dublin and visited the northern province himself. Lord Mayo was also expected to join, and help was confidently expected both from France and Spain. John O'Neill, calling himself Earl of Tyrone, a colonel in the Spanish service, was killed in Catalonia about this time, after which Owen Roe was looked to as the real chief, and Sir Phelim as the principal man of his clan until the other arrived. It was not till August that the plot to seize Dublin Castle took definite shape, the idea originating with the soldiers of fortune who were disappointed in their design for carrying Strafford's army abroad. Parsons saw the danger of keeping these men in Ireland, but the Irish Parliament was largely under clerical influence, and that was exerted to prevent them going. Colonels Sir John Stillen, Hugh MacPhillan, O'Byrne, and Richard Plunkett were most active, and October 5 was fixed for the attempt. Delays occurred, causing a postponement to the 23rd, and in the meantime a messenger came from Owen Roe, who said he had positive promises from Richelieu that he was ready to join the insurgents as soon as possible. On October 15, Sir Phelim O'Neill, Lord Maguire O'More, Ever Macmahon, and Captain Brian O'Neill, Owen Roe, envoy, met to make final arrangements. 100 picked men from Leinster, under the guidance of O'More, were to take the little gate of the castle, the main entrance being left to Maguire and 100 Ulstermen. Sir Phelim was to go home and take Londonderry at the same moment, which he signally failed to do. The afternoon of Saturday, the 23rd, was the chosen time, for it was market day, and in the presence of strangers would be less noticed. On the previous evening, Maguire, O'Byrne, Plunkett, Fox, and others met, but it was found that only 80 men had been provided instead of 200, Sir Phelim and others failing to send their contingents. They resolved to go on with what the force they had, and to meet again next morning. But late in the evening, O'More and Fox came to Lord Maguire's lodgings, and told him that all was discovered. Hugh Macmahon, grandson of the great Tyrone, who had been a colonel in the Spanish service, lived on his property near Clones in Monaghan. He had a relation named Owen O'Connolly, belonging to the same county, but employed by Sir John Clotworthy, married to an English woman, and apparently a sincere Protestant. Some 6 months before the outbreak, when Macmahon complained to him of his neighbour Aldridge's behaviour, O'Connolly replied that a conquered people must submit, to which the other retorted that he hoped they would soon be delivered from the slavery and bondage under which they groaned. O'Connolly warned him against engaging in plots, and advised him to report what he knew to the Lords Justices, which would redound to his great honour. He refused to have anything to do with the business, and told several magistrates what he had heard, but they neglected it as baseless gossip. Finding that he had gone too far, Macmahon promised to move no more in the matter, and the kinsmen did not meet again until October 22, on which day O'Connolly, who had been summoned by letter, rode 60 miles and reached Dublin at 7 in the evening. Macmahon took him to Lord Maguire, who disclosed the whole plot. Strafford had stored arms for 30,000 men in the castle, with which the conspirators expected to free the country easily. And whereas, said Maguire, you have of long time been a slave to that Puritan Sir John Clotworthy, I hope you shall have as good a man to wait upon you. They then went with several others to the sign of the Line in the Wine Tavern Street, where they turned the waiter out of the room and fell to drinking health on their knees to the success of next day's work. In order to make the others drink, O'Connolly had to swallow a good deal, and at last, to use his own words, finding an opportunity, this examine leaped over a wall and 2 pails, and so came to the Lord Justice Parsons, who lived near. O'Connolly came to Parsons at his house on Merchant's Quay about 9 o'clock in the evening of Friday, October 22. He had not quite recovered from the effects of his carouse, and the Lord Justice, who only half believed his somewhat incoherent story, sent him back to get more information from Macmahon, who lodged on the left bank of the river. Parsons himself went to Borlase, who lived at Chichester House, where the Bank of Ireland now stands, and summoned hastily such of the council as he thought within reach. The constable of the castle had already been warned, and the mayor had directions to apprehend all strangers. O'Connolly, having with great difficulty escaped the second time, fell into the hands of the watch, but was rescued by Parsons' men. It was now very late, and only 2 privy councillors could be found, but O'Connolly's information was sworn in proper form. Borlase did not sign the deposition, though the sitting was in his own house, and his son seems to suggest in his history that this was owing to a difference with his colleague. But perhaps he could not keep awake, for Strafford had long since pronounced him quite worn out. The council sat all night and all next day, Sir Francis Willoughby, Sir John Temple, and the Vice-Treasurer Loftus being present. before separating both Lords Justices and 8 Privy Councillors, signed the first proclamation against the most disloyal and detestable conspiracy intended by some evil affecting Irish Papists. The document was quickly circulated through the country, but St. Leger, and no doubt many others, thought the words at last quoted unwise. Good subjects were warned to stand on their guard and to keep the government well informed, and we require that great care be taken that no levies of men be made for foreign service, nor any men suffered to march upon any such pretence. Willoughby was made governor of the castle with 100 men, well armed over and above the ordinary guard, and he largely increased his force by re-engaging some of his old Carlisle regiment who had come to Dublin after being disbanded. At midnight on Saturday, the 23rd, Lord Blaney brought the first certain news from Ulster. His family were prisoners, while Castle Blaney, Carrickmacross, and many other houses in Monaghan had been sacked or burned. The rebels attacked Protestants only, leaving the English Papists untouched, as well as the Irish. 3 hours later came the news that Newry, with its store of arms and powder, was in the hands of the Irish. Dublin itself was a prey to panic, and for a moment even Willoughby thought that there would be an attack on the castle. He so improved the defences as to make a surprise impossible. Next morning, being Sunday, the council met again, and the proclamation, which had by this time been printed, was dispersed over the country. An express was sent to bring up Ormond from Carrick-on-Suir, with copies of the proclamation to leave at every market town on the road. In all Ireland, meanwhile, there were but 2,297 foot soldiers and 943 horse, and these were for the most part in distant garrisons. As to money, Loftus briefly reported that there was nothing in the exchequer. The castle contained great stores of arms and ammunition, the remains of Strafford's preparations, but trustworthy men were at first much wanted. Willoughby's own graphic account shows how narrow the escape had been. He found no soldiers in the city, the castle having for defence only 8 old warders and 40 halberdiers to escort the Lord Justices to church, though it contained 35 guns with their fittings, 1,500 barrels of powder with match and bullets, and arms for 10,000 men. On the morning of October 23, Willoughby saw the Lords Justices at Chichester House. They had been up all night, and gave him O'Connelly's statement to read. They removed to the castle by his advice, and he had himself to sleep on the council table. His first care was to break down the staircase into Ship Street, lest there should be an attack there. He then strengthened the gates and trailed cannon into position, commanding them. For 14 days he dared not let down the drawbridge unless all the halberdiers were present, by which time he had enlisted 200 of his old Carlisle regiment, who had returned to Ireland after being disbanded. Plundered Protestants arrived daily with accounts of murders and burnings. Of the conspirators, only 2 of any importance were taken, Macmahon at his lodgings and Lord Maguire in a cock loft where he had hidden himself. Maguire denied everything, but he was confuted by Macmahon's confession, and arms were discovered in his rooms. Macmahon, whose information was mainly from Ulster, declared the conspiracy to be universal, and believed or professed to believe that every garrison in Ireland would be surprised on the same day. "I'm now in your hands," he said. "Use me as you will. I'm sure I shall be shortly revenged." They were both hanged in London, Maguire being a commoner in England. The point had been settled long ago in Lord Leonard Grey's case, who was Viscount Grane in Ireland. Sir William Cole's letter was now remembered, and there were other causes for alarm. The ease with which O'More, Plunkett, Fox, and O'Byrne escaped showed that they had many confederates. Horsemen flocked into the suburbs, and Colonel Barry's 400 men in a ship on the river gave great uneasiness. Barry had rather suspiciously disappeared on the night of the 22nd, and the soldiers who were not allowed to communicate with the shore were nearly starved, and when landed were not permitted to enter the town. It was thought prudent to adjourn the council from Chichester House. to the castle, and when the number of suitors increased, to Corkhouse over the way. The Lords Justices could only hope that the Pale was not so seriously tainted, and on Sunday and Monday they were visited by the Earls of Kildare and Fingal, and by Lords Germanston, Netterville, Fitzwilliam, Howth, Dunsany, and Slane, all of whom professed loyalty and declared that they now heard of the conspiracy for the first time. Whether this was true in all cases may be doubted, but they agreed in asking for arms. The Lords Justices hesitated about parting with their weapons, but thought it better to give a certain number, lest they should conceive we apprehended any jealousy of them. Many of these arms were used against the government, and St. Leger thought they ought not to have been given, while the Lords Justices were blamed by others for not dealing them out more liberally. Enough were given for 1,700 men in the counties of Dublin, Kildare, Louth, Meath, and Westmeath, and considering that they were entrusted to private persons of doubtful loyalty, this seems to have been a fair allowance. Arms for 400 men were also sent to the Scots of Down and Antrim, and these at least were not wasted. There was a great fleet of Scotch fishing boats in the bay, and 500 men volunteered to land and be armed for the service of the state. The offer was accepted but never acted upon, for the fishermen were seized with a panic, put to sea, and never reappeared until the next year. The fugitives from Ulster soon began to pour into Dublin. Temple is open to criticism for his account of what happened in the northern province, but this is what he saw himself. Many persons of good rank and quality, covered over with old rags, and some without any other covering than a little to hide to their nakedness, some revered ministers and others that had escaped with their lives sorely wounded. Wives came bitterly lamenting the murders of their husbands, mothers of their children, barbarously destroyed before their faces, poor infants ready to perish and pour out their souls in their mothers' bosoms, some over-wearied with long travel, and so surbated as they came creeping on their knees, others frozen up with cold, ready to give up the ghost in the streets, others overwhelmed with grief, distracted with their losses, lost also their senses. But those of better quality, who could not frame themselves to be common beggars, crept into private places, and some of them that had not private friends to relieve them even wasted silently away, and so died without noise. The greatest part of the women and children thus barbarously expelled out of their habitations perished in the city of Dublin, and so great numbers of them were brought to their graves as all the churchyards within the whole town were of too narrow a compass to contain them. 2 large additional burial grounds were set apart. On October 29, the Lords Justices issued a second proclamation. The words Irish papers in the first had been misunderstood, and they now desired to confine it to the old mere Irish in the province of Ulster, and they straitly charged both Papists and Protestants on their allegiance to forbear upbraiding matters of religion one against the other. They soon had authentic evidence of how the old mere Irish were behaving in one Ulster county. Dean Jones came to Dublin at the beginning of November with the remonstrance of the O'Reillys, which Bedell had excused himself from carrying. "I must confess," says Jones, "the task was such as was in every respect improper for me to undergo, but chiefly considering that thereby I might gain the opportunity of laying open to the Lords what I had observed, which by letters could not so safely be delivered, I did therefore accept." The O'Reillys declared that the outbreak was caused by oppression and by the fear of worse oppression, that there was no intention to rebel against the king, and that the people had attacked the English settlers without their orders and against their will. To prevent greater disorders, they had seized strong places for the king's use, and they demanded liberty of conscience and security for their property. Jones saw clearly that the rising was general, and that the native gentry had no wish to restrain it, and he could tell what had happened to the English inhabitants of Belturbet. Philip MacHugh O'Reilly and the rest had promised these people a safe passage, and had allowed them to carry away some of their property, which they were thus induced not to hide. In the town of Cavan they were attacked, the guard given by the O'Reillys joining in the treachery, and robbed of everything. Some were killed, all stripped, and some, almost others, altogether naked, not respecting women and sucking infants, the Lady Butler, fearing therein, as did others. Of these miserable creatures many perished by famine and cold, travelling naked through frost and snow, the rest recovering Dublin, where now many of them were among others in the same distress for bread and clothes. After a week's hesitation, the Lord Justices sent back an answer by Jones, whose wife and children remained as hostages. This he describes as fair but general and dilatory, suitable to the weak condition of affairs in Dublin, the safety whereof wholly depending upon the gain of time. The government yielded no point of importance. They reminded the remonstrance that fortresses could not be legally seized without orders from the king, and that the rebels had falsely professed to have such orders. If, however, the inhabitants of the county Cavan would peaceably return to their own dwellings, restore every possible article to its plundered owner, and abstain from all hostile acts in future, then the Lords Justices would forward their petition to his Majesty, and humbly seek his royal pleasure therein. The O'Reillys were in the meantime preparing to attack Dublin in force. As regards the gentry of the Pale, Roman Catholics for the most part, the Lords Justices were in a difficult position. By mistrusting them, they ran the risk of driving them into rebellion. By trusting them, they increased their power for mischief should they be already tainted. For the moment, the first danger seemed to the greater of the two, and commissioners as governors of counties with plenary powers were accordingly issued to several of them, by which they were authorized to proceed by martial law against the rebels, hanging them till they be dead, as hath been accustomed in time of open rebellion, destroying or sparing their houses and territories according to their discretion. They were also empowered to grant protections. Viscount Gormanston was thus made governor of Meath, and arms were given him for 500 men. He was in open rebellion a few weeks later. Sir Nicholas Barnwall of Turvey, afterwards created Viscount Kingsland by Charles I, became governor of the county of Dublin, and had arms for 300 men. Barnwall was a good deal involved in political intrigues, but soon fled to England to avoid taking arms against the government. A commission as governor of Westmeath and arms for 300 men were given to Sir Thomas Nugent, who afterwards tried to fill the difficult part of neutral. Sir Christopher Bellew was governor of Louth with arms for 300, but he very soon joined the Irish. To George Earl of Kildare, Cork's son-in-law, his own county was entrusted and arms for 300, but he was a Protestant and suffered severely for his loyalty, while he was quite unable to curb his neighbours. Finding after a time that the arms given out would, if used at all, be used against them, the Lords Justices endeavoured to get them back, but they recovered only 950 out of 1,700, and the enemy had the rest. Ormond was at his own house at Garrick-on-Suir when the rebellion broke out. The Lords Justices sent for him at once, and the first letter being delayed in transmission, a second was sent with a commission to him and Mountgarrett to govern the county of Kilkenny, and to take such other precautions as were possible. The gentry met at Kilkenny and offered to raise 240 foot and 50 horse, while Callan and other towns made similar promises. There were, however, no arms, and the Lords Justices would give none out of their stores. Before purchases could be made in England, the situation was greatly changed. Ormond arrived at Dublin with his troop early at the end of the first week in November, and on the 10th Sir Patrick Wemyss returned from Edinburgh with his nomination as Lieutenant General to command the army, as he had done in Strafford's time. The Lord Justices made out his commission next day with warrant to execute martial law, but without prejudice to Leicester's authority as Lord Lieutenant. It was not till 6 months later that the king gave him power to appoint subordinate officers according to the constant practice and custom of former times, it having by then become evident that Leicester would not reside in Ireland. The defence of Drogheda had already been provided for by Sir Henry Tichborne, who was living at Dunshaughley near Finglas, who had brought his family into Dublin on the first day, having already scattered a parcel of rogues that threatened his country house. Having received a commission from the Lords Justices, he raised and armed 1,000 men in 9 days among the Protestants who had left their homes, and with this regiment he entered Drogheda on November 4. 3 additional companies were sent to him a few days later. One of Ormond's first acts as general was to commission Lord Lambert, Sir Charles Coote, and Sir Piers Crosby to raise regiments of 1,000 men each, and 13 others to raise independent companies of 100 each. The ranks were filled in a few days, for all business was at a standstill, and Protestant fugitives poured in great numbers. There were 1,500 disciplined men of the old army about Dublin. Strafford had left a fine train of field artillery with arms, tents, and all necessaries for 10,000 men. Under these circumstances, Ormond was for pushing on and putting down the Northern Rebellion at once. To this the Lords Justices would not consent, and it may be that they were jealous of their general. But it must be confessed that there was also something to be said for a cautious policy. With the Pale evidently disaffected, Dublin could not be considered as very safe. When the rebellion broke out, the Lords Justices, by their own authority, prorogued Parliament till February 24, fearing a concourse of people to Dublin, and also because the state of Ulster made it almost certain that there would not be a Protestant majority. The gentry of the Pale and the Roman Catholic party generally protested strongly, and there were doubts about the legality of the prorogation. Some lawyers held that Parliament would be dissolved by the mere fact of not meeting on the appointed day. To get over the difficulty, the Lords Justices agreed that Parliament should meet as originally announced, but that it should sit only for one day, and should then be prorogued to a date earlier than February 24. Ormond and some others were in favour of a regular session, but they were overruled by the official members of the council. Parliament met accordingly on November 9, and immediately adjourned till the 16th, so as to give time for private negotiations. The attendance was thin in both houses, partly on account of the state of the country, and partly because many thought that the prorogation till February was still in force. Mr. Cadogan significantly remarked that many members of the House are traitors, and whether they come or not, it is not material. There was a great military display about the castle gates, according to the precedent created by Strafford, and offence was taken at this, but the two houses agreed to a protestation against those who, contrary to their duty, had loyalty to his Majesty, and against the laws of God and the fundamental laws of the realm, have traitorously and rebelliously raised arms, have seized on some of his Majesty's forts and castles, and dispossessed many of his Majesty's faithful subjects of their houses, lands, and goods, and have slain many of them, and committed other cruel and inhuman outrages and acts of hostility within the realm. And the Lords and Commons pledged themselves to take up arms when with their lives and fortune suppress them and their attempts. There was some grumbling about the words traitorously and rebelliously, on the principle that birds are not to be caught by throwing stones at them, but the majority thought the Ulster rebels past praying for, and the protest was agreed to without a division. There was also unanimity in appointing a joint committee, fairly representing different sections with power, and subject to the royal or vice-regal consent, to confer with the Ulster people. 2 days were occupied in these discussions, and on the evening of the 17th the Lords Justices prorogued Parliament till January 11. When that day came, things had gone far beyond the parliamentary stage. The Earl of Leicester was appointed Lord Lieutenant early in June 1641, and the Lords Justices were directed by the King to furnish him with copies of all their instructions. He remained in England, and to him the Irish government addressed their account of the outbreak. This was brought over by Owen O'Connolly, received on or before October 31, and at once communicated to the Privy Council, who had a Sunday sitting. On Monday, November 1, the Upper House did not sit in the morning, for, says Clarendon, it was All Saints' Day, which the Lords yet kept holy, though the Commons had reformed it. To the House of Commons, accordingly, the Privy Council proceeded in a body headed by the Lord Keeper. There was no precedent for such a visitation, but after a short discussion, chairs were placed in the body of the House, and Leicester, with his hat off, read the Lords Justices' letter of October 25. Clarendon testifies from personal knowledge that the rebellion was odious to the king, and confidently asserts that none of the parliamentary leaders originally and intentionally contributed thereunto. though he believes that their conduct afterwards added fuel to the flame. When the privy councillors had withdrawn, the House went into committee. Mr. Whitelocke in the chair, and drew up heads for a conference with the peers. As to the money, they resolved to borrow £50,000, giving full security, and to pay O'Connolly £500 down, with a pension of £200, until an estate of greater value could be provided. Resolutions were passed against Papists, and particularly for the banishment of the Queen's Capuchins. The Lords met in the afternoon, and after this the two houses acted together. 3 days later the estimate for Ireland was raised to £200,000, and Leicester was authorized to raise 3,500 foot and 600 horse, while arms were provided for a further levy. News of the outbreak came to the king at Edinburgh, direct from Ulster, 4 days before it reached the English Parliament. Tradition says that he was playing golf, and that he finished his game. Lord Dillon of Costello, who was a professing Protestant, produced at the council on November 10 a letter signed by 26 O'Farrells in County Longford. This paper is well written, and contains the usual pleas for religious equality, which modern readers will readily admit, though they were not according to the ideas of that day either at home or abroad. The O'Farrells had taken an oath of allegiance, but their sincerity is open to doubt, for they demanded an act of oblivion and general pardon without restitution on account of goods taken in the times of this commotion. No government could possibly grant any such amnesty, and the suggestion came at a time when Ulster was in a blaze, and when Dublin was crowded with Protestants who had escaped with their bare lives. Dillon and Teff were commissioned by the Roman Catholic lords to carry their grievances to the king. When returning with instructions, they were stopped at Ware and their papers overhauled, the lords justices having warned their parliamentary friends. The influence of court has led historians generally to think that the lords justices were either too desperately frightened to think of anything but their own safety, or that they let the rebellion gather head to suit the views of the English parliamentary party. There is not much evidence for either supposition. Just at the moment when the Pale was declaring against them, they reported their destitute condition to Leicester. The troops were unpaid. At Dublin they had but 3,000 foot and 200 horse, and the capital, as well as Drogheda, was surrounded by armed bands who had already made food scarce, and who threatened to cut off the water. A large extent had to be defended, and many of the inhabitants were not to be trusted. A crusade was being preached all over the country, and at Longford, notwithstanding the oath of the O'Farrells, a priest was reported to have given the signal for a massacre by ripping up the parson with his own hand. The mischief was spreading daily, and agitators industriously declared that no help would be sent from England. Ireland was not, however, forgotten, but Parliament, to whom the king had specially entrusted it, had its own business to do, and a popular assembly had no administrative energy. It was not till the last day of December that Sir Simon Harcourt landed with 1,100 men. 300 more followed quickly, and George Monk with Leicester's own regiment was not far behind. Grenville brought 400 horse, and about the same time Harcourt had long military experience in the Low Countries, and had lately commanded a regiment in Scotland. He had a commission as governor of Dublin, but Coote was in possession, and was not disturbed. Harcourt was very angry with the Lords Justices, but he got on well with Ormond, and did good service until his death. The number of troops available in Dublin was small, but they were much better armed than the insurgents. It was thus a matter of policy to act on the offensive and clear the surrounding country, demolishing houses and castles where troublesome posts might be established. This work, cruel in itself, was performed in a very ruthless manner, and particular blame has always fallen upon Sir Charles Coote, whose ferocity seems to have been as conspicuous as his courage. One story told both by Bellings and Leyburn is that he called upon a countryman to blow into the mouth of his pistol, that the simple fellow obeyed, and that Coote shot him in that position. He never went to bed during a campaign, but kept himself ready for any alarm, and lost his life in a sally from Trim during a night attack at the head of only 17 men, the place being beset by thousands. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part 1 of Ireland under the Stuarts, and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Progress of the Rebellion. There are, says Hume, 3 events in our history which may be regarded as touchstones of party men: an English Whig who asserts the reality of the Popish plot, an Irish Catholic who denies the massacre in 1641, and a Scotch Jacobite who maintains the innocence of Queen Mary, must be considered as men beyond the reach of argument or reason, and must be left to their prejudices. The fact of a massacre cannot be denied, but its extent is quite another matter. There is no evidence of any general conspiracy of the Irish to destroy all the Protestants, but so far as Ulster was concerned, there was no doubt one to regain the land, and in so doing to expel the settlers. Runcini admitted that the northern Irish, though good Catholics, were often great savages, and it is not surprising that there should have been many murders, sometimes of the most atrocious character, and that a much larger number of lives should have been lost through starvation and exposure. It is also true that many acts of kindness were done by the successful insurgents, and that the retaliation of the English was cruel and indiscriminating. As to the number killed during the early part of the rebellion and before it assumed the dignity of civil war, it is impossible to form anything like a satisfactory estimate. Temple, whose book was published in 1646, says that in the first 2 years after the outbreak, 300,000 British and Protestants were cruelly murdered in cold blood, destroyed some other way, or expelled out of their habitations according to the strict conjecture and computation of those who seemed best to understand the numbers of English planted in Ireland, besides those few that perished in the heat of fight during the war. The great exaggeration of this has been dwelt on by writers who wish to disparage Temple's authority, but these enormous figures were generally believed in at the time. May, who depended partly on Temple, says the innocent Protestants were upon a sudden disseized of their estates, and the persons above 200,000 men, women, and children murdered, many of them with exquisite and unheard-of tortures, within the space of 1 month. Dr. Maxwell learned from the Irish themselves that their priests counted 154,000 killed during the first 5 months. The Jesuit Cornelius O'Mahony, writing in 1645, says it was admitted on all sides that 150,000 heretics had been killed up to that time. He exults in the fact and thinks the number was really greater. Clarendon says 40,000 or 50,000 English Protestants were murdered at the very beginning of the rebellion. Petty was the first writer of repute who attempted anything like a critical estimate. He had a genius for statistics, and he knew a great deal, but owing to the want of trustworthy data, even he can do little more than guess that 37,000 were massacred in the first year of tumults. So much for those who lived at or near the time. Modern writers can scarcely be better informed, but may perhaps be more impartial. Froude, who was not inclined to minimize, thinks even Petty's estimate too high, and quotes the account of an eyewitness who says 20,000 were killed or starved to death in about the first 2 months. Warner, who wrote in 1767, was inclined to adopt Peter Walsh's estimate of 8,000. Reed rejected the higher figures, but without venturing on any decided opinion. Lecky very truly said that certainty was unattainable, but was inclined to agree with Warner. Miss Hickson, who examined the depositions more closely than any other writer, said the same, but thought the number killed in the first 3 or 4 years of the war could hardly fall short of 25,000. The conclusion of the whole matter is that several thousand Protestants were massacred, that the murders were not confined to one province or county, but occurred in almost every part of the island, that the retaliation was very savage, innocent persons often suffering for the guilty, and that great atrocities were committed on both sides. The cause of the war, says Petty, was a desire of the Romanists to recover the church revenue worth about £110,000 per annum, and of the common Irish to get all the Englishmen's estates, and of the 10 or 12 grandees of Ireland to get the empire of the whole. But as for the bloodshed in the contest, God best knows who did occasion it. He thought the population of Ireland in 1641 was about 1,400,000, out of which only 210,000 were British. One of the worst cases of retaliation was the massacre by Scots of many Roman Catholic inhabitants of Island Magee in Antrim, but it is necessary to point out that this took place in January 1642 because it has been asserted that it was the first act of violence and the real cause of the whole rebellion. Some of those who took part in the outrage were alive in 1653 and were then prosecuted by the Cromwellian government. Dublin was saved, but the rebellion broke out in Ulster upon the appointed day. According to Captain John Creighton, his grandfather's house near Caledon in Tyrone was the first attacked. The rebellion certainly began upon Sir Phelim O'Neill's property and Caledon or Kinnaird during the night of October 22, when O'Connell was telling the Lords Justices what he had heard. William Skelton, who lived as a servant in Sir Phelim's house, was ploughing in the afternoon when an Irish fellow servant came to him with about 20 companions and said that they had risen about religion. Armed only with cudgels, they attacked several of Sir Phelim's English tenants who were well-to-do and apparently well beloved by their Irish neighbours, and differed not in anything save only that the Irish went to Mass and the English to the Protestant church in Tinane, a mile from Kinnaird. Taken by surprise, the Protestants were easily disarmed and robbed in the first instance only of such horses as would make troopers. All the English and Scotch neighbours were thus plundered in detail, cattle, corn, furniture, and clothes being taken in succession. In about a fortnight the Irish began to murder the Protestants, among those whom Skelton knew of his own knowledge to be killed in cold blood before the end of the year was one Edward Boswell, who was come over but a year before from England, upon the invitation of the said Sir Phelim, his wife having nursed a child of the said Sir Phelim's in London. Boswell's wife and child were murdered at the same time, and 17 others in Kinnaird itself, men, women, and children. Skelton and some others were saved by the intercession of Daniel Bawn, whose wife was an Englishman's daughter. While his English servant was ploughing at Kinnaird, Sir Phelim O'Neill was on his way to Charlemont with an armed party. He had invited himself to dinner and was hospitably received by Lady Caulfield and her son, who had not long succeeded to the peerage. In after days there was a family tradition that the butler, an old and trusty servant, was alarmed by the attitude of Sir Phelim's followers and imparted his fears to his mistress. His advice was neglected, and when the meal was over he left the house and made the best of his way to Dublin. The Caulfields and the unsuspecting men who ought to have defended the fort were surprised and captured, and O'Neill occupied Dungannon the same night. Next day the O'Quins took Mountjoy, the O'Hanlons Tanderiggy, and the McGinnises Newry. All were surprised, and there was practically no resistance. In the course of the day a fugitive trooper came to Lisburn, where Henry Leslie, Bishop of Down, was living, with news of the disasters at Charlemont and Dungannon, and 4 hours later another runaway announced that Newry was taken. Leslie at once sent the news on to Lord Montgomery, who was at or near New Townards, and to Lord Chichester at Belfast, and they both wrote to the king. Chichester said only one man had been slain, which has been adduced as a proof that there was no massacre, but he knew only what Leslie had told him, and there were no tidings from any point beyond Dungannon. Other districts could tell a very different tale. Lord Maguire was a prisoner, but his brother Rory raised Fermanagh before any account of the doings in Dublin had come so far. The robbing and murdering began on October 23, and very soon the whole county was at the mercy of the rebels. Enniskillen was never taken, and it will be seen that walled towns, if well defended, were generally maintained. Alice Champion, whose husband was killed in her presence on the first day, heard the murderers say that they had special orders from Lord Maguire not to spare him or any of the crosses that were his followers and tenants. About 24 others were murdered at the same time, and Mrs. Champion afterwards heard them boast that they had killed so many Englishmen that the grease or fat that remained on their swords might have made an Irish candle, 90 being dispatched at Ligsgool alone. The latter massacre is also sworn to by an eyewitness. Anne Ogden's husband was murdered in the same way. She was allowed to fly to Dublin with her 2 children, but all were stripped on the way, and the children afterwards died through the torments of hunger and cold they endured on that journey. Edward Flack, a clergyman, was plundered and wounded on the 23rd, and his house burned. The rebels in this case vented some of their fury on his Bible, which they stamped upon in a puddle, saying, "A plague on this book, it has bred all this quarrel," and hoping that all Bibles would have this or worse treatment within 3 weeks. Much more of the same kind might be said, and the events sworn to in Fermanagh alone fully dispelled the idea that there were no murders at the first outbreak. In Cavan, where the O'Reillys were supreme, there were no murders at the very beginning. Here, as in other places, the first idea seems to have been to spare the Scots and not to kill the English unless they resisted their spoilers. On the night of October 23, the Reverend George Crichton, vicar of Lurgan, who lived at Virginia, was roused out of his first sleep by 2 neighbors who told him of the rising further north. Many of the Protestant inhabitants fled into the fields, but Crichton thought it better to stand his ground, and very soon a messenger came from Captain Trialogue McShane MacPhilip O'Reilly to say that the Irish would harm no Scot. Crichton perhaps profited also by the fact that no man ever lost a penny by him in the bishop's court, and none ever paid to him what he did owe, which may have been a result of Badell's influence. He went out and met this chief at Parham Wood, about a mile to the east of the town. O'Reilly, who had some 24 men with him, announced that Dublin and all other strong places were taken, and that they had directions from His Majesty to do all these things to curb the Parliament of England. For all the Catholics in England should have been compelled to go to church, or else they should be all hanged before their own doors on Tuesday next. Crichton said he did not believe such a thing had ever been dreamed of, whereupon O'Reilly declared his intention of seizing all Protestant property and of killing anyone who resisted. Next morning Virginia was sacked accordingly, but no lives were taken, for no one made any defence. The canny Scots clergyman managed to keep the Irish in pretty good humour, lodged 9 families in his own house, and provided food for the fugitives from Fermanagh, who began to arrive in a few days. Many thousands from Ballyhaise, Belturbet, and Cavan passed through Virginia on their way towards the Pale. Crichton obtained help from Colonel Richard Plunkett, who wept and blamed Rory Maguire for all. On being asked whether the Irish had made a covenant, he said, "Yea, the Scots have taught us our ABC." In the meantime he so trembled that he could scarce carry a cup of drink to his head. Nevertheless he boasted that Dublin was the only place not taken, that Geneva had fallen, and that there was war in England. Many of the wretched Fermanagh Protestants were wounded, and the state of their children was pitiable. The wounded were tended and milk provided for the children, Crichton telling his wife and family that it was their plain duty to stay, and that in this trouble God had called them to do him that service. All this happened within the first week of the outbreak, and when the long stream of refugees seemed to have passed, Crichton and his family prepared to go, but they were detained, lest what they had to tell might be inconvenient. Protestants from the north continued to drop in for some time, and Crichton was allowed to relieve them until after the overthrow of Julianstown at the end of November. The O'Reillys took part in the affair, and their followers became bolder and less lenient. Another clergyman, Henry Jones, Dean of Kilmore, was living at Bellenoch Castle, near Cavan, at the time of the outbreak. Philip MacHugh McShane O'Reilly, member for the county, was the chosen leader of the Irish. The actual chief of the clan was Edmund O'Reilly, but the most active part was taken by his son Miles O'Reilly, the High Sheriff, a desperate young man, who had once assumed his native name of Mulmore Mac Edmund. Under the pretense of raising the posse comitatus, he sent bailiffs to the scattered houses of Protestants and collected their arms. He himself seized the arms at Farnham Castle and took possession of Cloghaupher, with whose governor, Arthur Combe, he had been on terms of friendship. Next day, October 24, the sheriff proceeded to Belturbet, which was the principal English settlement and contained some 1,500 Protestants. Sir Stephen Butler was dead, but his widow had married Mr. Edward Philpot and was living there with her 5 children. Sir Francis Hamilton, who was at Killick Castle, tried to organize some resistance, but Philip MacHugh O'Reilly took the settlers under his protection, and they gave up their arms. Yet Captain Rives, with some 30 horse, had no difficulty in reaching the Pale by O'Daly's Bridge on the Blackwater, and in occupying Ardbraccan for the Lords Justices. Cavan surrendered, and on the 29th, Bellenoch, which was indefensible, surrendered to the sheriff's uncle, Philip MacMulmore O'Reilly. It had been determined to clear all the English out of the county, and though Lady Butler was with 1,500 others were escorted as far as Cavan, they were attacked just beyond the town and stripped of everything. Those who did not die of exposure reached Dublin to starve and shiver among the other fugitives there. Those who remained at Belturbet had a still worse fate. The O'Reillys had always been more civilized than other natives of Ulster, and they almost seemed to have felt that the government must win in the end. Rose O'Neill, the wife of Philip MacHugh, wished to kill all the English and Scotch at Ballyhaise, but he would not allow it. The day, he said, may come when thou mayest be beholding to the poorest among them. With a view, no doubt, to that distant day, they resolved to petition the Lords Justices and to send an Englishman with the message. Bedell refused to go on account of his age and because his plundered flock could not spare him. But Jones, who in this time played many parts, thought it safer to do as he was asked. He left his wife and children as hostages and went to Dublin with a memorial signed by 7 O'Reillys, which spoke of former misgovernment and rumours that worse was to come. They protested their loyalty and desired the Lords Justices to make remonstrance to His Majesty for us, so that the liberties of our conscience may be secured unto us, and we eased of our other burthens in the civil government. The Lords Justices and 8 privy councillors, of whom Ormond was one, sent an answer dealing in generalities suitable to the weak condition of affairs in Dublin. The most they could promise was that they would restore all the Cavan Protestants to their homes and properties and cease from further hostilities, that then their memorial should be forwarded to the king. On his return, Jones found the O'Reillys preparing to invade the Pale. He managed to keep the Dublin government well informed, at the same time dissuading the Irish from attacking the capital, whose means of defence he exaggerated. Drogheda, he said, was more assailable, and to Drogheda they determined to go. They mustered first at Virginia, where Mr. Crichton made friends with Philip MacHugh's mother on the ground of common kinship with Argyll, of which house it seemeth that she was well pleased that she was descended. This kindred stood me in great stead afterwards, for although it was far off and old, yet it bound the hands of the ruder sort from shedding my blood. Many lives, says Crichton, were also saved by the quarrels of the Irish among themselves. Philip MacHugh not only shielded his far-away cousin and others for his sake, but was evidently disinclined to task in hand, regretted that he had not kept Protestants safe at Belturbet, blamed Rory Maguire for threatening to kill and burn them, and cursed those among the English that gave them counsel to leave their habitations. Crichton thought O'Reilly a deep dissembler, but he should have the credit for comparative humanity. He and others seem to have thought that the war, as was on the point of breaking out in England, and that it would be impossible to send any troops to Ireland for years to come. In Monaghan there was a general rising on October 23, but a number of murders were committed during the first few days, and the MacMahons behaved worse than the O'Reillys. Richard Blaney, member of the county and commissioner of subsidies, was hanged by Sir Phelim O'Neill's direct orders, and his dead body barbarously treated. At Carrick Macross, Essex bailiff Patrick MacLachlan MacMahon took the lead among the local rebels, and about £600 of the great absentee rents came into their hands. In Monaghan, as elsewhere, the Irish professed to do everything by the king's orders, but in Armagh de Sir Phelim O'Neill professed to show the actual commission with a broad seal to it, adding that he would be a traitor if he acted of his own accord. "We are a sole people," said an Englishman who witnessed the scene. A number of Protestants took refuge in the cathedral, but they had to surrender, and being stripped and robbed were sent to keep the Caulfield's company at Charlemont. A miscellaneous collection of Protestants, including many children and poor people from whom no ransom could be expected, were driven to the bridge of Portadown and there murdered. The Portadown massacre has been more discussed, perhaps, than any episode in the Irish Rebellion, and it has left behind it an ineffaceable impression of horror. The victims were only a part of those murdered in the county of Armagh, but more than 100, one account says 160, were killed at one time, and their affair was carefully planned beforehand. The chief actor was Captain Manus O'Cahan, but many of the sufferers had received passes from Sir Phelim himself. O'Cahan and his men, Mrs. Price deposed, forced and drove all those prisoners, and amongst them the deponents, 5 children by name Adam, John, Anne, Mary, and Jane Price, off the bridge into the water. Those that could swim were shot or forced back into the water. When Owen Roe O'Neill came to the country, he asked in Mrs. Price's hearing how many Protestants the rebels had drowned at Portadown, and they said 400. If this is correct, the cruel work of the band must have continued for some time. They also said that those drowned in the black water were too many to count, and that the number thrust into lakes and bog holes could not even be guessed at. On November 17, they burned the church at Blackwaterstown with a crowd of Protestants in it, whose cries being exceedingly loud and fearful, the rebels used to delight much in a scornful manner to imitate them and brag of their acts. Attempts have been made to discredit the evidence on the ground that Mrs. Price and others referred to apparitions at the scene of the Portadown massacre. Screams and cries are easily explained, for wolves and dogs fed undisturbed upon the unburied dead, but Mrs. Price says she actually saw a ghost when she visited the spot where her 5 children had been slaughtered, and that Owen Roe O'Neill, who came expressly to inform himself as to the alleged apparitions, was present with his men, who saw it also. It was twilight, and upon a sudden there appeared unto them a vision or spirit, assuming the shape of a woman, waist high, upright in the water, naked, her hair dishevelled, very white, and her eyes seeming to twinkle in her head, and her skin as white as snow, which spirit of visions, seeming to stand upright in the water, divulged and often repeated the word revenge, revenge, revenge. O'Neill sent a priest and a friar to question the figure both in English and Latin, but it answered nothing. He afterwards sent a trumpet to the nearest English force for a Protestant clergyman, by whom the same figure was seen, and the cries of revenge heard, but Mrs. Price does not say she was present on this occasion. The evidence of this lady shows no mark of a wandering mind, and yet it is evident that she believed in an apparition. It is quite possible that some crazed woman who had lost all that was dear to her may have haunted the spot and cried for vengeance, but in any case a belief in ghosts was still general in those days, and especially in Ireland. The evidence as to the massacre is overwhelming. Bedell was at Kilmore when the rebellion broke out. The Protestants were surprised, but it was remembered afterwards that there had been an invasion or migration of rats, and that caterpillars had appeared in unusual numbers. It was more to the purpose that a crack-brained Irish scholar, who wandered from house to house, was heard frequently to exclaim, "Where is King Charles now?" and that he wrote in an old almanac, "We doubt not of France and Spain in this action," words which he may have heard in some conventicle of the Irish. The fugitive Protestants crowded to Kilmore, where they were all sheltered and fed, the better sort in the palace, and the rest in outbuildings. The bishop's son, who was there, likens the stream of poor stripped people to Job's messengers bringing one sad report after another without intermission. After a few days, Edmund O'Reilly, the sheriff's father, ordered Bedell to dismiss his guests, who were about 200, chiefly old people, women, and children. On his refusal, those in the detached buildings were attacked at night and driven out almost naked into the cold and darkness. The bishop's cattle were seized, but he had stored some grain in the house, and was still able in an irregular way to relieve many stray Protestants. On one occasion he sallied forth to rescue some of them, and 2 muskets were placed against his breast. He bade them fire, but they went away, and still for some time the palace walls were allowed to shelter those within. One of these was John Parker, afterwards Bishop of Elphin, who had fled from his living at Belturbet. "For the space of 3 weeks," says Parker, "we enjoyed a heaven upon earth, much of our time spent in prayer, reading God's word, and in good conference, inasmuch as I have since oft professed my willingness to undergo, if my heart did not deceive me, another Irish stripping to enjoy a conversation with so learned and holy a man." Church service was regularly continued, but the investment of the house became closer, Bedell resolutely refusing to quit his post, although the Irish urged him to leave the country, and promised all his company safe convoy to Dublin. His own children wished him to accept this offer, and it is probable that the bishop himself, and possible that his guests, might have reached the capital in safety, but the experience of others had not been encouraging. Some prisoners having been taken by the Scottish garrisons at Locke and Croghan, and Eugene Swiney, the rival bishop of Kilmore, pressing for restoration to his palace, Bedell and his family were at last expelled. "I rest you," said Edmund O'Reilly, laying his hand on the bishop's shoulder, "in the king's name." Having first arranged that the church plate provided by himself should be handed over to the other bishop, Bedell was conveyed to a castle upon an island in Ulster. He was allowed to take his money with him, and his 2 sons, with their wives, accompanied him. They were well treated on the whole, but the castle had neither glass nor shutters to the windows, and they spent a cold Christmas. Some of the prisoners were in irons, and Bedell earnestly desired to share their fate, but this was refused. The party were dependent on the Irish for news, and at first they heard much of the disaster at Julianstown, and of the certain fall of Drogheda. But an English prisoner who knew Irish listened one night through a chink in the floor, and heard a soldier fresh from Drogheda to tell the guard that the siege was raised. The bullets, he said, poured down as thick from the walls as if one should take a fire-pan full of coals and pour them down upon the hearth, which he acted before, sitting altogether at the fire. As for his own part, he said he would be hanged before he would go forth again upon such a piece of service. At last Bedell and his sons were exchanged for some of those in the hands of the Scots, and released from the castle. The bishop's remaining days were spent in the houses of Dennis Sheridan, a clergyman ordained and beneficed by him, whose vicarage was near at hand. Sheridan, though a Protestant, was a Celt, and respect for his clan secured him a certain toleration. He was instrumental in saving some of Bedell's books, among them a Hebrew Bible, now at Emmanuel College, Cambridge, and the Irish version of the Old Testament, which had cost so much trouble, and which was not destined to be printed for yet another generation. Most of the books and manuscripts were taken away, first by the friars and afterwards by English soldiers who sold them. Certain of the bishop's sermons, says his son, were preached in Dublin, and heard there by some of his near relations that had formerly heard them from his own mouth. Some even of the episcopal order were not innocent in this case. Bedell remained for some weeks with Sheridan, preaching often and praying with those that were left to him. The house was crowded with fugitives, and typhus fever broke out among them. Old and enfeebled by his imprisonment, the bishop insisted on ministering to the sick and was at last struck down himself. Philip MacMalmore O'Reilly came to see him, offering money and necessaries, and cursing those who had contrived the rebellion. Bedell, though very weak, rose from his chair to thank him, desiring God to requite him for the same and to restore peace to the nation. Though hardly able to stand, he yet beyond expectation thus expressed himself without any faltering in his speech, which he had not done for a great while before. The effort exhausted him, and he spoke but little afterwards, answering well to those who asked him how he did, and saying Amen to their prayers. His last words were, "Be of good cheer, whether we live or die, we are the Lord's." Bishop Swiney made some difficulty about burying his rival in Kilmore churchyard, but was overruled by the O'Reillys. Many Irish attended the funeral, and some of the Sheridans bore the coffin. Edmund O'Reilly and his son the sheriff, with other gentlemen, brought a party of musketeers and a drum, which was beaten as at a soldier's burial. The sheriff told the bishop's sons they might use what prayers or what form of burial they pleased, none should interrupt them, and when all was done he commanded the musketeers to give a volley of shot, and so the company departed. Another account says that some priests present ejaculated Requiescat in pace Ultimus Anglorum, and that one of them, Edmund Fairley, added a fervent prayer that his own soul might accompany the Protestant bishops. O sit anima mea cum Bedello. The general goodwill extended to those about him, and none of his family or immediate friends appear to have been personally molested. End of chapter 20, part 1. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Progress of the Rebellion. Good officers were scarce, but 600 raw recruits were sent under Major Roper, who was a young man, to reinforce Tichborne, and Sir Patrick Wemyss accompanied them with 50 horse of Ormond's troop. They might easily have reached Drogheda early on the morrow, but the new levies were mutinous and refused to go further than Swords on the first day, or than Balrothery on the second. At 7 on the morning of November 29, they were at Lord Gormanston's gate, and Roper went in to see him. He was informed that the Irish had crossed the Boyne to intercept him, and that he had better be careful. Roper did not even warn his officers, but marched on with little precaution. He crossed the Nanny River by Julianstown Bridge in a thick fog, and was there attacked by a greatly superior force under Philip MacHugh O'Reilly, Hugh O'Byrne, and O'More. Roper's men were better armed, but scarcely knew how to use their weapons. The fog made their assailants seem stronger than they really were, and the foot yielded to panic and broke almost without striking a blow. Wemyss easily reached Drogheda, and Roper with 2 captains and 100 men followed him, but all, or nearly all, the rest were killed, and the Irish, who did not lose a man, were at once supplied with arms. The men, says Ormond, were unexercised, but had as many arms, I think, within a few, as all the rebels in the kingdom, and were as well trained as they. But among the insurgents were plenty of Strafford's disbanded soldiers who knew how to use muskets, and Protestant prisoners in Ulster remarked how much the Julianstown affair added to the confidence of the Irish. Carrickfergus was the ancient seat of English power in Ulster, and thither the Protestants of Down and Antrim fled in great numbers. The rising settlement of Belfast was near being abandoned, but Captain Robert Lawson heard of the outbreak at Newry, gave up his journey to Dublin, and hurried back to the Lagan. Lord Chichester was actually on board ship, but Lawson bought a drum and perambulated the town, seized all the arms he could find, and soon got nearly 200 men together. Before Sir Phelim O'Neill could hope to attack Carrickfergus, it was necessary to take both Belfast and Lisburn, and the latter place was attacked by Sir Con Magennis with several thousand men the day before the disaster at Julianstown. The Ulster Irish had by this time collected a good many arms, including 2 field pieces, and they had taken plenty of powder at Newry. The garrison consisted only of Lord Conway's troop and of a few newly raised men, but they were skilfully commanded by Sir Arthur Tyringham, the late governor of Newry, and Sir George Rawdon, whom all trusted, arrived from Scotland on the evening before the town was attacked. Taking advantage of the ground, Tyringham held the streets all day, his cavalry slaughtering the assailants in great numbers. There had been snow the day before, followed by a thaw, and then by frost, so that the ground was covered with ice. All the smiths, says one of the besieged, had been employed that whole night to frost our horses, so that they stood firm when the brogues slipped and fell down under their feet. Communication with Belfast was kept up, and Chichester sent many horse loads of powder in bags, so that the ammunition held out. At nightfall the Irish set fire to the town, which was entirely consumed, and a confused fight went on till near midnight. After the fire began, Chichester's troop of horse arrived with a company of foot, and the assailants were finally discomfited. Every corner was filled with carcasses, and the slain were found to be more than thrice the number of those that fought against them. The field pieces appeared to have been thrown into the river. Next day the retreating Irish burned Rawdon's house at Brookhill, containing Lord Conway's library and property worth £5,000 or £6,000. But they never gained military possession of the Belfast district, though many Protestants were driven out of the open country. There have been many occasions in Irish history when the government has lacked power either to put down its enemies or protect its friends. The gentry of the Pale would hardly have joined the rebels on account of such an affair as Julianstown, but they had grievances, and the Irish managers pressed them both with arguments and threats. As governor of Meath, Lord Gormanston called upon the sheriff to summon a county meeting, which was held upon Crofty Hill, about 3 miles to the south of Drogheda. It had been previously arranged that a deputation from the Ulster Irish should appear there, and in due time O'More, with Philip MacHugh O'Reilly, Hugh O'Byrne, and others, rode up in the head of a guard of musketeers, whom the defeat at the bridge of Julianstown had furnished with arms of that kind. Gormanston, who was supported by the Earl of Fingal and 5 other peers, acted as spokesman and asked the newcomers why they came armed into the Pale. In a prepared speech, O'More answered that they had been goaded into action by penal laws, which excluded them from the public service and from educational advantages. There can, he said, be no greater mark of servitude than that our children cannot come to speak Latin without renouncing their spiritual dependence on the Roman Church, nor ourselves be preferred to any advantageous employment without forfeiting our souls. The Lords Justices, he added, had refused parliamentary redress, lest they should be prevented from extirpating Catholicism with the help of a Scotch army. To crown all, they had branded the Ulster chiefs as rebels, whereas one of their greatest motives had been to vindicate the royal prerogative from encroachment by the malignant party of the Parliament of England. In conclusion, he called upon the gentry of the Pale to join the party whose interests and sufferings were the same as their own. When the applause subsided, Gormanston asked the Ulstermen whether their loyalty was genuine. The answer was of course affirmative, and he then invited those around him to make common cause with the Irish. And thus philosophizes Bellings. Distrust, aversion, force, and fear united the two parties which, since the conquest, had at all times been most opposite, and it being first publicly declared that they would repute all such enemies as did not assist them in their ways, they appointed a second meeting of the country at the hill of Tara. The die was now cast, and a summons from the Lords Justices calling the chief men of the Pale to a conference at Dublin came too late. The meeting at Tara took place on December 7, and an answer was then returned, signed by 7 peers, to the effect that they were afraid to put themselves into the power of the government, and thought it safer to stand on their guard. They had, they said, been informed that Sir Charles Coote had spoken words at the council table tending to a purpose and resolution to execute upon those of our religion a general massacre. The Lords Justices answered that they had never heard Coote say anything of the kind, and that any one who made any such suggestion should be severely punished. And they again summoned the Lords of the Pale to be at Dublin on the 17th. Ormond personally gave his word of honour that they should return safely, and urged them not to lose this last opportunity of showing their loyalty. But they had gone too far to draw back. Their tenants and dependents had gone still further, and Sir Phelim O'Neill persuaded them, as they were ready to believe, that he had great resources. He arranged a sham powder factory, and so acted his part as to make them think he could turn out an unlimited supply. The story reads like fiction, but Bellings records it in sober earnest, and he must have known O'Neill had no military experience or capacity, but his confidence imposed upon the hesitating men of the Pale, who not only gave him chief command in the attack on Drogheda, but also a sort of commission as governor of Meath. Lord Moore heard of the Ulster rising on October 23, and of his sister Lady Blaney's imprisonment. He was then at home at Mellifont, but came into Drogheda at midnight and roused the mayor and aldermen, who cursed the rebels foully, but were very slow to make any preparations for resistance. Not 40 men answered the call to arms, and they were armed with pitchforks and fowling pieces. On the 26th he brought in his wife and family and his own troop of horse. There were 2 half-standing companies under Netterville and Rockley, but the former's loyalty was suspected, and the men could scarcely be trusted. Moore posted to Dublin, but could only obtain a commission for Captain C. Fowle Gibson to raise a company. Gibson brought down arms and ammunition and got 100 Protestant recruits in 2 hours. Some of these watched for 10 nights running. In the meantime the Irish had taken Dundalk and were plundering all Protestants not 5 miles from Drogheda. Miserable spectacles of wealthy men and women, says Bernard, utterly spoiled and undone, nay, stripped stark naked, with doleful cries came flocking in to us by multitudes upon whom our bowels could not but yearn. The majority of the townsmen only smiled, but took care to ring alarm bells when the Protestants were at church. Sir Faithful Fortescue, who was married to Lord Moore's sister, had been lately appointed governor of the town, and he also went to Dublin for help. Finding none, he resigned his commission in disgust and went to England. By his disheartening letters, says Bernard, he gave us over, being willing to hazard his life for us, yet loath to lose his reputation also. Moore assumed the command, but he had only about 300 men, including Gibson's recruits, and the Roman Catholic population was all but openly hostile. Bernard summoned all the Protestants privately, man by man, to meet in the church, and the whole congregation solemnly vowed that if God would defend them, they would endeavour to serve him better in future. 3 days later there was a solemn fast. Half of Moore's troop patrolled the streets every night, while the other half scoured the country to guard against surprise and to collect cows and other provisions for the garrison. 200 of the enemy were killed during these raids, and 80 brought in alive. Such was our mercy, says Bernard. We only hanged 6, the remaining prisoners being so well fed by the townsmen that they did not care to escape. A well-written copy of Sir Phelim O'Neill's proclamation was picked up in the streets, and a general rising of the inhabitants was feared. Then came news that the Scots had retaken Newry. The report proved false, but it strengthened Moore's hands, and Bernard was reminded of the trampling of horse heard by the Syrians before Samaria. Sir John Netterville fell foul of the acting governor, declaring that the Irish should not be called rebels, and he was suspected of having the guns stuffed so as to render them unserviceable. Many well-to-do Protestants escaped by sea, but Bernard refused to desert his poorer flock. He was also unwilling to part from Usher's library, which was in his charge, and which might easily have shared the fate of Lord Conway's and the Bishop of Meath's. On November 4, Sir Henry Tichborne appeared with his forces, and after that the townsmen could do nothing, but they showed their discontent by keeping him waiting from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 9 at night before they would provide him with quarters. Tichborne found that the Julianstown disaster had virtually decided the whole wavering population of the Pale. He saw that he would have to maintain himself for some time without much help, and that food would soon be scarce. He strengthened the fortifications of the Mill Mount on the southern bank of the Boyne, and mounted 4 guns there. The rebels had destroyed most of the provisions in the neighbourhood, but there was still a quantity of unthreshed wheat at Green Hills near the eastern or St. Lawrence's Gate on the south side of the Boyne. On December 3, he sent a body of cavalry round by a gate further to the north, and leaving other men under arms in the town, he himself marched straight to his point. The advance guard was driven in panic-stricken, and for a moment it seemed as if there would be another Julianstown. But Tichborne managed to rally his men, dismounting to show that he would share their fate, and shouting, "They run!" While the first volleys hid the field, it appeared somewhat otherwise, says Tichborne, upon the clearing up of the smoke. But his courage inspired his followers, and they gained a complete victory, pursuing the enemy for nearly a mile. Of the besiegers, 200 were killed, while Tichborne had only 4 men wounded. After this success the garrison were always ready to fight, while the besiegers were always beaten in the open field. An attempt to carry the town by assault during the long night of December 20 failed, and several successful sallies were made during the following 3 weeks. Tichborne sent a pinnace to Dublin for help. At first no one could be got to steer her, but he placed some of the aldermen on board in situations exposed to the fire of the besiegers. The result was that pilots were quickly found. In answer to this appeal, 6 vessels were sent with provisions and ammunition for the garrison, and on January 11 they came from Skerries to the Boyne in one tide. Clumsy efforts had been made to block the channel with a chain and with a sunken ship, but the bar was nevertheless passed, and the stores safely landed. The garrison, who had been half-starved, feasted that night, and the officers, though specially cautioned, could not keep as strict discipline as usual. Tichborne was writing dispatches at all night, and about 4 in the morning he heard a muttering noise which differed from the sounds caused by wind and rain. He ran out with his pistols and found that 500 of the enemy had entered an orchard between St. James's Gate and the right bank of the river. A weak spot in the wall had been opened with pickaxes, and the Irish had crept in 2 or 3 at a time. Tichborne turned out the nearest guard, bade them fire across the river, and ran towards the bridge, where he found his own company under arms. Leaving these trusty men to maintain the passage, he ran to the main guard, where he found a good deal of confusion, but many followed him, and he regained the bridge just in time to reinforce those who were holding it against great odds. Tichborne's horse was led out by a groom, but broke away from him and galloped madly about the paved streets. Believing that cavalry would soon be upon them, the assailants broke. Nearly half escaped by the gate at which they had entered. The rest were killed or hidden by friendly townsmen. The whole attack had been planned by a friar, and shots were fired at Tichborne's men out of a convent, but the assailants were so badly led that they never thought of seizing St. James's Gate, though they might easily have done so from the inside. A strong body was drawn up outside, expecting to be let in. A bagpiper was among those who had been taken, and some officers made him play while they opened the gate. Those who entered were at once overpowered. The result of this failure was to show the lords of the Pale that divided counsels were dangerous, and they gave Sir Phelim O'Neill command over all the forces about Drogheda. After Tigborne's arrival, says Bernard, we took heart to call the enemy rebels instead of discontented gentlemen. The garrison consisted of 1,500 foot and 160 horse, so that the malcontents within the walls were afraid. One Stanley, a town councillor who had been an officer in the enemy's army, came in on protection, accompanied by the Sheriff of Louth, who was a member of Parliament. These two advised More to go to Mellifont, reminding him that his father had lived there safely all through Tyrone's rebellion, and suggesting that he might be general if he pleased. More knew better, and being now released from the cares of command, went in the middle of November to Dublin, where Parliament was about to meet. He offered to raise 600 men, and to pay and clothe them himself until money came from England, provided he should be their colonel, with the addition of about 400 men at Drogheda, who were not part of Tigborne's own regiment. As soon as the Irish heard of this offer, they destroyed Mellifont. The garrison of 24 musketeers with 15 horsemen and some servants refused Macmahon's first offer of quarter, and were overwhelmed by numbers after their powder was spent. The mounted men escaped to Drogheda, but all the others were killed. The women were stripped stark naked. The scum of the country were allowed to plunder at will, and they carried away the doors and windows and smashed all the glass and crockery. The chapel was selected as a proper place to consume the contents of the cellar. The bell was broken, and a large Bible thrown into the mill pond. Finding some tulips and other bulbs, they ate them with butter, but this food disagreed with them, and they cursed the heretics as poisoners. During the first 3 weeks of February, several successful sallies were made by the garrison. They were, however, at one time reduced to small rations of herrings, malt, and rye, and it seemed doubtful whether they could hold out. Many horses died for lack of provender. At 4 o'clock on the morning of Sunday, February 21, Sir Phelim attempted an escalade at a quiet spot near St. Lawrence's Gate, but the sentries were on the alert, and the assailants fled, leaving 13 ladders behind them. On the 27th there was another sally, and 300 of the Irish were killed on the fatal field of Julianstown. On March 1, Tigborne sent out 4 companies of foot and a troop of horse to forage on the south side of the Boyne. There was some resistance, and in the afternoon the governor went out himself. The Irish advanced from the little village of Stemeen, but fled at the approach of horse. The redoubtable Sir Phelim only escaped capture by crouching like a hare in a furze bush, and the Meath side was thenceforth safe. The noise of vast preparations for besieging the town, says Bellings, which at first was frightful, grew contemptible. Food supplies were now secure, and Tigborne assumed the offensive more boldly than before. On March 5, Lord More led out 500 men to Tullyallen, near Mellifont, Tigborne following him with a reserve force. More engaged the Irish and defeated them with a loss of 400 men and many officers. Among the prisoners was Art Rowe Macmahon, for whose head a reward of £400 had been promised by government. The soldiers were going to cut it off when he cried out that Lady Blaney and her children should be saved if his life was spared. Macmahon kept his word, though the result was long doubtful. After this disaster, the rebels abandoned their headquarters at Beaulieu, and Sir Phelim was seen before Drogheda no more. On March 11, Ormond arrived with 3,000 foot and 500 horse, and the so-called siege came to an end. Platten and slain were soon in Tigborne's hands. The Irish army had at one time numbered at least 16,000, but they had neither the skill nor the means for reducing a strong place. Ormond had orders from the Irish government, who would have preferred to send Sir Simon Harcourt to prosecute with fire and sword all rebels and traitors and their adherents and abettors in the counties of Dublin and Meath, and to destroy their houses. He was not to go beyond the Boyne, not to do any mischief within 5 miles of Dublin, and not to be absent more than 8 days. He carried out these orders and reached Drogheda without opposition, after devastating a great part of Meath. There, after consultation with Harcourt, Sir Thomas Lucas, Sir Robert Farrar, Tigborne, and More, he asked to be allowed more time and to have leave to advance as far as Newry. This was peremptorily refused, and Temple wrote privately to say that the proposal was absolutely disliked by all the council, and more sharply resented by some. The question of proclaiming the Lords of the Pale traitors had been referred to England, and Ormond suggested that it might be well to wait for an answer before burning their houses. He was told that it was no business of his, and that he was to burn. He did so, merely remarking that he had never supposed there was any difference between a rebel lord and a rebel commoner. Tichborne had certain information that an attack on Dundalk was feasible, and Ormond was allowed to give him 500 men and 1 or 2 guns. A large force might have been provisioned from Drogheda, but as it turned out, Tichborne was strong enough to do the work. Newry fell to the share of the Scots. On March 21, Tichborne marched with 1,200 foot, 4 troops of horse, and provisions for 2 days to Ardee, where on the 23rd he found more than 2,000 Irish pretty strongly posted on the right bank of the Dee. He drove them over the bridge into the town with a loss of 600 men, turned their position by fording the river with his horse, and pursued them with further slaughter far into the open country. After consulting Lord Moore and the other officers, Tichborne then decided to make a dash at Dundalk, before which he arrived about 9 in the morning of April 26. Sir Phelim showed himself with his horse, but made no fight until the English came up to the first gate, which they forced open under a heavy fire. The suburbs were then occupied, but a castle annoyed them there. An officer and some men were killed, and many wished to retire, but the wind was in their favour, and Tichborne ordered some houses to be fired, and came up to the gate of the inner town under cover of the smoke. The Irish in the castle were driven out by heaping fuel against the door, and from the walls Tichborne's musketeers could fire right into the market-place. Sir Phelim and his men then began to pour out at the north gate over the bridge, and the whole town was soon in English hands. Dean Bernard, who was present, remarks on the amount of plunder which the Irish had collected in Dundalk. The victors found plentiful dinners ready dressed in many cases, and consumed 4,000 turkeys and other fowls in a week. 120 Protestants had been imprisoned by O'Neill under threat that they would be killed if the town were in danger. There had been no time to hurt them, if indeed that was intended, and they were released. Ardee and Dundalk were both plundered by their captors, but the former in a tumultuary way, and the latter more systematically. The number of the slain, says Tichborne, I looked not after, but there was little mercy shown in those times. End of chapter 20, part 2. End of Ireland under the Stuarts and during the Interregnum, volume 1, 1603 to 1642.